Greetings. Tonight we venture not along parched pathways or beside hearths within ancient keeps. Instead, we embark upon a voyage into the vast expanse of the ocean. Beyond the familiar coastline, past the soaring gulls and the rhythmic ebb and flow of the tide, we delve into the profound depths where sagas predate the very currents themselves. This is the dominion of Poseidon, sovereign of the seas, master of seismic upheavals, and wielder of tempests. His mighty trident possessed the power to convulse the very earth, to lull the waters into tranquility, or to unleash them in a tempestuous fury. Seafaring souls offered him fervent supplications. Entire cities harbored a healthy dread of his might. And even the other celestial beings accorded him a cautious deference. Should this narrative style aid your repose, feel at liberty to bestow a like upon this video and to subscribe, but solely if it genuinely fosters a sense of serenity within you. Furthermore, kindly share in the comments section your geographical location and the current time. It is perpetually a source of curious solace to discern who else is navigating these quiet narratives alongside me. Therefore, diminish the ambient illumination. Allow the murmur of the ocean breakers to envelop you. Close your eyes and let us commence with the chronicle of Poseidon, the Lord of the Seas. Now, compose yourself. Let your thoughts recede, akin to a tide withdrawing towards the deep. Tonight we turn our attention to the inception of a legend as ancient as the bedrock, the sea-spling waves, and the resonant thunder that reverberates beneath our feet. The saga of Poseidon, the deity of the oceanic realm. Yet, as is characteristic of all divine figures within Hellenic lore, his genesis was not amidst serene waters, but rather within the tumultuous storms of familial discord, struggles for cosmic supremacy, and a distinct undercurrent of parental neglect. Poseidon was one of 6 offspring born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea. In the Hellenic conceptualization, Titans were colossal entities, embodiments of primordial forces. Cronus, his progenitor, was the youngest of the 12 Titans, and he was not, to put it mildly, a disposition inclined towards trust. Having supplanted his own sire Uranus, Cronus was himself privy to a prophecy foretelling that one of his offspring would ultimately usurp him. To be fair, when one's lineage is essentially an unbroken sequence of betrayals and power seizures, a degree of paranoia is entirely comprehensible. Consequently, Cronus enacted a strategy favored by many ancient despots confronted with the specter of rebellion. He systematically eliminated potential rivals. Regrettably for his progeny, this entailed their complete ingestion, not in a symbolic fashion, nor through banishment or confinement within a lofty tower. He quite literally swallowed them, one by one, as each was born. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon all met the grim fate of being swallowed alive. It was less a familial abode and more a sort of divine gastric prison. The Greeks exhibited a particular fondness for these motifs of inversion and disorder. The womb supplanted by a stomach, creation subsumed by consumption. For them, this represented more than mere barbarity. It served as a stark reminder that the perpetual contest for dominion over the world was waged between order and chaos. However, not every child suffered this identical fate. When the youngest, Zeus, arrived, Rhea had reached the absolute limit of her husband's voracious habits. She surreptitiously spirited Zeus away to a cavern on Crete, and in his stead presented Cronus with a swaddled stone. Cronus, not exactly the most discerning intellect in the celestial firmament, ingested the rock without the slightest suspicion. One can only imagine the rather gritty repast this must have constituted. Zeus matured in concealment, and when the opportune moment arose, he returned to confront his father. Aided by his grandmother Gaia and a potent concoction administered by the goddess Metis, Cronus was compelled to disgorge his swallowed offspring. Out poured Poseidon, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, alive and understandably incensed by the entire ordeal. From this peculiar genesis, the three brothers, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, ascended to become the paramount powers of the cosmos. But prior to this division, there transpired the Titanomachy, the monumental conflict between the younger Olympian deities and the elder Titans. Poseidon fought alongside his brethren in this cosmic struggle, wielding the trident meticulously crafted for him by the Cyclopes. Now one might envision a trident as a straightforward, three-pronged spear, suitable for spearing Piscine prey. In the realm of mythology, however, it represented something far more formidable, a divine implement capable of reverberating through the earth and agitating the seas into a state of violent tumult. For the Greeks, inhabiting a land regularly subjected to seismic tremors and reliant upon maritime passages that could transform into treacherous barriers without warning, this concept resonated profoundly. What more fitting armament for the god of the sea than an instrument capable of commanding the very forces of natural disarray? Upon victory in the war, the three brothers cast lots to determine their respective spheres of influence. Zeus was allotted the heavens, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon, fittingly, the vast oceanic realm. Certain interpretations of the myth suggest that Poseidon harbored a degree of dissatisfaction with this arrangement. After all, the sky appeared more luminous and resplendent, whereas the sea was characterized by its capriciousness, its tempestuous nature, and its pervasive darkness. However, to the Greeks, whose very existence was interwoven with the sea for commerce, travel, and sustenance, Poseidon's dominion was undeniably indispensable. Without the sea, there could be no Greece. It is crucial to pause at this juncture, as Poseidon's character becomes considerably more comprehensible when we grasp the Greeks' intrinsic relationship with the sea. Ancient Greece was not a monolithic entity, but rather a mosaic of rugged peninsulas and scattered islands adrift in the Aegean. Terrestrial travel was arduous and time-consuming. Maritime transit, though fraught with peril, was an absolute necessity. Every fisherman venturing forth in a fragile wooden vessel, every merchant navigating unfamiliar shores, every legion crossing to pilfer or conquer, all directed their pleas towards Poseidon. Yet the sea was not merely a conduit for passage, it was also an agent of destruction. A sudden squall could shatter ships against jagged rocks. A prolonged period of calm could trap vessels until their provisions were exhausted. To the Greeks, the sea was a sentient entity, volatile and profoundly unpredictable. Thus they offered sacrifices to Poseidon, endeavoring to appease his mercurial temperament. He was not only the god of the sea, but also the shaker of the earth. This, too, is a reflection of Hellenic existence. The Aegean region is situated within one of the world's most seismically active zones. Ancient temples, dwellings, and entire cities frequently succumbed to sudden tremors. The Greeks, lacking advanced geological understanding, attributed these seismic events to Poseidon's trident, striking the terrestrial sphere in a display of wrath. Consequently, he embodied a dual force, the surging sea and the quaking land. Poseidon himself emerges as a compelling figure in the myths, powerful, tempestuous, and imbued with immense pride, in contrast to his brother Zeus, perpetually engaged in pursuits of mortal women, or Hades, who remained in somber contemplation within his subterranean kingdom. Poseidon is depicted as erratic, easily provoked, and swift to exact retribution. This disposition aligned perfectly with his natural domain. Mariners could never be certain whether the sea would favor their journey or lead to their destruction. Poseidon personified this very uncertainty. Nevertheless, the Greeks also perceived him as a deity of fertility and origination. His association with horses, a seemingly incongruous pairing, becomes understandable when one considers that horses represented the most formidable and prestigious creatures known to the Greeks, lending him an element of generative power. According to myth, Poseidon struck the earth with his trident, thereby bringing forth the primordial horse. He was simultaneously a harbinger of devastation and a source of life, much like the waves that could engulf you one moment and carry your vessel safely the next. In later narratives, Poseidon espouses Amphitrite, a sea goddess. Initially, she harbored no particular inclination towards him. Indeed, she attempted to evade his advances. However, they were eventually reconciled, and together they presided over the abyssal depths of the ocean. Their progeny included Triton, the merman renowned for his conch shell, and a multitude of other beings that populated the seas in the Hellenic imagination. But that is a chronological leap. In this initial phase of Poseidon's narrative, we observe most distinctly the archetypal pattern of the Greek deities themselves, conceived amidst violence, shaped by defiance, and assigned roles that mirrored the natural world surrounding their votaries. One cannot help but envision, perhaps with a wry smile, the conditions within Cronus's digestive tract during those formative years. Did Poseidon, Hades, and the others engage in quiet conversation while awaiting their liberation? Did they ponder the missteps that had transpired within their family? It is a somber image, yet the Greeks themselves frequently recounted it with a peculiar vein of dry humor. After all, these were not dispassionate historical accounts, but rather tales recited aloud by the flickering firelight or during festive gatherings, intended to illuminate the world and provide amusement. In that context, Cronus's unfortunate gastric distress provided a remarkably memorable commencement to the saga of the sea god. If we abstract ourselves from the myth and examine it from a historical perspective, there is an undeniably human element embedded within these narratives. Across numerous ancient civilizations, the recurring theme of younger generations supplanting elder rulers is evident. The Hellenic myths imbued this pattern with cosmic significance. Just as kings and city-states experience cycles of ascendance and decline in the human sphere, so too did deities displace their progenitors and assume their positions. Poseidon, Zeus, and Hades, therefore, were not merely divine personages, but rather reflections of the perpetual cycle of power dynamics within the human realm. And so, in this inaugural chapter, we witness Poseidon emerging from obscurity, born of treachery, liberated from his father's gullet, armed with a trident capable of commanding the world's most formidable forces, and granted sovereign authority over the restless seas. His chronicle, much like the ocean's ebb and flow, would be punctuated by tempests, rivalries, and periods of uneasy coexistence. But before we drift further into the tempestuous sea of his myths, his contests, his monstrous adversaries, and his feuds, we shall pause here, allowing the ocean to settle within our collective imagination, the ceaseless murmur of the waves, gently rocking us towards slumber. Poseidon has been brought into being, and his trident gleams, poised to agitate the currents of history. When last we left Poseidon, he had been rather unceremoniously consumed by his father, endured several uncomfortable years of divine indigestion, and finally emerged back into the world alongside his siblings. Hardly the most dignified of beginnings, but the Greeks rarely afforded their deities auspicious starts. Now liberated, the offspring of Cronus confronted a world still governed by the Titans. This was the elder pantheon, the deities who had shaped the cosmos since the very dawn of existence. The stage was thus set for one of mythology's most monumental confrontations, the Titanomachy, the war between the established order and the emerging generation. It is exceedingly difficult to conceptualize the nature of such a conflict, and perhaps that is precisely the intention. The poets and chroniclers never detailed it with the precise formations of mortal armies or the straightforward clang of weaponry. Instead, they spoke of elemental fury, of mountains hurled like mere pebbles, of thunder rending the heavens, of rivers boiling, and of the very earth groaning under the impact of divine footfalls. Poseidon, his trident firmly grasped, stood shoulder to shoulder with his brothers, Zeus and Hades, in this titanic struggle. The free united against their father and his generation. This was no mere domestic dispute. It was a cosmic reordering, a transfer of power from one epoch to another. The Cyclopes, grateful for their liberation from the confines of Tartarus, forged formidable armaments for the brothers. Zeus was bestowed with the thunderbolt, that magnificent flash of divine authority which would forever serve as his emblem. Hades received a helm of invisibility, granting him the ability to traverse realms unseen, even amongst the gods. And Poseidon, as was fitting, was presented with the trident. It transcended the status of a mere spear. In the possession of a deity, it was an instrument capable of cleaving rock, churning the oceans into a frenzy, and propagating shockwaves through the planet's crust. For subsequent generations of Greeks, accustomed to the tremors that shook their abodes and the seas that swelled into sudden tempests, the symbolism was painfully evident. The very calamities they dreaded were nothing less than the instruments of Poseidon's power at work. The conflict endured for 10 arduous years. For an entire decade, the cosmos remained in a state of profound imbalance, caught in the throes of a struggle between the Titans and the Olympians. Ancient bards recounted tales of the Titans hurtling colossal rocks through the sky, and of the Olympians retaliating with storms and incandescent fire. Poseidon's specific role is less frequently elaborated upon than that of Zeus. However, one can readily imagine him plunging his trident into the roiling seas, summoning gargantuan waves to assail the fortresses of the Titans. And though these accounts are woven from myth, they offer insight into the Greeks' perception of natural disasters. An earthquake that fissured the ground, a colossal tidal wave that swept away an entire coastline, a thunderous storm that roared overhead. All of these were recalled as resonant echoes of that primal, momentous war. Ultimately, the younger deities prevailed. Cronus and the Titans were vanquished, bound, and cast into Tartarus, the deepest chasm of the underworld. The world was now their inheritance. Yet, having secured victory, they were confronted with the formidable challenge of its governance. Who would assume the mantle of leadership? How would power be equitably distributed? This is a question that has plagued victorious alliances throughout the annals of history. One might consider the partitioning of empires following great conflicts, or the tenuous peace treaties forged between formerly allied nations. The Greeks projected these identical quandaries onto their divine pantheon. The Olympians could not coexist in perpetual harmony. Such is seldom the inclination of myth. There was a requisite for defined roles, territories, and boundaries. Consequently, the three brothers cast lots. To Zeus fell the celestial expanse, that boundless realm of clouds, thunder, and sun-drenched heights. To Hades was assigned the underworld, a shadowy dominion inhabited by the departed. And to Poseidon was allocated the sea, boundless, unpredictable, and of profound necessity. Some interpretations of the myth suggest this outcome was not entirely to Poseidon's liking. The sea, after all, was perceived as treacherous and unstable, whereas the heavens shimmered with brilliance and authority. Hades secured a kingdom entirely unto himself, a domain where his sovereignty remained unquestioned. Poseidon's realm, conversely, perpetually encroached upon the shores of his brother's territory, never entirely quiescent, never wholly assured. Yet, it was his allotted domain. And from that moment onward, the sea became his undisputed province. Here, the myths intersect with a fundamental truth concerning Hellenic existence. Unlike the landlocked populations of other regions, the Greeks were intrinsically linked to the sea. Their world was a constellation of rocky peninsulas and islands, scattered like stepping stones across the Aegean. Terrestrial travel was slow and cumbersome, but the sea offered veritable highways, albeit perilous ones, yet highways nonetheless. Every vessel setting sail from Corinth or Athens, every fisherman bravely confronting the waves at dawn, every merchant journeying to Egypt or Sicily understood that they were entrusting themselves to Poseidon's capricious will. To exist as a Greek was to depend upon the sea for sustenance, prosperity, and survival, while simultaneously harboring a profound apprehension of its sudden caprices. In Poseidon, they perceived the embodiment of this inherent paradox. Even seismic disturbances were attributed to his influence. The Greeks referred to him as the Earth Shaker. Residing as they did in one of the planet's most seismically volatile zones, they could not ignore the tremors that rattled their homes, fractured their sacred temples, and toppled their city ramparts. Today, we might consult geological textbooks and the theory of tectonic plates. They, in turn, turned to myth. The ground quaked because Poseidon, in his restlessness, struck the earth with his trident. This explanation was as awe-inspiring as it was deeply unsettling. Not a random occurrence, but the deliberate action of a deity, either angered or impatient. Poseidon's trident itself ascended to become one of the most iconic symbols in mythological lore. It was frequently depicted as the instrument that stirred the seas into violent tempests or cleaved the very ground with a single, decisive blow. Later artistic renderings, from pottery shards to monumental sculptures, invariably portrayed him holding it aloft with pride. In essence, it constituted his defining attribute, much as Zeus possessed his thunderbolts and Hades his somber helm. To the Greeks, deities were not abstract concepts. They were tangible beings endowed with visible, recognizable characteristics. And Poseidon, divested of his trident, would have appeared incomplete. However, there is also a more intriguing facet to Poseidon's newly assumed role. He was not exclusively a deity of destruction. The myths frequently portray him as a benevolent bestower of gifts as well. His association with horses, though perhaps initially perplexing to our modern sensibilities, carried significant weight for the Greeks, who regarded horses as potent symbols of power, prestige, and swiftness, thus imbuing this connection with a generative significance. One particular myth recounts Poseidon striking the earth with his trident and thereby bringing forth the very first horse. Other accounts describe him as the tamer of steeds, their divine patron. It is plausible that certain practical associations also underpinned this link. The undulating motion of the waves might have been likened to the galloping of horses, with the sea itself envisioned as a vast herd of creatures perpetually surging against the shoreline. What is unequivocally clear is that Poseidon's domain was expansive and multifaceted. It encompassed not merely the sea as a physical body of water, but all that the sea symbolized: transit, peril, commerce, fertility, devastation, and creation. His temperament mirrored this complexity. Unlike Zeus, who adhered to a semblance of order, or Hades, who governed in silent solitude, Poseidon was prone to fluctuations in mood. Mariners could never be certain whether he would smile upon them or bring about their ruin. He served as both protector and punisher, savior and destroyer. In him, the Greeks saw a reflection of the inherent contradictions within their own existence. The division of the cosmos into three distinct realms also speaks to a broader Hellenic worldview. They held a belief in inherent balance, encompassing the sky, the sea, and the underworld. Each of these realms was presided over by a brother, and none could exert absolute dominance. It was a precarious equilibrium, to be sure, but it was nonetheless a balanced state. And within this established framework, Poseidon occupied a position of crucial importance. Without him, the sea would have remained without a sovereign, without an explanatory force. His domain might not have appeared as resplendent as the heavens or as undeniably absolute as the underworld, but it was undeniably inescapable. The Greeks could not disregard the sea, and consequently, they could not afford to overlook Poseidon. One can almost imagine, perhaps with a subtle smile, the moment when the lots were drawn. Did Zeus offer a polite cough and suggest that he had shuffled them with utmost fairness? Did Hades sigh and accept his dimly lit fate without complaint? Did Poseidon raise a skeptical eyebrow at the seemingly endless expanse of salt water now laid upon him? The myths offer no definitive answers to these queries, but they leave ample room for contemplation, and the inherent humor found in divine familial dynamics is never far from the surface. The deities, after all, served as mirrors of human society. Brothers vied for power, divisions were established uneasily, and chance played its part. With the Titanomachy concluded and the cosmos partitioned, Poseidon assumed his appointed role. He would establish his abode in a palace fashioned from coral and gold beneath the waves, populate his dominion with both wondrous and terrifying marine life, and embark upon the protracted history of disputes, rivalries, and adventures that would come to define his legend. Yet, even at this initial juncture, we begin to perceive the essence of his character. He is restless, formidable, and unpredictable, the very embodiment of the sea, imbued with all its captivating beauty and inherent danger. The Greeks, recounting these narratives by lamplight or within bustling marketplaces, must have gazed towards the horizon and felt the profound truth of these tales. The sea was never distant, and it was never quiescent. To attribute its shifting moods to a deity wielding a trident and shaking the very earth was not merely poetic embellishment, it was an act of pragmatic survival. And thus Poseidon, once a child fearfully swallowed, emerged from the crucible of war as a monarch. His throne was established not in the celestial heights, nor in the subterranean depths, but within the ever-shifting, rolling, eternal waters of the world. Once the cosmos had been duly divided, and the lots were drawn, Poseidon was granted dominion over the vast expanse of the sea. This was not a precisely demarcated realm, such as Zeus claimed in the heavens, nor an enclosed kingdom that Hades secured beneath the earth. The sea was boundless, in constant flux and inherently unpredictable. To rule it was to hold sway over something that could never be truly subjugated. It was an endowment of majestic power, yet also a burden of perpetual restlessness. And perhaps it is for this reason that Poseidon came to be remembered as a deity whose moods were as capricious as the waters he commanded. The bards envisioned him establishing his residence within a palace situated beneath the waves. This was conceived as a hall of coral and luminous stone, adorned with rooftops of silver and gates of pearl. Dolphins frolicked within its courtyards. Hippocampi, creatures of hybrid form, half horse and half fish, drew his chariot across the waters, and his son Triton would sound a conch shell to either pacify or incite the tides. If Zeus's throne atop Mount Olympus served as a beacon of lofty authority, Poseidon's palace represented a majesty concealed within the abyssal depths, enigmatic and as inaccessible as the sea itself. Naturally, no mortal ever laid eyes upon such a magnificent structure. The Greeks described it as a means of explicating the unknown. What lay concealed beneath the waves, in the unfathomable darkness that swallowed ships and lost treasures, had to be imbued with some form of substance. And what better substance than the hall of a god, shimmering just beyond mortal reach? For sailors gazing intently at the horizon, the thought of Poseidon's watchful presence was both a source of comfort and a measure of unease. His most iconic emblem, the trident, was omnipresent. To a fisherman, it might represent a mere implement, but in Poseidon's grasp, it was no ordinary spear. With it, he possessed the ability to conjure storms, cleave solid rock, or convulse the very earth to the point of bringing cities crashing down. Earthquakes, a frequent occurrence in Greece, were perceived as his deliberate strikes against the terrestrial surface. Storms that battered vessels against rocky shores were viewed as manifestations of his anger, while a placid sea represented his fleeting moments of benevolence. Just as Zeus was perpetually depicted with his thunderbolt, so too was Poseidon invariably envisioned with his trident. It was the very essence of his might, as intrinsic to him as the ocean's own currents. Yet, the sea was far more than a force of destruction. It was also a source of abundance. providing sustenance in the form of fish to coastal communities, bridging vast distances between disparate lands, ferrying vessels laden with precious commodities. From the Aegean Sea, wine, olive oil, pottery, and grain flowed to enrich the various city-states. Homer himself poetically described it as the wine-dark sea, illuminated with ethereal hues under the sun's gaze. The Greeks harbored a complex relationship with this vast expanse, oscillating between apprehension and adoration, much like their feelings towards their deities. This inherent duality profoundly shaped the very fabric of Greek identity. Unlike the Egyptians, unified by the steadfast Nile, or the Mesopotamians, whose rivers meandered reliably across their plains, the Greeks lacked a singular, unifying river. Instead, their very existence was interwoven with the sea. Islands and peninsulas served as stepping stones, and virtually every pathway eventually led to the water's edge. The sea represented both their lifeline and their existential peril. To offer worship to Poseidon was not a matter of choice. It was an imperative for survival. His symbolic representations extended beyond the trident. Horses, for instance, were intrinsically linked to his name. In certain narratives, he is credited with the creation of the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In other accounts, he is depicted as their tamer and divine guardian. While the association of horses with sea deities might initially seem incongruous, the Greeks frequently likened the rolling waves to creatures, their white crests resembling manes as they galloped endlessly against the shoreline. Horses also signified wealth and status, and their dedication to Poseidon was an overt display of reverence. Indeed, one of the more peculiar offerings made to him involved the ceremonial drowning of horses at sea, a somber yet considered practice, fitting for a god who commanded dominion over both land and water. Dolphins, conversely, served to soften his formidable image. Seafarers observed them leaping in the wake of their vessels, interpreting these sightings as auspicious signs of Poseidon's favor. Just as Zeus had his eagle and Athena her owl, Poseidon had his dolphins, described as playful and steadfast companions of the ocean depths. In artistic depictions, they are often shown swimming alongside his chariot or ferrying Nereids across the waves, serving as tangible proof that Poseidon could be as benevolent as he was tempestuous. Nevertheless, his mythological narratives frequently highlighted his destructive capabilities. In one particular account, he and Apollo collaborated to construct the formidable walls of Troy for King Laomedon, only to be defrauded of their promised payment. Poseidon's retribution was swift and severe. He unleashed a monstrous sea creature upon the city. This narrative transcends a mere cautionary tale about broken promises. It encapsulates a fundamental Greek understanding that no bastion, however imposing, was impervious to the sea's might. Floods, seismic upheavals, and tempestuous storms possess the capacity to dismantle stone structures with far greater celerity than any invading army. The epithet earthshaker aptly conveys the vast scope of his influence. Greece's location upon unstable fault lines meant that both sacred temples and bustling towns were frequently reduced to rubble by sudden tremors. The Greeks, lacking a scientific understanding of plate tectonics, attributed these cataclysmic events to Poseidon. His trident striking the earth provided a coherent, albeit mythological, explanation for phenomena they could not otherwise comprehend. Sacrifices were offered not only by mariners, but also by kings and farmers, all imploring him to quell the subterranean disturbances beneath their feet. Despite this, his disposition was not invariably wrathful. Poseidon also facilitated tranquil sea voyages, guided ships toward safety, and bestowed prosperity upon cities. His temples were prominent landmarks throughout Greece, with none more breathtaking than the one situated at Cape Sunion. Even today, its pristine columns stand sentinel over the sea, visible for leagues to sailors approaching Athens. Envision an ancient mariner, weary and famished, spotting those columns at the break of dawn, a sudden potent reminder that the deity of the sea had not forsaken them. The inherent humor in his character stemmed from his mercurial temperament. Sailors might present offerings, pour libations of wine, and plead for divine favor. But the ultimate outcome invariably hinged on Poseidon's inclination towards generosity. Did he awaken serenely, conjuring merely a gentle breeze? Or did some perceived slight, perhaps a forgotten tribute, or a mere miscalculation of timing, provoke him to conjure a tempest? His nature was as unpredictable as the waters he governed. In mythological lore, Poseidon was often portrayed riding a chariot drawn by seahorses, the very waters parting before him. Wherever his presence manifested, the waves would fall silent, subdued by his divine aura. It is a compelling image depicting the god not in conflict with the sea, but effortlessly gliding above it, in complete command. For mortals perpetually vulnerable to sudden gusts of wind and treacherous currents, the concept of such absolute mastery held immense allure. Yet, the myths consistently reinforced the singular truth. This power resided solely with Poseidon. While mortals might endure through sheer fortune or fervent prayer, they could never truly command the ocean's fury. His domain, therefore, represented a profound paradox. His palace lay resplendent beneath the waves, yet his trident possessed the power to obliterate cities. His dolphins, symbols of playful companionship, were juxtaposed with his capacity to unleash devastating earthquakes. He could bestow the serenity of calm seas or enact destruction through catastrophic floods. Within him, the Greeks perceived the embodiment of the ocean itself, a force simultaneously perilous, beautiful, and utterly beyond human control. For the Greeks, every whisper of waves against the shore, every tremor of the earth, every sudden squall served as a palpable reminder of Poseidon's omnipresence. To inhabit a world where the sea was a constant neighbor was to live in perpetual awareness of him. His influence was neither remote nor abstract. It was immediate and inescapable. Consequently, whether they offered prayers at his temples, etched his trident onto their vessels, or simply gazed upon the horizon with profound respect, the Greeks never forgot the god of the sea. As the waves continued their ceaseless rhythm upon the shore, they believed they were hearing his voice, sometimes a gentle murmur, at other times a furious roar, but perpetually alive. This implied a world that was alive, breathing, and imbued with a restless divine presence. If Poseidon held sway over the seas, he also commanded mastery over disputes. Few deities within Greek mythology were as quick to anger or as reluctant to relinquish a grievance. He carried himself with considerable pride, and where pride flourished, contention often followed. Among his numerous rivalries, and there were indeed many, none holds greater renown or offers more insight into the Greek psyche than his contest with Athena for dominion over a city destined to be known as Athens. The narrative unfolds in the rugged terrain of Attica, a region lacking a singular divine patron. The populace, as the myth recounts, yearned for a celestial guardian to protect them, enrich their lives, and bestow prosperity upon their burgeoning city. Two deities stepped forth, each keenly vying for this prestigious mantle. Poseidon, the lord of the seas, with his formidable trident and his dominion over the rolling waves, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, skill, and strategic prowess. Both were immensely powerful, equally ambitious, and resolutely unwilling to concede. The dispute necessitated a contest, the prize being nothing less than the heart of an entire people. Poseidon, true to his impetuous nature, acted first. He strode to the formidable Acropolis and, with a thunderous impact of his trident, cleaved the very stone. From the exposed rock face erupted a spring of water, bubbling forth in a spectacular display. The assembled mortals gasped in awe. Surely this was a gift beyond compare, a font of life emanating from barren rock. However, upon tasting the water, their initial astonishment dissolved into bewilderment. The water was saline, briny like the ocean itself. While undeniably dramatic and certainly spectacular, it offered little practical utility for drinking or irrigation. In a land where every drop of potable water was precious, Poseidon's offering, though visually impressive, proved disappointing in its application. It was, in essence, a quintessentially Poseidonian gesture, magnificent, yet ultimately impractical. It was then Athena's turn. She approached with calm deliberation and planted a seed in the ground. From this humble seed emerged a tree, the very first olive tree. Its silvery green leaves shimmered vibrantly in the sunlight, and its fruit promised nourishment, oil, and timber. While seemingly modest in comparison to a gushing spring, its value was immeasurably greater. Olives could sustain a household, the oil could illuminate lamps during the night, and the wood could be fashioned into tools and vessels. Moreover, olive oil could be a valuable commodity for trade across the seas, bringing wealth and influence to those who possessed it. Athena's gift was understated, humble, and enduringly practical, a provision for the long term rather than a fleeting spectacle. The people deemed Athena's offering superior. The city was consequently christened Athens in her honor, not Poseidonia. The goddess of wisdom became its patron, and the olive tree its enduring symbol. Poseidon, however, was not a deity who accepted defeat with equanimity. In certain retellings, enraged by his loss, he unleashed a deluge upon the Attic plain as a form of vengeance, sending waves across the land to remind mortals of the divine power they had slighted. In other accounts, he retreated in silent indignation, nurturing the memory of the insult for centuries to come. One can readily imagine him muttering darkly to himself, perhaps questioning why mortals favored arboreal bounty over saline springs, as if such preferences were even remotely comparable. The story is often recounted with a subtle touch of humor, which perhaps contributes significantly to its enduring appeal. Poseidon's gift was ostentatious yet flawed, while Athena's was simple yet essential. The myth articulates a fundamental choice of values. Athens prided itself on its wisdom, foresight, and strategic acumen, qualities that Athena so profoundly embodied. Poseidon's salty spring, conversely, symbolized raw power, tempestuous might, and sudden dramatic displays. The Athenians admired these attributes in their sailors and warriors, but they did not wish them to define the very soul of their city. Yet, this contest also unveils a deeper truth. While Athens may have ultimately chosen Athena, it could never truly disregard Poseidon. The city's very existence depended on both deities in distinct yet crucial ways. Athena's olive groves flourished across the Attic landscape, providing sustenance and facilitating trade. And amphiarae filled with olive oil, bearing Athenian insignia, traversed the Mediterranean. Olive oil was consecrated in sacrifices, anointed onto the bodies of athletes, and stored as tangible wealth in carefully crafted jars. Without Athena's generous trees, Athens could not have achieved such remarkable prosperity. However, Athens also owed its very existence to the sea. The bustling port of Piraeus teemed with ships arriving from distant shores, carrying vital grain from Egypt, timber from Macedonia, and countless other goods from far-flung realms. During the classical era, the Athenian navy commanded the Aegean. Swift galleys manned by citizens in tight formation extended the city's influence far across the seas. Themistocles, one of Athens's most astute leaders, famously argued that the city's ultimate salvation resided not within its terrestrial walls, but within its naval might. And his assessment proved remarkably accurate. It was the Athenian fleet that transformed the city into a formidable naval empire. The sea that granted it the power to confront the might of Persia, and Poseidon's very realm that propelled those triumphant vessels forward. In this light, the myth of the contest transcends a simple narrative of victory and defeat. It speaks to the essential need for balance. Athena endowed Athens with its intellect, its strategic prowess, and its enduring symbol of peace, while Poseidon provided its expansive reach, its formidable fleet, and its dominion over the Aegean. Although the Athenians may have chuckled at the saltwater spring and lauded the olive tree, they never neglected their offerings to the sea god. His temple stood proudly at Sunion, alongside other prominent capes. His name was invoked with solemnity at the commencement of every maritime voyage. While the city venerated Athena above all others, it never forgot that Poseidon remained, a powerful, restless, and temperamental presence just beyond the distant horizon. The myth also possesses a profound connection to the physical landscape. Upon the Acropolis itself, visitors could still behold an ancient olive tree, purportedly the very one meticulously planted by Athena. Nearby, a saltwater pool, known as the Sea of Erechtheus, was believed to be the indelible mark left by Poseidon's trident. These tangible landmarks were intrinsically woven into the narrative. Myth was not a detached fantasy, but an integral part of the very ground beneath their feet. To stand upon the Acropolis was to stand at the very nexus where divine beings had once interacted with the earthly realm. The tree and the spring served as enduring, living testaments to the fact that Athens had been profoundly shaped by the influence of both Athena and Poseidon. From a historical perspective, the selection of Athena as patron was eminently logical. Olive trees thrived naturally in the rocky soil of Attica, flourishing where other crops faltered. They possessed remarkable resilience against drought, lived for centuries, and consequently became potent symbols of endurance. The Athenians meticulously built their prosperity upon the foundation of olive oil, engaging in extensive trade to acquire grain and other essential goods. To them, Athena's gift was not merely a mythological account, but a tangible explanation for their flourishing fortunes. Poseidon's spring, in stark contrast, represented the other vital component of their existence, the sea, vast and salty, fraught with peril yet utterly indispensable. The myth masterfully encapsulated the dual identity of Athens, a land renowned for its wisdom and craftsmanship, yet inextricably bound to the maritime world. Poseidon's contention with Athena did not conclude with the Athenian contest. Their rivalry persisted through the legends of kings and heroes. Certain versions of the tale recount how Erechtheus, an early monarch of Athens, engaged in conflict with Hippolytus, a son of Poseidon, who asserted his claim to the land by divine right. Their fierce battle culminated in Erechtheus's demise, and in his honor, the Athenians erected a tomb upon the Acropolis itself, situated in proximity to Poseidon's saline spring. Thus, their rivalry transcended the divine, extending into the political sphere and profoundly shaping narratives of kingship and dynastic succession. And Poseidon, being who he was, consistently found adversaries elsewhere. He contended with Hera for the sovereignty of Argos, with Apollo for Delos, and even challenged Zeus himself for control of the island of Aegina. He seemed perpetually disinclined to remain within his established boundaries, consistently asserting his influence. However, it was in Athens that his rivalry assumed its most symbolic significance. There, Athena's triumph transformed into a narrative that resonated through generations, serving as a constant reminder of the values the city held most dear. Nevertheless, one cannot help but feel a touch of amusement at the inherent irony. Athens proclaimed itself the city of Athena, yet it meticulously constructed a naval fleet that depended entirely on Poseidon's domain. It crowned its victors with olive wreaths, yet its vast empire was forged upon the sea's expanse. In a peculiar sense, the city existed in a perpetual state of negotiation between these two powerful deities, precisely as the myth so vividly illustrated. Wisdom and maritime might, the olive and the salt, the land and the water, Athens was profoundly shaped by the confluence of all these elements. Consequently, the rivalry presented here is not merely a story of defeat, but a testament to coexistence. The olive tree continued to flourish, the salt spring ceaselessly bubbled, and both were revered as sacred. Although Athena may have been the chosen patron, Poseidon undeniably left his indelible mark. His trident had struck the rock, and the resulting scar remained as a permanent feature. Athena's tree offered tranquility, yet the restless sea was never truly distant. The Athenians understood with profound clarity that their city required the influence of both. Therefore, within this particular chapter of Poseidon's extensive saga, he is revealed not only as the sovereign of the waves and the formidable shaker of the earth, but also as a deity whose formidable pride could dramatically influence the destiny of entire cities. His rivalry with Athena was not easily forgotten, for it was deeply inscribed into the very stone, soil, and collective memory of the land. While he may have lost dominion over the Acropolis, he gained something equally significant, a permanent and integral place within the very identity of Athens, serving as a rival neighbor and a constant, powerful reminder of the sea's immense and untamed force. When one conjures an image of Poseidon, the mind naturally gravitates towards crashing waves against a rugged shore, or the earth violently shaking from seismic tremors. Yet, the ancient myths also preserve his memory in moments of relative tranquility, portraying him not solely as a harbinger of destruction, but also as a formidable builder. Curiously, one of his most celebrated narratives does not center on tempests or shipwrecks, but rather on the construction of walls, specifically the imposing city walls of Troy. This is the tale of Troy in the era preceding the renowned Trojan War, when Poseidon, the very earthshaker, lent his divine hand to architectural endeavors. The narrative commences, as is often the case with such accounts, with an offense against the divine. King Laomedon reigned over Troy during that period, and like many mortal rulers, he was characterized by his pride, ambition, and a distinct lack of wisdom when interacting with immortal beings. According to certain accounts, he incurred Zeus's displeasure through boastful declarations of his city's might. In other versions, he directly offended Apollo and Poseidon. Regardless of the precise cause, the two gods found themselves subject to Zeus's decree, compelled to serve Laomedon in disguise as common laborers. This represented a most unusual fate for deities of such stature. The divine archer Apollo and the mighty lord of the sea, Poseidon, reduced to the toil of ordinary masons. However, the Greeks took considerable delight in recounting such tales, where the exalted and powerful were brought low, even if only temporarily. The monumental task assigned to them was the construction of the formidable walls of Troy. Day after arduous day they labored, Apollo meticulously shaping the stones with divine precision, while Poseidon, with the innate strength of a god, lifted them into place. Gradually the walls ascended, massive and seemingly impregnable, destined to achieve legendary status centuries later when Homer immortalized their eventual downfall. Even while subjected to servitude, the gods imbued their work with an unparalleled magnificence. The stones were fitted together with such exquisite exactitude that not a single blade of grass could find purchase between them. Mortals would later remark that no human hand could possibly have erected such formidable fortifications, and their assessment was undeniably accurate. However, upon the completion of the colossal undertaking, Laomedon committed a grave error, an action that would irrevocably echo through the corridors of history. He obstinately refused to compensate them for their labor. Whether driven by arrogance, avarice, or sheer, unadulterated foolishness, he denied them the agreed-upon reward. To deceive a mortal was one matter. To defraud a god was an entirely different proposition. Apollo, harboring a quiet but potent resentment, returned to his sacred shrines. Poseidon, however, was not a deity of subdued emotions. His fury was instantaneous and his retribution swift. He unleashed a monstrous sea creature upon Troy, a terrifying beast that rose from the ocean's depths to devastate the coastline and imperil the city. Panic gripped the Trojans. Despite their imposing fortifications, the walls proved utterly incapable of defending them against a creature originating from the abyssal depths. Laomedon, as monarchs often did in times of dire extremity, consulted the oracles and was informed that the sole means of appeasing the god's wrath was to offer his own daughter, Hesione, as a sacrifice. She was accordingly bound to the rocks along the shore, a victim intended to satiate the voracious hunger of the marine behemoth. It is at this juncture that myth, as it so frequently does, pivots from tragedy towards heroism. For it was at this precise moment that Heracles, engaged in his legendary labors, happened upon Troy. Witnessing the maiden shackled to the rocks, he proposed a bargain. If Laomedon would furnish him with the horses that Zeus had promised, Heracles pledged to slay the monstrous beast. The king readily agreed, though one begins to suspect his reliability concerning promises was rather questionable. Heracles heroically confronted the creature, vanquished it, and liberated Hesione. However, when Laomedon once again reneged on his solemn word, Heracles, fueled by righteous indignation, eventually returned with a formidable army, sacked Troy, and executed the king. Thus, Poseidon's altercation with Laomedon, which originated from a dispute over unpaid wages, initiated a chain of events that would reverberate through the centuries, effectively laying the groundwork for the subsequent Trojan War. What insights can we glean from this narrative? On one level, it is a straightforward account of divine retribution and human fallibility. Yet on another, it profoundly reflects the Greek conception of justice. Promises held immense weight. To betray the gods was to court inevitable ruin. Laomedon's refusal to honor his pact with Poseidon and Apollo brought not only a fearsome monster, but also ultimate destruction upon his lineage. Within Greek society, where oaths were considered sacred and hospitality a fundamental duty, such treachery was regarded as far more than mere impoliteness. It constituted a violation of the cosmic order itself. It is also particularly noteworthy that Poseidon is remembered in this context, not solely as an agent of destruction, but also as a skilled builder. The same deity capable of leveling cities with his earthquakes also possessed the strength to erect them. His power was inherently dual-natured. He could manifest magnificent creations, and he could just as easily sweep them away. In this capacity, he mirrored the very essence of the sea. The waters brought prosperity, facilitated trade, and sustained life along the Greek coastlines. Yet, they also possessed the capacity for immense destruction, inundating fertile fields and shattering seafaring vessels. To honor Poseidon was to acknowledge both facets of his being, the provider and the taker, the creator and the demolisher. From a historical standpoint, the legendary walls of Troy held profound significance. Archaeological evidence strongly suggests that the city indeed possessed formidable defensive structures, which were subjected to multiple reconstructions over the span of centuries. To the ancient Greeks, these walls were imbued with an almost mythical aura. To attribute their construction to Apollo and Poseidon was to explain their inherent grandeur and to elevate them beyond the realm of ordinary human endeavor. And when these very walls ultimately succumbed to the Greek forces during the Trojan War, it represented not merely a military triumph, but the shattering of something that was widely believed to possess divine origins. There exists, too, a subtle undercurrent of humor in envisioning Poseidon, the typically tempestuous sea god, standing amidst the dust and rubble, wielding a stonemason's hammer, and muttering about the intricacies of mortar joints and wall heights. The Greeks recounted these stories with a knowing glint in their eyes, fully aware of the inherent incongruity. Their gods were indeed mighty, but they also possessed surprisingly human characteristics. They engaged in quarrels, they labored diligently, they experienced the sting of being cheated, and they actively sought retribution. It was precisely this human element that rendered them so relatable and captivating. Poseidon may have shaken the earth with his trident, but he also understood the sharp sting of unpaid wages, a grievance that any mortal could readily comprehend. The narrative involving Laomedon and the construction of Troy's walls also serves as a significant foreshadowing of Poseidon's subsequent involvement in the Trojan War itself. Although the monumental conflict occurred generations later, Poseidon harbored no intention of forgetting the profound insult he had suffered. When the Greek armies laid siege to Troy, he once again lent his immense strength to reinforce the city's defenses. But he also selectively aided the Greeks when it suited his purposes, often punishing the Trojans for the past arrogance of their king. The gods, it appears, possessed exceptionally long memories. An affront to Poseidon was not a matter to be easily erased, even if decades had elapsed. Consequently, within this segment of his compelling story, Poseidon reveals himself not merely as the embodiment of the roaring sea or the trembling earth, but as a figure intrinsically linked to human concepts of justice, pride, and vengeance. He possessed the capacity to raise formidable walls, yet he could also dispatch monstrous entities to dismantle them. He could function as a laborer, an avenger, and a destroyer, all within the same divine persona. For the Hellenic people, who constructed their fortifications against adversaries and witnessed seismic events dismantle them unexpectedly, this was a deeply ingrained understanding. The narrative further illustrates the intermingling of legend and documented occurrences. Ilion, or Troy, was a tangible location, its remnants still observable in Anatolia. Its ramparts indeed stood impressively tall, built up over successive periods and restored throughout the ages. The Greeks, observing their magnificence, attributed their grandeur to mythical origins. They envisioned deities exerting effort with stone, molding blocks far beyond mortal capacity to lift. Moreover, when they recounted the downfall of those very walls, they perceived it not merely as a military account, but as a cosmic admonition. Nothing, however divinely ordained, endured eternally against the passage of time, the weight of arrogance, and the decree of destiny. Consequently, Poseidon's function as a constructor of fortifications transcends a mere noteworthy detail. It signifies his dual essence, his proximity to the predicaments of humanity, and his significance in the grand saga of Troy. He was not solely the deity who wrecked vessels and convulsed mountains, but also the god who shaped civilizations, penalized the violation of sacred vows, and laid the groundwork for future conflicts. And so, we conclude our contemplation of him here, the monumental architect and destroyer, a divinity capable of elevating stone higher than humankind and toppling it with greater swiftness than conflagration. The fortifications of Troy served as a testament to his might and a harbinger of his displeasure. For Poseidon was never a deity to be disregarded, nor a force to be circumvented. His trident possessed the power to rend the earth. His monstrous creations could emerge from the ocean depths, and his retribution could resonate across generations. Poseidon was not a god aloof and distant, content to reside in his submerged coral palace while humankind pursued its daily existence. Much like his brother Zeus, he frequently intervened in human affairs, at times bestowing blessings, at other times dispensing punishment, and frequently reminding mortals of the perpetual nearness of the gods. Among all the Olympian deities, Poseidon was arguably the most erratic in his interactions with heroes. At certain junctures, he acted as a paternal figure, a guardian, even a benefactor. At other times, he exhibited unyielding severity, unleashing tempests, monstrous beasts, or unending impediments upon those who incurred his wrath. His relationships with heroic figures, much like the ocean itself, could oscillate between magnanimity one day and utter devastation the next. Perhaps the most renowned of these encounters involved Odysseus, the sagacious ruler of Ithaca. Odysseus possessed a keen intellect, remarkable resourcefulness, and the favor of Athena, which already positioned him in opposition to Poseidon, Athena's perennial rival. However, it was a solitary act of imprudence that transformed Poseidon into his most formidable adversary. During the protracted voyage home from Troy, Odysseus and his crew disembarked on the island inhabited by the Cyclopes. There, they encountered Polyphemus, the one-eyed giant who happened to be Poseidon's son. Polyphemus apprehended them, intending to consume them sequentially, proving himself a less than hospitable host. Odysseus, employing his characteristic astuteness, blinded the Cyclops with a sharpened stake and managed to escape with his men. It was a masterful escape, yet a tactless triumph. As Odysseus's ship sailed away, he divulged his name to Polyphemus, exulting in his stratagem. The injured giant cried out to his father Poseidon, imploring him for retribution, and Poseidon heeded his son's plea. For the remainder of his journey, Odysseus was relentlessly pursued by tempestuous storms, disastrous shipwrecks, and perpetual setbacks. What might have been a voyage of mere weeks extended into 10 arduous years. Poseidon obstructed his progress at every turn, demolishing his fleet, scattering his men, and compelling Odysseus to wander from one island to another. The Odyssey, acclaimed as one of the most significant literary works of ancient Greece, is in many respects the chronicle of Poseidon's profound indignation. While Athena offered guidance to Odysseus on his path homeward, Poseidon erected every conceivable obstacle in his trajectory, transforming the sea itself into the arena of their struggle. Nevertheless, Poseidon was not invariably the antagonist of heroes. In the case of Theseus, the fabled sovereign of Athens, he was remembered as a progenitor. Certain interpretations of the myth suggest that Aegeus, the king of Athens, was the mortal father of Theseus. Others, however, assert that Poseidon was his true begetter. The sea god bestowed upon him exceptional strength and protection, thus designating him as a demigod hero. When Theseus embarked on his expedition to Crete to confront the Minotaur, it was said that he was under the protective watch of Poseidon's dominion. In artistic representations and narrative accounts, the association between Theseus and Poseidon provided the Athenians with both a source of pride and a foundation for their legitimacy. Their most celebrated hero was linked by lineage to the deity of the ocean. In a city defined by its rivalry with the sea god, this was an unexpected yet advantageous connection. It permitted the Athenians to assert that even though their city had selected Athena as its patron deity, Poseidon had not entirely forsaken them. He had, in fact, gifted them a hero. Poseidon's other progeny were not consistently as noble. Through his numerous unions, both consensual and otherwise, a multitude of beings came into existence, some heroic, others monstrous. The Cyclopes, such as Polyphemus, were counted among his descendants. Likewise, giants and formidable marine creatures were products of his unions. Triton, his son with Amphitrite, is remembered more favorably. Depicted as a merman possessing the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish, he would blow a conch shell to either pacify or agitate the waters. However, Even Triton's capabilities carried an element of threat. The conch shell could generate waves with the same ease as it could quell them. Poseidon's progeny mirrored his own multifaceted character, partly benevolent, partly terrifying. His interactions with heroes frequently imparted valuable lessons. When he offered assistance, it was to demonstrate that even the ocean could be a source of sustenance and support. When he imposed punishment, it was to impress upon mortals the considerable price of hubris. In Odysseus's experience, the message was unequivocally clear. Shrewdness might secure victories, but pride and boastfulness could precipitate utter ruin. For the Greeks, who held ingenuity and wit in high esteem, this served as a somber reminder that even intellectual prowess required tempering with humility in the face of divine authority. The very sea shaped these narratives. Greek mariners understood intimately what it meant to be at the mercy of wind and wave. A sudden squall could obliterate a fleet, much as Poseidon shattered Odysseus's vessels. A tranquil sea could guide them safely to port, mirroring the favor Poseidon might bestow upon his favored individuals. Attributing these shifts to the capriciousness of a deity was not merely a poetic flourish, but a practical necessity. It lent structure and significance to forces that were otherwise beyond human control. When a hero achieved success or encountered failure, it was never attributed to mere chance. Rather, it was seen as the consequence of divine will. We should also acknowledge the political utility of such myths. Cities and lineages frequently claimed divine ancestry to bolster their prestige. Designating Theseus as the son of Poseidon served to reinforce Athens' assertion of greatness. Interpreting Odysseus's tribulations as the direct intervention of Poseidon elevated his saga to a realm of cosmic importance, far removed from simple misfortune. In this context, the gods served to legitimize both acts of valor and instances of suffering. They integrated human struggles into a broader divine framework. Poseidon's wrath was not exclusively directed at individuals. Entire populations could feel his displeasure. In one account, the inhabitants of Corinth neglected his veneration, prompting him to unleash earthquakes as a demonstration of his might. In another narrative, he contended with Hera for dominion over Argos, or with Apollo for control of Delphi, striving to expand his influence. He did not readily accept established boundaries, nor did he easily overlook insults. For mortals, this rendered him both indispensable and perilous. To disregard Poseidon was an act of utter folly. To honor him was a necessity, though it offered no guarantee of safety. His dual nature as both progenitor and adversary afforded him a unique position within the Hellenic consciousness. Zeus often maintained a distant demeanor, ruling with thunderbolts from his celestial throne. Hades remained in the underworld, silent and somber. Poseidon, however, was ever present. His domain lapped at every coastline, reverberated through every city with seismic tremors, and constantly reminded mortals of his existence. He was a deity whose influence permeated human existence on a daily basis, sometimes acting as a protector, other times as a punisher. Consequently, it is through the exploits of heroes that we perceive Poseidon most vividly. He is the father who bestows strength, the patron who validates a hero's reign, the avenger who chastises arrogance, and the destroyer who impedes the return journey. He is as capricious as the sea itself, benevolent, enraged, patient, and sudden. In him, the Greeks recognized both the aspirations and the anxieties of their world. There is a certain ironic humor in how frequently Poseidon's resentments shaped epic narratives. A single boast uttered by Odysseus across the waves precipitated a decade of wandering. An unpaid tribute from Laomedon resulted in the dispatch of a sea monster to Troy. The gods, it would appear, possessed egos as delicate as those of mortals, with Poseidon's being particularly susceptible. Yet this humor is underscored by a profound truth. Just as a single careless utterance could offend a deity, so too could a single heedless action lead to maritime catastrophe. The parallel was too striking to ignore. From a historical perspective, these narratives also underscore the profound reliance of the Greeks on the sea. Their heroes were frequently mariners, their conflicts waged with naval fleets, and their commerce conducted across oceanic expanses. To elevate Poseidon to a central role in their mythology was to acknowledge this fundamental dependence. Even in narratives concerning terrestrial heroes like Theseus, the god of the sea appears, seemingly to assert that no story could escape his pervasive influence. Thus, within this discourse, we observe Poseidon not merely as the deity of oceans and seismic activity, but as the shaper of human destiny through his interaction with heroes. He was the unseen hand that either guided or thwarted them, the progenitor of some, the adversary of others, and the constant reminder that the sea was never to be treated with complacency. For the Hellenic people, whose lives were intricately woven with fragile seafaring vessels and voyages across unpredictable waters, this truth was as evident as the distant horizon itself. Poseidon's interactions with heroes are not simplistic accounts of triumph or defeat. They function as cautionary tales and profound reflections, lessons imparted through narrative form. They whisper of pride and subsequent retribution, of benevolence and eventual vengeance, of a deity who bestowed and reclaimed with equal measure. To engage with these stories is akin to listening to the sea itself, serene in one moment, tempestuous in the next, yet perpetually present, perpetually vibrant, and perpetually expectant. When the Greeks invoked the name of Poseidon, their thoughts extended beyond the ocean. They also conjured the image of the very earth shuddering beneath their feet. His appellation, Enosichthon, the earth shaker, was among his most ancient and most formidable epithets. To reside in Greece was to live in constant awareness of seismic disturbances. Temples crumbled, mountains fractured, and entire settlements were obliterated by the sheer force of collapsing masonry. For a civilization whose existence was predicated upon proximity to fault lines and unstable terrain, it was only logical to attribute such formidable power to a divine entity. And who more fitting than Poseidon, already established as the sovereign of tempests and restless oceans, to wield the trident that could strike the very land? The connection might initially appear incongruous. Why would the god of the sea be associated with earthquakes? Yet, within the Hellenic worldview, it possessed an intrinsic logic. The same primal force that churned the ocean's waves could also convulse the land. The sea permeated and encircled all existence, its latent power erupting without forewarning. Earthquakes were sudden, violent, and utterly irresistible, characteristics strikingly akin to the tempests Poseidon was known to unleash upon unsuspecting sailors. In essence, he embodied the very essence of natural cataclysm, whether manifested upon water or upon earth. Accounts of Poseidon's might as the earth shaker are abundant. In the Iliad, Homer vividly depicts Poseidon striking the ground with his trident, causing the earth to convulse violently. Mountains trembled, rivers shifted their courses, and even Hades, lord of the underworld, harbored fears that the terrestrial realm might fracture, exposing his shadowed dominion. This portrayal of a deity so potent that even other gods experienced trepidation encapsulates a fundamental aspect of his nature. He was not merely one ruler among many, he was an elemental force that instilled unease even within the cosmic order itself. There exists a distinct vein of dark humor associated with this epithet. Envision a Greek farmer meticulously constructing his stone dwelling or a protective wall, only to witness its utter disintegration a year later in a seismic event. What more plausible explanation than that Poseidon had elected to agitate the earth? One can almost discern the farmer muttering that the god must have been in an irascible mood once more, fervently hoping that a swift offering of a ram or bull might mollify his temper. Religion, in this context, served as a mechanism for coping. Earthquakes were terrifying phenomena, but if their occurrence was attributed to the divine will, then perhaps appeasement was possible. Certain myths explicitly forged this link. Poseidon was reputed to have struck the earth with his trident, thereby creating springs or opening pathways to the sea. At Delphi, prior to Apollo's claim of the sacred site, Poseidon was believed to be its original divine occupant, presiding over an oracle where earthquakes were thought to reveal the pronouncements of the divine. In Troezen, a city situated in the Peloponnese, the populace claimed that Poseidon had sundered the rocks with his trident, thereby forming sacred enclaves. Everywhere one looked, fissures in the earth or sudden springs were intrinsically associated with his formidable power. Historically, this apprehension was well-founded. Greece is geographically positioned at the convergence of tectonic plates, and seismic activity has repeatedly left its indelible mark on the nation's history. Archaeological excavations reveal strata of destruction within ancient urban centers, such as Mycenae, where fortifications were abruptly toppled, and reconstruction efforts commenced almost immediately. To the ancients, these were not mere geological anomalies. They were divine admonishments. Poseidon, restless within his subterranean palace, had unleashed his fury upon the land. And if he had done so once, it was presumed he could do so again. The dual character of Poseidon, encompassing both the sea and seismic upheaval, rendered him doubly formidable and doubly indispensable. Mariners dreaded his maritime tempests, while agriculturalists feared his terrestrial tremors. Civic leaders directed their supplications toward him, not only before embarking on naval expeditions, but also when erecting temples and city walls. Offerings to Poseidon might originate from individuals who had never set foot on a ship, but who had experienced the unsettling shift of the ground beneath them during their slumber. In this capacity, he functioned as a deity who inextricably linked the terrestrial and maritime realms, embodying both terror and absolute necessity. Tales also exist of Poseidon employing earthquakes as instruments of warfare. During the Trojan War, when the gods aligned themselves with opposing factions, Poseidon struck the fortifications of Troy with his trident, causing them to shudder down to their very foundations. In another narrative, he annihilated a mountain in retribution for the impiety of mortals. For him, an earthquake was not merely a natural phenomenon, but a deliberate act of will, a manifestation of divine justice. Just as Zeus hurled thunderbolts, Poseidon unleashed earthquakes. One of the more striking associations pertains to Poseidon and horses. Initially, this connection might seem unrelated to his role as the earth shaker, yet the Greeks conceptualized the resonant pounding of hooves across the earth as analogous to the rumbling of seismic tremors. Horses were powerful, formidable, and inherently difficult to control, much like the sea and the very ground beneath one's feet. To venerate Poseidon Hippios, the tamer of horses, was to acknowledge the same untamed strength that convulsed cities and agitated ocean waves. Certain scholars posit that Poseidon may have originally been revered as a horse deity, subsequently acquiring his identity as the Lord of the Seas. If this hypothesis holds true, his connection to earthquakes might extend even deeper into pre-Hellenic traditions, where thunder, hoofbeats, and tremors were perceived as unified manifestations of primal energy. An additional dimension exists within this conceptual framework. The Greeks possessed a keen awareness of the inherent fragility of their architectural endeavors. Unlike the monumental stone structures of Egypt, the temples and residences of Greece were frequently subjected to destruction and subsequent reconstruction. Earthquakes necessitated continuous rebuilding efforts. Within this cycle of renewal, Poseidon commanded both fear and profound respect. He possessed the power to annihilate, yet he also facilitated the clearing of ground for new construction. In a sense, he functioned as a deity of transformation, reminding mortals that permanence was an illusion. His tremors, however unwelcome, instigated new beginnings. One can readily appreciate the influence this had on their philosophical outlook. Just as Poseidon dismantled Laomedon's ramparts and thwarted Odysseus at sea, he could similarly demolish humanity's most ambitious undertakings with a singular seismic stroke. To the Greeks, who witnessed the ascendancy and decline of cities, the replacement of leaders, and the reversal of fortunes, the notion that even the earth could not be relied upon was entirely plausible. Poseidon embodied this very uncertainty. He represented the deity of instability, a perpetual reminder that no structure of apparent solidity was truly secure. Nevertheless, he continued to be honored and supplicated. Bulls were immersed in water in his honor, horses were sacrificed, and temples were erected on prominent headlands where the land met the sea. In venerating Poseidon as the earth shaker, the Greeks openly acknowledged their fear, while simultaneously seeking to coexist with it. It was preferable to regard him as a deity who might be propitiated rather than to exist in a world devoid of meaning and subject to arbitrary disaster. It was more comforting to recount tales of his trident striking the earth than to confess ignorance. There is an almost reassuring quality to this perspective. To envision earthquakes as the perambulations of a deity is to imbue them with personality, purpose, and even a degree of predictability. Poseidon might be temperamental, but temperaments could, in theory, be managed through offerings and prayers. This did not guarantee absolute safety, but it offered a semblance of control. And for a people perpetually living under the threat of seismic tremors, that semblance held considerable weight. Thus, in Poseidon, the earth shaker, we discern the Hellenic endeavor to elucidate the inexplicable, to weave apprehension into the fabric of myth, and to bestow a divine visage upon the unstable ground beneath their feet. He was the god who shook their edifices and their very lives, yet he was also the deity to whom they turned for sanctuary. He embodied the thunder of hooves, the crash of waves, and the rumble of mountains, all coalesced into a single, formidable presence. And in his inherent restlessness, they recognized the fundamental truth of their existence, that life was precarious, that power was inherently unstable, and that even the solid earth could betray them. Consequently, Poseidon's narrative, presented in this manner, transcends mere mythology. It becomes a profound reflection of lived experience. He was not solely the master of the sea, but also the god of earthquakes, the earth shaker, whose trident possessed the capacity to cleave rock and bring entire cities to ruin. To worship him was to acknowledge that the earth itself was never truly steadfast, and that only through reverence, perhaps tinged with a nervous smile, could mortals hope to navigate his capricious temperament. The deities of Greece, as you may have observed, were not averse to romantic entanglements, though romance might be too delicate a term for their passions. They loved frequently, they loved broadly, and they left behind a progeny that spanned the spectrum from noble heroes to terrifying monstrosities. Poseidon was no exception. Much like the sea itself, his affections were restless, mutable, and entirely unpredictable. Some of his unions resulted in order and magnificence. Others gave rise to chaos and dread. In his paramours and his offspring, we witness a distillation of Poseidon's own character. Generous and fertile one moment, destructive and terrifying the next. Among all his consorts, Amphitrite holds the foremost position. She was one of the Nereids, the 50 sea nymph daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus. Amphitrite was characterized by her grace, her dignity, and initially, a complete lack of interest in Poseidon's advances. When he sought her hand in marriage, she fled across the sea, evading his pursuit. The matter might have concluded there had Poseidon not dispatched a dolphin to locate her. The gentle creature pleaded on his behalf, ultimately persuading Amphitrite to yield. She returned accompanied by the dolphin, and Poseidon elevated her to the status of his queen. As a testament to her fidelity, the dolphin was subsequently placed among the stars, forming the constellation Delphinus, which continues to twinkle in the night sky. Thus Poseidon not only gained a wife, but also acquired a symbol of companionship and persuasion, and perhaps a subtle reminder that even for deities, diplomacy can occasionally prove more effective than overt force. Amphitrite bore him offspring, the most renowned among them being Triton. Commonly depicted as a merman with the upper torso of a human and the lower body of a fish, Triton wielded a conch shell that enabled him to either calm or agitate the sea's surface. Sailors believed that when waves unexpectedly surged or abruptly subsided, it was Triton's horn sounding across the watery expanse. In him, we observe the transmission of Poseidon's inherent duality. He was a child capable of bestowing tranquility upon mariners, yet also of subjecting them to the terror of storms. However, Poseidon's lineage was not exclusively benevolent. Through his numerous liaisons, he fathered beings of immense power and frequently profound menace. The Cyclops Polyphemus, encountered by Odysseus, was one such son. Gigantic, possessing a single eye, and harboring a predilection for consuming sailors raw, Polyphemus embodied the terrifying, lawless aspect of the sea, the facet that could engulf human lives without mercy. When Odysseus blinded him and boasted of his escape, it was Polyphemus's anguished cry to his father that initiated Poseidon's protracted and arduous campaign of vengeance, placing a curse upon Odysseus's voyage. Other offspring of Poseidon included giants, such as Orion in certain traditions, and beings associated with the untamed fringes of the world. His lineage extended across both land and sea, populating the Hellenic imagination with creatures that evoked both wonder and dread. Some were kings, establishing dynasties that traced their ancestral roots back to him. Others were monstrous figures, serving as stark reminders that the sea not only conveyed commerce and sustenance, but also harbored unfathomable mysteries capable of engulfing everything. In recounting these narratives, the Greeks mirrored their own perceptions of the sea itself. It was a realm teeming with life, offering both nourishment and vital connections to distant lands. The ocean realm, though often a source of bounty, was also fraught with peril, teeming with tempests, and shadowed by unseen creatures dwelling in its profound depths. To suggest that Poseidon, the mighty god of the sea, fathered both valiant heroes and monstrous beings, was to acknowledge the dual capacity of his domain to bestow blessings and unleash terror. His lineage was less a structured family tree and more a reflection of the sea's volatile temperament. Among his more extraordinary offspring were the magnificent winged steed Pegasus and the colossal giant Charybdis, both born from the very blood of the Gorgon Medusa when the hero Perseus severed her head. How did Poseidon become entwined with this tragic event? Ancient narratives recount that Poseidon had once consummated his desires with Medusa within the sacred temple dedicated to Athena, a profound violation that ignited the wrath of the wise goddess. As Perseus struck, Pegasus and Charybdis sprang forth from Medusa's lifeless form, children of Poseidon, though their emergence was marked by violence and obscurity. Pegasus would later ascend to the heavens, becoming a potent emblem of inspiration and artistic creation. Charybdis, though less celebrated, embodied sheer, unyielding strength. This duality again highlights Poseidon's paradoxical nature. From a single union emerged both ethereal beauty and terrifying might, the capacity for soaring flight and raw, brute force. Poseidon's romantic pursuits were not limited to the ethereal sea nymphs. He also sought companionship among mortals, often with consequences that profoundly shaped the destinies of entire dynasties. Many kings and rulers boasted of their descent from Poseidon, leveraging his name to solidify their claims to legitimacy. To declare oneself a son of Poseidon was to assert divine endorsement, to imply that one's reign was bolstered by the formidable strength of the ocean itself. In a society where lineage directly equated to power, such pronouncements held immense significance. Thus, Poseidon evolved into a potent political instrument as well as a revered deity. His numerous liaisons not only provided fertile ground for captivating myths, but also served as justifications for wielding authority. Nevertheless, his affections could also precipitate significant misfortune, as exemplified by the cautionary tale of Caeneus. Originally a woman named Caeneus, she suffered a brutal violation at the hands of Poseidon. In the aftermath, perhaps moved by guilt or a desire for solace, he offered her a boon. She requested a transformation into a man, ensuring she would never again be subjected to such violation. Poseidon granted her wish, and Caeneus became a formidable warrior, impervious to mortal weapons. However, during a fierce battle against the centaurs, he was ultimately overwhelmed, buried beneath an immense pile of trees and earth. The narrative is both tragic and insightful. Poseidon's ability to grant wishes bestowed extraordinary power, but it also harbored a hidden potential for downfall. Even his most generous gifts carried an inherent danger. Another of his notable mortal consorts was Tyro, a princess of Thessaly. With her, Poseidon fathered twin sons, Peleus and Neleus. Peleus would later usurp the throne of Iolcus, famously dispatching Jason on his perilous quest for the Golden Fleece. Neleus established himself as king of Pylos, his deeds immortalized in the epic poems of Homer. Through Tyro, Poseidon directly influenced the trajectory of Greek mythology and the unfolding of epic history. His children were not mere peripheral figures. They ascended to roles of kings, legendary heroes, and, in some instances, catalysts for widespread conflict. Tracing Poseidon's lineage reveals his offspring deeply embedded throughout the fabric of Greek storytelling. They appear as monarchs upon their thrones, as fearsome beasts lurking in desolate caverns, as steadfast companions to heroes, and as formidable impediments to perilous voyages. They embody the boundless reach of the sea itself, touching every coastline, every kingdom, and every individual life. While some inspired profound awe, others evoked intense fear, yet all bore the indelible mark of the ocean's sovereign. There is also a touch of wry humor in the way the Greeks chronicled these narratives. A deity as capricious as Poseidon was inevitably destined to preside over a rather tumultuous household. One can easily envision Amphitrite's patience being severely tested by the continuous influx of new sons and daughters, some noble, others bearing the traits of wild beasts. Family gatherings within Poseidon's opulent underwater palace must have been extraordinarily vibrant occasions. Imagine Triton, his conch shell horn at the ready, the formidable Cyclops Polyphemus lumbering about, his single eye scanning the surroundings, Pegasus restlessly pacing the celestial floor, and perhaps a pair of playful dolphins weaving through the assembled company. The Greeks, with their profound appreciation for tales of elaborate feasts and boisterous arguments, undoubtedly found amusement in envisioning such a diverse assembly convened under a single roof. Yet, beneath the surface of this humor lay a profound significance. Poseidon's romantic entanglements and the resulting progeny served as explanations for the world's phenomena. Why did storms erupt with such sudden ferocity? Because Triton sounded his mighty horn. Why did certain families claim special divine favor? Because Poseidon was their esteemed ancestor. Why did fearsome creatures inhabit the fringes of known territories? Because they were his offspring, serving as tangible reminders of the ocean's unfathomable mysteries. Mythology was not merely idle conjecture, it was a sophisticated method of mapping human experiences onto the natural world. Historically, the veneration of Poseidon often incorporated rituals that acknowledged his immense fertility and his tempestuous passions. In his honor, horses were ceremoniously drowned in the sea, bulls were ritually sacrificed, and grand temples were erected at the water's edge. In his dual capacity as both a generative lover and a destructive force, the Greeks perceived a reflection of life's inherent duality. Desire, they understood, could manifest in the creation of children, the founding of cities, and the establishment of dynasties, but it also possessed the potential to unleash chaos, incite violence, and bring about utter ruin. Poseidon's myths articulated this fundamental truth with striking clarity. Thus, in this discourse, we encounter Poseidon not merely as the earth shaker or the sovereign lord of the sea, but as a divine being whose affections and offspring permeated the collective Greek imagination. His children were a tapestry of heroes and kings, monsters and marvels. His passions engendered both exquisite beauty and profound terror in equal measure. In this sense, he was a deity who endowed the world with its rich variety, its inherent unpredictability, its captivating allure, and its ever-present danger. Much like the sea itself, he could exhibit gentle benevolence, nurturing new life, or unleash overwhelming fury, birthing calamitous storms and terrifying sea creatures. To immerse oneself in these narratives is to hear the very voice of the ocean, whispering its tales. Its waves carry forth the playful dolphins and precious pearls, but they also harbor the lurking sharks and treacherous whirlpools. Its unfathomable depths conceal both invaluable treasures and chilling terrors. Poseidon's lovers and progeny represent the personification of this profound paradox. They serve as a constant reminder that the sea both gives and takes, bestows blessings and inflicts curses, harbors love and perpetuates destruction. Within this ceaseless ebb and flow, the Greeks found the perfect archetype of a god, as complex and multifaceted as the very waters he commanded. Despite his proneness to storms, disputes, and lingering resentments, Poseidon was far more than a mere character in ancient tales. He was a deity universally worshipped throughout the Hellenic world, honored with magnificent temples, solemn sacrifices, and vibrant festivals. To the Greeks, his power was too palpable and immediate to disregard. The sea was an ever-present reality, its waves perpetually lapping at the shores of their dispersed city-states, and the tremors of the earth were never a distant concern. To neglect Poseidon was unthinkable. To honor him was paramount, even if his capricious moods could never be fully predicted or controlled. His worship extended from the sun-drenched islands of the Aegean to the grand coastal sanctuaries of the mainland. Arguably the most renowned was the temple situated at Cape Sunion, dramatically perched high on a promontory overlooking the vast expanse of the sea. Even in the present day, its stark white columns stand sentinel against the azure sky, a timeless landmark for mariners. In antiquity, the sight of those majestic columns emerging at dawn must have stirred profound emotions. After enduring weeks or even months at sea, beholding the god's temple, gazing watchfully over the harbor, would have evoked a powerful sense of both awe and profound relief. Sacrifices of bulls and rams were routinely offered at this sacred site, and prayers for safe passage were whispered into the salt-laden wind. The temple served as a stark reminder to all who beheld it that the sea belonged to Poseidon, and that Athens, despite its fervent devotion to Athena, never forgot its allegiance to the god of the sea. Another significant hub of Poseidonian worship was Isthmia, located near the city of Corinth. There, at the narrow isthmus connecting the Peloponnese to the rest of mainland Greece, stood a magnificent sanctuary dedicated to Poseidon. Its location was exceptionally strategic, a nexus where land and sea converged, a thoroughfare for travelers traversing the Greek world, and a natural gathering point for naval fleets. The Isthmian Games, second only to the Olympic Games in renown, were held annually in his honor, Athletes engaged in contests of running, wrestling, and chariot racing, while accompanying sacrifices and festive banquets celebrated the athletic prowess. The sea god, intrinsically linked with both horses and the surging waves, was an eminently fitting patron for such celebrated events. Victors were crowned not with laurel wreaths, as was customary at Olympia, but with crowns fashioned from pine or wild celery, plants symbolically associated with his cult. In Delphi, prior to Apollo's ascendancy as the preeminent oracle, it was believed that Poseidon had originally held dominion there, his power intrinsically connected to the seismic tremors that occasionally shook the region. Some ancient traditions even posited that the very first oracle at Delphi belonged to Poseidon, a poignant reminder that even the gift of prophecy was once inextricably linked to the sea and the earth's rumblings. Although Apollo eventually emerged as the dominant deity of the sanctuary, offerings to Poseidon continued to be made, a testament to his enduring ancient claims. His worship extended far beyond the geographical confines of Greece itself. In colonies established from Sicily in the west to Asia Minor in the east, temples to Poseidon were erected near harbors, serving as a constant reminder to the settlers that regardless of their distance from home, the sea god had accompanied them. Wherever Greek ships made landfall, they carried not only their valuable pottery and their distinct language, but also the solemn rituals of sacrifice offered to the god of the sea. The practices associated with his cult were as diverse and varied as his own multifaceted nature. Bulls, symbols of immense power and untamed spirit, were frequently drowned in the sea as offerings, their robust strength deemed a fitting tribute to the god who governed both horses and the tumultuous waves. Horses themselves were also sacrificed, a practice that was both financially costly and deeply symbolic, given the immense value of horses in ancient society. To offer a horse to Poseidon was no trivial gesture of devotion. Sailors routinely poured libations of wine into the waves before embarking on a voyage, imploring him to grant them calm waters. Fishermen, in an act of reverence, cast their very first catch back into the sea in his honor. To disregard such sacred rituals was to court the god's displeasure, and few individuals were so reckless as to risk such an encounter. In certain locales, Poseidon was venerated in more serene aspects of his being. At Mantinea in Arcadia, a region situated inland and quite distant from the sea, he was honored as Poseidon Hippios, the lord of horses, a testament to the far-reaching influence of his power, extending across terrestrial landscapes as readily as it did over aquatic realms. Farmers offered prayers to him, seeking favorable conditions for their fields. They perceived within his storms not only the potential for destruction, but also the life-giving rain essential for nourishing their crops. His various cults thus mirrored his inherent duality, simultaneously feared for his destructive might and respected for his benevolent generosity, never entirely predictable in his disposition. The Greeks frequently organized festivals in his honor, characterized by elaborate processions, competitive races, and communal feasts. At Corinth, the Isthmian Games attracted vast throngs of participants and spectators from across the entire Hellenic world. At Sunion, festivals integrated solemn religious sacrifices with significant political displays, as influential leaders showcased their naval might beneath the watchful gaze of the god. In smaller communities, Fishermen would congregate on the shores, pouring libations of wine into the waves and singing hymns to the earth-shaker before setting sail. The worship of Poseidon was not confined to grand, imposing temples. It was intricately woven into the fabric of daily life wherever the sea intersected with human existence. One of the most striking aspects of Poseidon's cult is the delicate balance it struck between reverence born of fear and gratitude stemming from deliverance. Worshippers did not approach him with the same affectionate familiarity they extended to deities like Dionysus or Aphrodite. Poseidon inspired profound awe, not intimate companionship. His festivals were imbued with a solemnity that bespoke deep respect, and his sacrifices carried an undeniable sense of urgency. To offer a prayer to Poseidon was to implore his mercy or to express profound gratitude for survival. He was not a god of comfort, but a god of necessity. Yet, within that necessity lay the very foundation of their devotion. From a historical perspective, this makes perfect sense. The Greeks were utterly dependent on the sea. It facilitated their trade, brought them wealth, and fostered their connections with distant lands. However, it also possessed the destructive capacity to obliterate ships, transport invading forces, and engulf human lives without a trace. Earthquakes, too, capable of toppling temples and residences, served as potent reminders that the very earth beneath their feet was a living, dynamic entity. Poseidon personified both these aspects. His cults reflected the fundamental truth that survival in the challenging landscape of ancient Greece necessitated a profound respect for the unpredictable forces of nature. There is also a subtle undercurrent of humor evident in some of the rituals. Sailors, notoriously superstitious, would frequently refuse to embark on a voyage if the omens observed at Poseidon's shrines were deemed unfavorable. One can easily picture captains delaying their departures, muttering about belated sacrifices, while impatient merchants paced the docks. The prevailing sentiment was that losing a single day was far preferable to losing an entire vessel, and Poseidon's cult provided a compelling justification, or perhaps even a convenient excuse for such prudence. In this context, religious observance and practical pragmatism were inextricably linked. Poseidon was also prominently featured in artistic representations. Pottery adorned with depictions of ships often included subtle nods to his power through the inclusion of dolphins or his iconic trident. Sculptures portrayed him as a robust, bearded figure with flowing hair, invariably holding his formidable trident. On coins, his visage was frequently stamped alongside symbols representing cities that owed their prosperity to the sea. To possess a coin bearing Poseidon's likeness was to acknowledge his pervasive influence in the everyday lives of the people. He was not merely a mythological figure, but a tangible presence in commerce, politics, and the very definition of identity. Even Rome, upon its adoption of Greek deities under new appellations, could not overlook his significance. They referred to him as Neptune. And while the name underwent a transformation, the fundamental essence remained unchanged. The sea continued to belong to him, as did the powerful forces of earthquakes and the noble steeds. Roman sailors, much like their Greek predecessors, poured libations of wine into the waters before setting sail. Roman poets continued to invoke his image, depicting him conjuring storms against defiant heroes. The legacy of his worship endured and propagated long after the decline of the Greek city-states themselves. What most profoundly strikes us when examining these cultic practices is the prevailing sense of equilibrium. Poseidon was not adored with the same fervent affection lavished upon certain other deities. He was not a gentle guardian of the hearth and home. Rather, he was a formidable power to be acknowledged, a force demanding respect. His temples were not situated in verdant, sheltered valleys, but rather on windswept headlands directly facing the sea, as if confronting his gaze head on. His festivals were characterized less by unbridled joy and more by profound respect, less by effusive celebration and more by a solemn acknowledgement of the need for survival. Yet, through this very respect, the Greeks integrated him into their very identity. They understood that to inhabit their land meant to coexist with the ever-present sea and the earth's periodic tremors. They achieved a measure of peace with this reality through their acts of worship. Poseidon's cult represented their way of communicating. We acknowledge your presence, we respect your power, and we honor you. We honor. In return, we implore you to spare us. It was a relationship built on a foundation of negotiation, marked by an uneasy yet enduring pact. Therefore, when we contemplate Poseidon, we must consider not only the captivating myths, but also the humble offerings left on sandy beaches, the powerful bulls submerged in the churning surf, and the gleaming temples perched precariously on cliff faces. His presence was indelibly etched into stone, imprinted upon the metallic surface of coins, and whispered softly into the boundless expanse of the waves. He transcended mere storytelling, becoming a palpable reality that profoundly shaped how people navigated the seas, constructed their dwellings, and offered their prayers. And perhaps it is for this very reason that his worship has left such enduring and indelible traces throughout history. To wander through the ruins of his ancient temples today, with the vast ocean stretching out before you, is to experience a profound sense of the awe that the ancient Greeks undoubtedly felt. The waves continue their ceaseless crashing. The earth persists in its occasional trembling. And Poseidon, though now silent, still seems to linger, a palpable presence. His cult was never about offering solace. It was about confronting an unvarnished truth. The truth that nature's grandeur is immense, that humanity's place within it is minuscule, and that profound respect is the only rational response to forces that lie beyond our control. As we conclude our exploration of Poseidon's multifaceted narrative, we begin to grasp the extent to which he was far more than a mere character in ancient legends. Poseidon was not simply the god presiding over waves and tempests. He was the very embodiment of the elemental forces that shaped the fundamental existence of the Greeks. The capricious nature of the sea, the unsettling tremors of the earth, the sudden thunder of galloping hooves, the formidable roar of approaching storms. These were all inextricably linked to his power. To speak of Poseidon was to speak of power itself, a power that could both bestow life and ruthlessly reclaim it. His legacy is not confined to the realm of myth. It resonates within the very fabric of how the Greeks lived their lives, the manner in which they conducted their worship, and the ways they sought to comprehend the world surrounding them. From the earliest expressions of poetry, his presence is undeniable. In Homer's epic, the Iliad, Poseidon emerges from the sea, striding across the tumultuous battlefield, lending his formidable strength to the Greek forces in their struggle against the formidable Trojans. In the Odyssey, he is depicted as the primary antagonist, relentlessly punishing Odysseus with seemingly endless wanderings for the egregious act of harming his son, the fearsome Cyclops Polyphemus. Within Hesiod's Theogony, he is recognized as one of the three supremely powerful brothers who meticulously divided the cosmos into distinct realms: the sky, the sea, and the underworld. Across the spectrum of dramatic literature, from the profound depths of tragedy to the lightheartedness of comedy, his name is invoked as the ultimate shaper of tempests, the breaker of formidable walls, and the perpetually restless deity never truly at peace. No other deity, with the singular exception of Zeus, appears with such remarkable frequency and in such a diverse array of roles throughout the extensive corpus of Greek literature. However, his influence was not merely confined to the realm of storytelling. The Greeks erected magnificent sanctuaries at the crucial junctures where land and sea converged, as if to stand directly within his imposing gaze. The temple at Cape Sunion, its ancient columns still gleaming brilliantly today, served as a vital beacon for countless mariners. One can easily imagine the immense relief experienced by a ship's crew, weary from weeks at sea, upon sighting the brilliant white marble structure rising majestically above the rugged cliffs, a clear sign that they were nearing home, a testament that Poseidon had granted them safe passage. At this sacred site, bulls were ritually sacrificed, libations of wine were poured, and heartfelt prayers were whispered into the vastness of the wind. His worship was as profoundly practical as it was deeply reverent. The underlying principle was clear: offer tribute to the god, and perhaps he would grant leniency. Near Corinth, at Isthmia, the Greeks convened the Isthmian Games in his honor. Athletes vigorously competed in feats of running, wrestling, and chariot racing, while musicians and poets also vied for recognition. The victors were awarded not with olive wreaths, as was the custom at Olympia, but rather with wreaths fashioned from pine boughs or even wild celery. While the symbolism might appear peculiar to modern sensibilities, it held profound significance for the Greeks. Each plant possessed its own sacred associations, and every festival carried its unique, ritualistic meaning. For Poseidon, pine and celery were deemed fitting tributes, hardy plants that grew close to the sea, symbolizing resilience and endurance. The games served as a powerful reminder to all in attendance that he was more than just the deity of storms. He represented strength, power, and the very spirit of competition. Even in regions far removed from the sea, inland communities remembered Poseidon. In Arcadia, he was venerated as Poseidon Hippios, the esteemed lord of horses. Farmers would offer him prayers, seeking his blessings for the fertility and prosperity of their herds. Warriors sought his divine favor before engaging in battle, recognizing the crucial role of horses in warfare. After all, horses represented significant wealth and status. To honor Poseidon in this specific capacity was to implicitly acknowledge that his dominion extended even to the very heartland of the continent. His influence was not confined to salt water. It galloped across the fertile fields with the same unstoppable force with which it surged across the turbulent waves. There is a curious and compelling element of humanity in this aspect of his worship. The Greeks both feared him and sought to subtly domesticate his wild nature, attempting to transform the untamed god of earthquakes and storms into a benevolent patron of agriculture and athletic endeavors. Yet, he consistently resisted complete subjugation. His enduring myths consistently remind us of his volatile temperament, his deep-seated pride, and his capacity for swift vengeance. A single overlooked offering, a broken promise, or a perceived slight could easily precipitate disaster. Cities understood the critical importance of not forgetting him, even if their primary allegiance lay with deities like Athena or Apollo. He was the god whose unpredictable temper required careful management. His legacy also played a significant role in shaping political landscapes. Numerous royal families trace their esteemed lineage back to him, including the rulers of Pylos, Corinth, and even the legendary, albeit fictional, city of Atlantis, described by Plato. To claim descent from Poseidon was to assert a claim of divine legitimacy, to position one's royal seat upon foundations as vast and enduring as the ocean itself. Such claims were not merely idle boasts. They carried substantial weight in a cultural context where ancestry was intrinsically linked to power. Poseidon's name lent formidable strength to ruling dynasties, just as his destructive storms imbued naval fleets with a terrifying potency. Even his myths, centered around his numerous grudges, carried important lessons. The cautionary tale of Amphitrite served as a stark warning to the Greeks regarding the perils of excessive arrogance. Boasting too loudly, it implied, could provoke the very sea itself to turn against you. The narrative of Laomedon cautioned against the grave consequences of reneging on solemn promises. Deceiving the gods, the story suggested, would be remembered, even across generations. The legendary contest with Athena offered a crucial insight. Wisdom and foresight ultimately triumph over mere spectacle and brute force. Although Poseidon's sacred salt spring continued to bubble forth on the Acropolis, a perpetual reminder of his historical presence even in defeat, these narratives served a higher purpose. They were not simply tales spun for amusement. They functioned as frameworks for moral instruction, teaching valuable lessons about the consequences of pride, deceit, and disrespect. And yet, despite his formidable anger and occasional wrath, Poseidon remained an essential figure. Sailors routinely poured wine into the sea before embarking on their voyages. Fishermen faithfully cast their initial catch back into the waves as a sacred offering. Entire bulls were driven into the surf and allowed to drown, their immense strength considered a fitting sacrifice for the god who ruled over both horses and the relentless tides. These rituals were not undertaken lightly. They represented desperate negotiations with a deity who possessed the capricious power to either shatter an entire fleet or bestow a bountiful harvest. In his case, religious observance was less about fostering affection and more about ensuring survival. When Rome gradually absorbed the pantheon of Greek gods, Poseidon transitioned into the Roman deity Neptune. His temples began to appear across the Italian peninsula, and his festivals were meticulously integrated into the Roman calendar. Roman poets, much like their Greek predecessors, lauded him in grand epic poems. The trident remained his universally recognized symbol, and dolphins and horses continued to be his favored companions. Neptune carried forward Poseidon's essential character, albeit under a Latinized name. The vast empire that governed the Mediterranean Sea could scarcely afford to disregard the deity who had symbolized its very essence for centuries. Artistic endeavors preserved his image long after the physical structures of his temples had crumbled into ruin. In the magnificent paintings of the Renaissance, Poseidon is depicted as a majestic, bearded figure, commanding the sea with an air of regal authority. In sculptures, he is portrayed striding forward with purpose, trident clutched firmly in hand, with swirling waves depicted at his feet. In the realm of literature, he is invoked whenever the power and majesty of the sea need to be personified. Even in contemporary narratives, including novels, films, and popular culture, Poseidon's iconic trident flashes forth, an instantly recognizable symbol of his enduring power. His legacy has spanned millennia, exhibiting a restlessness as profound as the waves themselves. There is a subtle, almost ironic humor in this remarkable endurance. Consider the god who was never chosen as the primary patron of Athens, who famously lost contests, who engaged in endless quarrels, and who often sulked when he felt insulted. This same deity remains etched into human memory with a far greater depth of impact than many gods who are more universally beloved. Perhaps this is because we cannot simply ignore what he represents. While Zeus may thunder from the celestial heavens and Athena may whisper profound wisdom, the sea remains an omnipresent force in our lives. Ships continue to sail across its surface, storms still gather on the horizon, and earthquakes still send shudders through the earth. Poseidon, in essence, is still present, even though we no longer perform the ritual of pouring wine into the surf. His enduring legacy also serves as a potent reminder of the importance of humility. The ancient Greeks dwelled close to the capricious embrace of nature, their burgeoning settlements precariously positioned against the threats of inundation, seismic shifts, and tempestuous gales. By elevating Poseidon to divine status, they implicitly acknowledge their inherent fragility and the limits of their dominion. They conceded that ultimate control eluded them. Centuries hence, armed with sophisticated machinery and advanced meteorological predictions, we discover that this fundamental human sentiment remains unchanged. When cataclysms descend, the earth convulsing, the oceans surging with formidable might, our collective confidence is swiftly eroded. Though we may no longer invoke Poseidon by name, the underlying apprehension persists. Consequently, Poseidon's narrative transcends mere folklore. It transforms into a profound reflection of our own condition. He embodies the terrifying fury of the tempest and the serene tranquility that offers salvation. He is revered as the progenitor of heroes and the source of monstrous beings. He wields the trident that can cleave the very earth, and paradoxically, is also the dolphin that joyfully accompanies a seafaring vessel. He represents both benevolent gifts and devastating curses, the dual forces of creation and annihilation. Within him, the Greeks perceived the inherent paradox of existence itself, the delicate nature of life, the volatility of power, and the indispensable necessity of reverence. Picture yourself standing upon a Grecian coastline, 2 millennia and 5 centuries in the past. The sun is descending, painting the sea with hues of gold. Fisherfolk are laboriously hauling their crafts ashore, their lips moving in hushed supplications. From the promontory, a temple radiates a soft luminescence in the waning daylight. A bull, destined as an offering to Poseidon, is being guided towards the surf. The waves whisper and hiss against the craggy rocks, and the ground beneath your feet still bears the visible remnants of past seismic upheavals. In that profound instant, the significance of Poseidon becomes unequivocally clear. He was not merely a deity, He was the very essence of existence, precarious, fraught with peril, yet undeniably magnificent. As we now approach the culmination of his story, we can discern the echoes of what the ancient Greeks themselves perceived: the ceaseless rhythm of the waves upon the shoreline, the deep, resonant tremor of the earth, the subtle intimation of the sea god's voice. Poseidon, the earth shaker, the sovereign of the abyssal depths, continues to communicate across the vast expanse of time. His trident, though imagined, gleams brightly. His submerged palace shimmers beneath the waves. His pervasive influence lingers in every brewing storm. He is a force of perpetual motion, eternal and inescapable. He is, quite simply, the ocean. Let us commence our narrative, as is customary with cautionary tales, with a matrimonial event. Not just any union, mind you, but the sacred covenant between the supreme ruler and his consort among the gods, Zeus and Hera, on the majestic heights of Mount Olympus. Their partnership was not held as an exemplar, but rather as a perpetual source of celestial discord, precipitating atmospheric disturbances and, on occasion, the transformation of livestock into herds of bewildered cattle. Within the societal framework of ancient Greece, marriage was regarded as a foundational institution, albeit one constructed upon decidedly patriarchal principles. Such arrangements typically involve strategic alliances, the transfer of dowries, and the procreation of heirs. Affection was often secondary, and mutual regard subject to negotiation. As for fidelity, the very notion was considered rather fanciful. In this particular regard, Zeus and Hera adhered strictly to convention. Their marital commencement was, to say the least, inauspicious. Zeus, the thunderous sovereign of the firmament, initially sought Hera's favor through courteous overtures. His efforts, however, proved entirely unavailing. Consequently, in a maneuver that vividly illustrates his character, Zeus transmuted himself into a small, trembling avian creature. Hera, exhibiting her inherent maternal inclination, took pity upon the fragile being and cradled the quivering creature against her chest. It was at this juncture that Zeus reverted to his true form, exploiting her compassion in a manner that would unquestionably fall afoul of any contemporary legal statute. Hera, consequently shamed and cornered, reluctantly consented to wed him. The celestial court rejoiced for 3 centuries, and their union was widely considered a divinely ordained match. Nevertheless, from its very inception, their bond manifested less as a harmonious celestial partnership and more as a prolonged campaign of retaliatory actions. Zeus, to employ a mild understatement, was notoriously unfaithful. He pursued mortals, nymphs, and even occasional divine relatives with an ardor that bordered on the athletic. Danae, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa. The roster of his conquests would necessitate its own epic compilation, and each clandestine encounter was invariably accompanied by a supernatural metamorphosis. He appeared as a shower of gold, a graceful swan, a powerful bull, and even a particularly formidable thundercloud. This was not mere infidelity. It was an art form of grand spectacle. Hera, as the divine patroness of marriage, might reasonably have been expected to uphold domestic tranquility with grace and forbearance. However, patience was decidedly not among her virtues. Indeed, Hera's preferred mode of expressing affection was through vindictiveness, and her primary communication strategy involved targeted persecution. Notably, her retribution was not directed at Zeus himself, but rather at his paramours and the progeny that resulted from these unions. Io, a devoted priestess of Hera, was seduced by Zeus and subsequently transformed into a pristine white heifer to conceal her indiscretion. Hera, discerning the deception, promptly requested the heifer as a gift. She then appointed the vigilant hundred-eyed Argus to guard her newly acquired bovine charge. Upon Argus's eventual demise at the hands of Hermes, Hera commemorated his loyalty by adorning the tail of her peacock with his numerous eyes, a gesture of exquisite, if rather petty, vindictiveness. Semele, the mother of Dionysus, was cunningly persuaded by Hera to implore Zeus to reveal himself in his full divine splendor. Zeus complied, and Semele was consumed in a conflagration of celestial intensity. Hera, victorious, claimed Semele's ashes. Leto, another of Zeus's lovers, was relentlessly pursued across the globe by a wrathful Hera, who decreed that she be forbidden to give birth on any land touched by the sun's rays. Leto ultimately found sanctuary on the nomadic Isle of Delos, where she successfully delivered Artemis and Apollo. It is said that even the very earth quaked in response to Hera's formidable fury. And of course there was Heracles, Zeus's most beloved illegitimate offspring, born to the mortal Alcmen. Heracles became the lifelong target of Hera's animosity. She dispatched venomous serpents to his cradle and drove him to a state of madness, compelling him to slay his own family. As he embarked upon his legendary 12 trials, it was Hera who ensured that each arduous task was imbued with the utmost misery and hardship. One might almost construe her actions as a form of perverse tutelage, were it not for the evident malice. Yet Hera's retribution was not solely confined to mortals. She once instigated a mutiny against Zeus himself, enlisting the aid of Poseidon and Athena in a clandestine plot to bind him with unbreakable chains. This endeavor, predictably, proved unsuccessful. Zeus was eventually liberated by Thetis, the mother of Achilles, and, in retaliation, Hera was punished by being suspended from the heavens by golden manacles, with heavy anvils attached to her ankles. One can only surmise that the subsequent marital counseling sessions were, to say the least, rather fraught. However, what truly cemented Zeus and Hera as the preeminent power couple of Mount Olympus was not the grandeur of their respective domains, the sky and marriage, but their sheer, unyielding persistence. Regardless of the frequency of betrayals, conspiracies, imprisonments, or bovine transmutations, their marriage endured. Their union was less an embodiment of affection and more a testament to inevitability, a divine allegory for resilience, if not precisely for romance. It is crucial to acknowledge that within the cultural context of ancient Greece, deities were not expected to serve as paragons of moral rectitude. Instead, they functioned as reflections, amplified manifestations of human instincts and emotions. Zeus and Hera were not failing in their marriage. Rather, they were enacting it on a scale befitting mythology. If the gods themselves struggled to uphold fidelity or exercise patience, what hope could mortals realistically harbor? Hera, for her part, was not entirely devoid of admirable qualities. She possessed an aura of regality, majestic bearing, and formidable strength. She was a protector of women during childbirth and a potent symbol of queenship. In the cities of Argos, Samos, and Olympia, her cults rivaled even those dedicated to Zeus. Her iconography, frequently depicting her seated with a scepter in hand and a radiant diadem adorning her brow, exuded an undeniable dignity. Nevertheless, her narratives rarely engendered sympathy. She is predominantly cast as the antagonist in the tragedies of others, a figure characterized by icy wrath and deliberate cruelty. Whether she ever truly cherished Zeus remains a subject of ambiguity. What is far more apparent is her profound aversion to being made a figure of ridicule, a humiliation she ensured would never be forgotten. Zeus, in his own defense, remained unrepentant. He was, after all, the sky itself. He commanded the thunder and hurled the lightning. His infidelities were less expressions of passionate desire and more demonstrations of dominance, symbolic of his absolute authority over both gods and mortals. He faced no repercussions for these transgressions. Indeed, he was celebrated for them. Even the mortals he seduced were frequently elevated, transformed into celestial bodies, trees, or constellations. The offspring he fathered often rose to the status of heroes. His lovers, conversely, faced ruin, scorn, transformation, or death. It is here that the stark disparity in divine political dynamics becomes evident. Zeus held the position of king, while Hera was the queen. Yet her reign was one of order, whereas his was one of chaos. She championed loyalty, while he flagrantly disregarded it. She administered punishment, while he offered pardons. Despite these fundamental differences, however, they remained inextricably linked. Artistic depictions consistently portray them side by side, often enthroned and adorned with symbols of their power, such as peacocks and thunderbolts, thereby embodying the enduring nature of their rule. In mythological accounts, they function as a unified entity, perpetually engaged in conflict, yet never truly divided. A particularly intriguing tale, preserved in some later historical records, recounts Hera's attempt to recapture Zeus's attention by deliberately withdrawing from him entirely. She retreated to the furthest reaches of the earth. Zeus, finding her absence disconcerting, orchestrated an elaborate deception. He commissioned a statue in the likeness of her handmaiden, declared his intention to marry another, and proceeded to parade this ersatz bride across the heavens. Hera, predictably, materialized in a fit of incandescent rage. In certain versions of the narrative, she is described as finding amusement in the ruse. Following this episode, a reconciliation occurred, at least temporarily. Even within their deceitful machinations, a mutual acknowledgement of their intertwined destinies was present, a celestial cold war punctuated by absurd gestures of appeasement. The ancient Greeks, for their part, were captivated by the psychological intricacies of this divine discord. Tragic playwrights such as Euripides and comedic writers like Aristophanes frequently embrace the inherent absurdity of celestial squabbles. The gods were not presented as moral exemplars. Rather, they served as cautionary narratives. Children in Athens, upon hearing of Hera's relentless vendettas, would have gleaned a straightforward lesson. It is inadvisable to antagonize one's wife, particularly if she possesses influence over serpentine creatures and atmospheric phenomena. In religious observances, Hera continued to command profound reverence. Her festivals, such as the Haraya, celebrated feminine fortitude and societal harmony. Marriages were solemnized under her auspices. She was undoubtedly feared, but she was also accorded deep respect. She served as a potent reminder that power within the divine hierarchy was not solely contingent upon the deployment of thunderbolts. At times, it manifested as endurance, the preservation of memory, and a deeply entrenched grievance capable of outlasting entire civilizations. The marital union of Zeus and Hera bore no resemblance to a love story in any contemporary understanding of the term. It represented a mythological arena where fidelity and retribution engaged in a slow, unending dance. Yet, perhaps their enduring presence together, their unwavering refusal to separate irrespective of the accumulated transgressions, constituted a form of loyalty in itself, a taxing, toxic, and theatrically dysfunctional form of devotion. Their disagreements were never definitively resolved. They merely experienced intermissions between recurring episodes. The ancient Greeks, observing from their temples and altars, would have recognized the inherent truth in this dynamic. For on Mount Olympus, as on earth, the most acrimonious disputes are not necessarily those that reach a conclusion, but rather those that persist across centuries, through countless myths, and through an unending succession of marital unions. Upon the rugged incline of the Acropolis, amidst the stately marble columns and the enchanting melodies of cicadas, lies the very heart of ancient Athens, a metropolis named not for a monarch or a warrior, but for a goddess. Not just any goddess, of course, but Athena herself, the formidable warrior, the astute strategist, the mistress of both fate and the weaver's craft. The genesis of her bestowing her name upon this magnificent city is, predictably, a narrative steeped in divine rivalry, public spectacle, and, regrettably, the familiar pettiness of celestial disputes. The unfolding of this saga commences, as do many significant conflicts, with Poseidon. Poseidon, the revered deity of the sea, the horses, and the cataclysmic power of earthquakes, was not particularly renowned for his subtlety. He was a god of profound impact, trident firmly grasped, his beard perpetually encrusted with sea salt, and an ego as vast as his domain. Like the majority of the Olympians, he harbored a fervent desire for dominion. Cities, temples, devoted worshippers, all were considered legitimate spoils. And as his gaze fell upon the yet unnamed settlement burgeoning in the surrounding plains, he perceived a significant opportunity. Consequently, so too did Athena. Athena, miraculously born fully armed from the very head of Zeus, possessed qualities that stood in stark contrast to Poseidon's boisterous nature. She was measured, strategic, and remarkably composed. Where he would storm and rage, she would meticulously plan. Where he would bellow, she would engage in reasoned discourse. However, make no mistake, her ambition was no less potent. She too desired a city to call her own. And thus, the proposition was made, or more accurately, asserted, a contest would be held. The city would be awarded to whichever deity could present the populace with the more valuable gift. At this juncture, one might reasonably question the criteria for assessing such a gift. Was it utility, aesthetic appeal, or perhaps its longevity over time? The myths, as is often the case, remain somewhat vague regarding these specifics. However, according to tradition, the contest transpired upon the Acropolis itself, with the esteemed 12 gods convened as observers, and King Cecrops, a figure described as having serpentine lower limbs, if the accounts are to be believed, serving as the arbiter. Poseidon, true to his tempestuous nature, presented his offering first. With a resounding strike of his trident upon the earth, he conjured forth a spring. Depending on the particular account, this spring yielded either seawater or salt water. While not the most palatable of beverages, the display was undeniably impressive. Some versions suggest a violent gush, while others describe the formation of a small lake, subsequently named the Erechteus. Poseidon surveyed the onlookers expectantly. It was, without question, a crowd-pleasing demonstration, flamboyant, resonant, and decidedly damp. Next, it was Athena's turn. She stepped forward without fanfare and planted an olive sapling. A palpable silence ensued. A mere tree, just a tree. But as the sapling began to grow, steadily and deliberately, the assembled populace commenced to murmur amongst themselves. The olive tree, they realized, would provide sustenance in the form of fruit and oil, as well as timber for construction and fuel. It represented not merely a gift, but an entire way of life. In a land characterized by arid conditions and relatively shallow soil, the olive tree could flourish. Its produce could be a valuable commodity for trade, capable of sustaining an entire city. Thus, the decision was rendered. Athena had emerged victorious. The city would henceforth be known as Athens, and her magnificent temple, the Parthenon, would be erected in its honor. The olive tree would become its enduring emblem. As for Poseidon, it must be said that he did not receive the news of his defeat with grace. He was, to put it mildly, a poor sportsman. The god of the sea, perhaps a touch petulant, unleashed a flood upon a portion of the Attic plain in a fit of divine pique. A rather damp tantrum, one might observe. Other accounts suggest he simply retreated, grumbling his displeasure, back into the ocean's depths. Regardless of the specific manifestation, the outcome remained the same. The rivalry persisted. Nevertheless, despite the contest's definitive result, Poseidon was not entirely expunged from the Athenian narrative, far from it. A sanctuary dedicated to both deities stood majestically atop the Acropolis. The Erechtheion, an ancient temple situated adjacent to the Parthenon, housed sacred relics from the contest, including the saltwater spring known as the Sea of Erechtheus and Athena's olive tree, reputed to be the very sapling she had planted. This arrangement represented a diplomatic compromise. Ancient city-states were profoundly religious, and the practice of hedging one's divine bets was considered a prudent strategy. After all, one could never be certain when a slighted deity might unleash a drought, an earthquake, or even a vengeful sea monster. However, the underlying tension between Poseidon and Athena extended beyond the mere naming rights of the city. Their rivalry encompassed patronage, fundamental values, and even aesthetic sensibilities. Poseidon symbolized raw power, unbridled passion, and the untamed forces of nature. Athena, conversely, embodied intellect, order, and measured restraint. One represented the wild, unpredictable ocean. The other, the disciplined, strategic battlefield. In many respects, Athens consciously embraced the latter, evolving into a preeminent center of learning, artistic expression, and structured warfare. This symbolic divergence was far from accidental. The Greeks placed immense importance on the meanings their gods represented, and the specific deities a city honored offered significant insight into its core identity. Sparta, for example, gravitated more towards Ares, the god of war. Corinth found favor with Aphrodite, the goddess of love. Delos championed Apollo, the god of music and prophecy. Athens, definitively, aligned itself with Athena. By choosing her, they actively cultivated an image of rational strength, prioritizing strategy over brute force and olive branches over tidal waves. However, one must not overlook the Greeks' well-documented penchant for holding grudges. Denied patronage of Athens, Poseidon bestowed his favor upon other cities, notably Corinth, which erected numerous temples in his honor. He remained a formidable deity in coastal regions, venerated by sailors and merchants alike, and his ongoing feuds with Athena manifested in myths, each more bizarre than the last. In one particular narrative, Poseidon accuses Athena of aiding the hero Perseus, the celebrated slayer of Medusa. Interestingly, Poseidon himself had a prior, rather unfortunate entanglement with Medusa within a temple dedicated to Athena. Athena, ever the perfectionist, was not amused by this situation. She retaliated by transforming Medusa's luxurious locks into venomous serpents and bestowing upon her a petrifying gaze. Whether Poseidon voiced any objection to this outcome remains unclear. He was generally known for moving on swiftly from such matters. Then there was the monumental Trojan War, wherein Poseidon and Athena initially found themselves allied, at least in principle. Both deities lent their support to the Achaean forces and harbored a strong disdain for the Trojans. However, as the protracted siege wore on, their collaborative spirit began to erode. Poseidon, increasingly agitated by perceived slights and a lack of proper deference, began to waver in his allegiance. Athena, as was her characteristic, remained steadfastly and strategically vengeful. Even after the war concluded, their divine paths diverged significantly. Athena provided crucial assistance to Odysseus, guiding him on his arduous journey home. Poseidon, conversely, adopted an entirely opposing stance, actively hindering Odysseus's return, inflicting punishment, conjuring storms, and transforming the unfortunate hero's voyage into a decade-long trial of endurance. The very fact that Odysseus managed to survive his ordeal is a testament either to Athena's profound cunning or to Poseidon's eventual ennui. Back in Athens, the symbolic olive tree persisted. Legends recount that even when the Persian forces ravaged the city in 480 BCE, setting fire to the Acropolis, the olive tree miraculously sprouted anew the following day. This event was interpreted by the Athenians as a potent symbol of their goddess's continued favor and protection. For the ancient Greeks, the narrative of this contest transcended mere mythology. It served as a foundational story, illuminating not only the city's appellation, but also its deeply ingrained values. The olive tree symbolized peace, and Athena's triumph reinforced the city's identity as a bastion of wisdom, artisanal skill, and carefully measured strength. Poseidon's defeat, meanwhile, functioned as a subtle cautionary tale, a reminder that ostentatious displays and brute force do not invariably prevail. It underscored the notion that at times, a more modest offering, such as a life-sustaining tree rather than a mere spring, can profoundly shape the course of history. Of course, one might contend that the ultimate pettiness lay in the very necessity of the gods engaging in such a contest. Why not simply share the city? Why not co-patronize it peacefully? But this, after all, is the realm of Olympus, where compromise is often viewed with suspicion and grudges are passed down as cherished heirlooms. The protracted rivalry between Athena and Poseidon, though originating with a city, ultimately came to represent two fundamentally opposing philosophies. Within artistic creations and literary works, their stark contrast was repeatedly emphasized: the spear versus the crashing wave, the defensive shield against the formidable trident. Yet despite their antagonism, they remained inextricably bound, indelibly etched into the tapestry of Greek mythology. perpetually orbiting each other like celestial bodies in a constellation of divine egos. Their feud, in its own peculiar fashion, evolved into a form of collaboration. After all, what constitutes a truly compelling narrative without a formidable adversary? Without someone to challenge the very foundations, or in Poseidon's distinctive case, to flood them? Therefore, the next time you find yourself amidst the venerable ruins of the Parthenon, or strolling through ancient olive groves beneath the warm Mediterranean sun, remember that this hallowed ground bears not only the name of Athena, but also the enduring resentment of Poseidon, a silent, glistening spring said to still shimmer within the rock, stands as the sole remnant of his claim. And above it, the olive tree thrives serenely, as if to offer a quiet, dismissive, thank you for participating. The genesis of this divine contention, as is often the case with celestial disputes, was rooted in pride. Apollo, to be precise, the resplendent deity of music, prophecy, and a somewhat unfortunate lack of mirth, was reveling in the sheer brilliance of his own divine luminescence. His sacred herd of cattle grazed contentedly in the sun-drenched pastures of Pyra. His lyre was perfectly tuned, the sky was clear and unblemished, and soon the fiery chariot of the sun would traverse its celestial arc across the heavens. In essence, all was idyllic in Apollo's radiant world, until, quite unexpectedly, it wasn't. The reason for this disruption was that someone had pilfered his cattle. Not just a few stragglers, not a single calf here or there, but the entire herd had inexplicably vanished overnight. Now Apollo, being a god, was unaccustomed to loss, especially the loss of creatures that moved with such melodious grace and emitted a faint divine glow. He was, to put it mildly, utterly incensed. Predictably, his initial assumption was that the perpetrator must be mortal. Mortals, in his experience, were perpetually meddling their grubby fingers in divine affairs. Or perhaps, he conjectured, it was a satyr or a minor deity with an abundance of idle time. What he certainly did not anticipate, and what no rational being could possibly have foreseen, was that the thief in question was a newborn infant. Not a young god, not a child, but an actual, freshly born baby. His name was Hermes. Born just the preceding morning to Maia, a reclusive mountain nymph and one of the Pleiades, Hermes represented the most recent addition to Zeus's extensive lineage of rather spontaneous offspring. Maia, ever a creature of privacy, had sought refuge in a secluded cave to give birth. Her hope, perhaps, was that her son might mature away from the chaotic milieu of Olympus. However, fate, and indeed Hermes himself, had entirely different intentions. The very instant he was born, Hermes began formulating schemes. While Maia slept, utterly exhausted from the ordeal of childbirth, her infant son slipped from his cradle and toddled outside. He had not yet completed his second hour of life when he observed Apollo's cattle grazing in a distant meadow. Most infants, at this tender age, are preoccupied with seeking nourishment. Hermes, conversely, was on the lookout for targets. He did not merely steal the cattle, he meticulously orchestrated their abduction. To meticulously conceal his tracks, Hermes ingeniously devised a method of reversing the hooves of the cows, compelling them to walk in a backward direction. This deceptive maneuver ensured that anyone attempting to follow the trail would believe the cattle had proceeded in the opposite direction of their actual movement. As for his own footprints, he ingeniously fashioned sandals from woven bark and grass, a clever strategy designed to obscure his every step. For a being scarcely capable of maintaining visual focus, his level of ingenuity was unnervingly profound. He then herded the purloined cattle into a cavern situated near the river Alpheus, a considerable distance from their original grazing grounds. He presented 2 of them as offerings to the 12 Olympians, though in truth it was 11, as Hermes, with a touch of his characteristic cheekiness, excluded himself from the ritual, deeming it inappropriate. Then, the ever-resourceful criminal mastermind that he was, he returned to the cavern belonging to Mia in Arcadia, settled himself back into his cradle, and lay in wait. Back in Paia, Apollo was doing his best to maintain his composure. He surveyed the terrain, meticulously followed the tracks, and then frowned. Something felt amiss. The hoof prints were leading in the wrong direction, and there were no human footprints, nor any sign of wild animals. His divine intuition strongly suggested this was no mere natural occurrence. Eventually, after considerable searching and a bit of divine guidance, Apollo found himself at Mir's dwelling. There, nestled snugly and blinking up with a disarmingly innocent gaze, was the very perpetrator. Apollo confronted the infant. Hermes, however, vehemently denied any involvement. Employing the age-old tactics of baby talk and wide-eyed innocence, he protested his lack of culpability. He insisted he couldn't possibly have walked, let alone orchestrated a sophisticated cattle-rustling operation. "Just look at me," he cooed. "Do I appear capable of pilfering livestock?" Apollo was far from amused. Gently, one would assume, he extracted Hermes from his cradle and in a fit of pique ascended to Olympus. There, he demanded justice from their father, Zeus. The king of the gods listened intently as Apollo presented his case. A theft had occurred, a herd had been rustled, and the culprit, unbelievably, was an infant with a suspiciously self-satisfied expression. Upon hearing this account, Zeus reacted as many fathers do when one child accuses another of improbable mischief. He chuckled. The notion of his newborn son outwitting Apollo, absconding with divine cattle, and returning to his bed undetected struck him as hilariously amusing. However, Apollo, who rarely found himself the butt of a joke, remained insistent. He wanted his cattle back. He wanted the truth, and he wanted it without any further ridicule. Hermes, realizing his deception was exposed, opted for a new approach. Instead of denial, he offered a gift. During his brief period of evasion, Hermes had ingeniously devised something entirely novel. A musical instrument crafted from a tortoise shell, with strings stretched across its hollowed body. This was the lyre, and it produced a sound unlike anything the gods had previously encountered. Hermes plucked the strings. The melody resonated through the hall, gentle and ethereal, a sound that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of twilight. Apollo, the god of music, felt his anger subside. His heart, though perhaps not his pride, was touched. Hermes presented the lyre to him. In return, he requested only peace, and perhaps an official standing among the gods. Apollo, grudgingly impressed, accepted. The cattle were returned, with the exception of the 2 that had already been sacrificed. Naturally, the lyre was now his, and Hermes had achieved one of the most remarkable career launches in divine history. Zeus, thoroughly entertained, officially recognized Hermes as an Olympian. He would henceforth serve as the messenger of the gods, the patron of travelers, merchants, thieves, and those who navigated the less conventional paths of life. Apollo, for his part, would now wield the lyre as his distinctive instrument, a symbol of his mastery over music, a gift from the infant who had once effectively robbed him. Their relationship never fully mended. Apollo, despite the captivating music, never forgot the humiliation. And Hermes, never one to let a good prank go unrepeated, continued to push the boundaries of what he could get away with. In a subsequent account, Hermes pilfered Apollo's bowl. In another narrative, he instructed a group of shepherds on how to cheat at dice games. He employed charm in his falsehoods, spoke in enigmas, and traversed between realms with a knowing wink. Yet, for all his roguishness, he served a purpose. He was the deity of transitions, of beginnings, of boundaries, and of all the liminal spaces in between, roads, doorways, agreements, and dreams. Apollo, in contrast, embodied clarity, light, established laws, and rational thought. He was the sun riding his golden chariot, the healer, the oracle, the musician. Their rivalry was never overtly violent, but it was certainly enduring. Apollo represented constancy. Hermes represented adaptability. Apollo was the poet. Hermes was the pragmatist. One composed odes, the other drafted contracts with minuscule print. Yet, in a curious manner, they complemented each other. Apollo imparted to Hermes the art of augury, the interpretation of omens derived from birds. Hermes, in turn, shared with Apollo the flute, the shepherd's pipe, and other musical innovations. Beneath the irritation, there existed a form of reluctant mentorship. Still, one can surmise that Apollo never entirely forgot the sting of the deception. To be outmaneuvered by a peer is one thing. To be outwitted by someone still in swaddling clothes is quite another, particularly when it's executed with such undeniable flair. But perhaps that very quality made Hermes so memorable. To the ancient Greeks, Hermes wasn't merely a deity. He represented archetype, the fast-talking, the trickster, the charming rogue who bends the rules but somehow makes them work. He was the one invoked before embarking on a journey or placing a wager. And Apollo, he was the brilliance one aspired to, the order upon which one depended. But it was Hermes who elicited laughter. Their myth speaks to something timeless. The clever underdog challenging established authority, the younger sibling eager to prove themselves. It embodies the idea that intellect, creativity, and a measure of audacity can triumph over even the most radiant power. It also serves as a reminder that even gods, despite their grandeur, are susceptible to embarrassment, that divine dignity can be punctured, and that sometimes peace is best brokered through a pleasant melody. In artistic and poetic representations, the lyre became intrinsically linked with Apollo. However, it was Hermes who crafted it, who pioneered music, who discovered the cosmic song within the shell of a tortoise. And so, when you hear the twang of strings or catch sight of winged sandals, recall that day when the sun god was humbled and the god of crossroads found his path to Olympus, not through force, but through humor, shrewdness, and musical creation. Because ultimately, Hermes prevailed not with strength, but with style. If one were to envision the most awkward family gathering on Mount Olympus, and such gatherings were plentiful, one might well picture Artemis seated rigidly at one end of the divine banquet table, her arms crossed, her gaze pointedly averted, while Aphrodite lounged at the opposite end, casually flicking grapes into her mouth and feigning unawareness. This wasn't merely a clash of personalities that would have been manageable. This was a profound philosophical incompatibility masquerading as divine rivalry. A contest not of thunderbolts or transformations, well, not typically, but of values, lifestyles, and the shared conviction that the other was utterly intolerable. On one side stood Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, protector of the wilderness, and guardian of maidens. Stern, self-possessed, with a bow perpetually within reach, she had absolutely no inclination towards romantic entanglements of any kind. Her vow of chastity was less a lifestyle choice and more a personal crusade. If she'd possessed a no-soliciting sign, it would have been forged from bronze and imbued with enchantments to launch arrows. On the other side was Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and the gentle turmoil of desire. Lush, languid, and delighting in the mischief of the heart, she was as adept at orchestrating a love affair as Artemis was at felling a stag. Wherever she went, sensuality followed. And wherever Artemis went, silence did. And therein lay the fundamental issue. Their feud wasn't born from a singular moment of betrayal or an insult at a feast, though such incidents certainly exacerbated it. It was a slow-burning tension, an unspoken but mutually understood truth. They simply couldn't tolerate each other's presence. Let's start with the basics. Artemis valued discipline, purity, and self-reliance. Her retinue of nymphs pledged loyalty and abstinence, roaming the forests far from prying eyes. She disdained the messiness of attraction, considering it beneath her, uncivilized, irrational, and, most importantly, a distraction. Aphrodite, conversely, viewed such resistance as not only puzzling but offensive. Love, in her estimation, represented life's most exquisite pleasure. To deny it was to defy nature itself. Artemis's cool rejection of such sentiments was a direct affront to everything Aphrodite represented. Their divine responsibilities frequently placed them at odds. Aphrodite would inspire desire, while Artemis would punish those who acted upon it. Consider, for example, the case of Hippolytus, a noble young man devoted to Artemis. He completely eschewed love, dedicating all his honor to the virgin goddess. Aphrodite, naturally, interpreted this as a personal slight, not mere indifference, but outright disdain. And no one could disregard Aphrodite without incurring consequences. Thus, she orchestrated a tragic sequence of events. She caused Hippolytus's stepmother, Phaedra, to fall desperately in love with him. He rejected her advances, utterly horrified. She then fabricated a lie, claiming he had attempted to seduce her. His father, Theseus, inflicted a curse upon him. Poseidon obliged, and the ensuing chariot crash led to the young man's death. One might expect Artemis to intervene, and she did, but only after the boy lay broken and lifeless. She vowed vengeance and later arranged for his resurrection and veneration. However, by then, the damage was irreversible. Aphrodite, for her part, felt entirely justified. One honors the gods, or one faces the repercussions, especially when the goddess in question is the very embodiment of love, and you are conspicuously abstinent. Another instance involved Callisto, a devoted follower of Artemis, sworn to chastity like the others. Unfortunately, she caught the attention of Zeus, who, in his typical Olympian fashion, disguised himself, this time as Artemis herself, and seduced her. Callisto became pregnant, a condition she couldn't conceal indefinitely. When Artemis discovered this perceived betrayal, she cast Callisto out in a fit of fury. To Artemis, the vow had been violated. To Aphrodite, this was proof of the futility of resistance. Desire, after all, was inevitable. Attempt to evade it, and it would assume your likeness and confront you in the woods. Even the myths themselves often reflected their antipathy. In epic after epic, love and the wild are portrayed as being in opposition. Beauty flourishes in the court, not the forest. And women, particularly mortals, are more frequently punished than praised for attempting to live outside Aphrodite's dominion. Artemis's realm is harsh, but clearly defined. Rules are understood, boundaries respected. There are no ambiguous invitations, no confusing glances. Her followers run with wolves and subsist by the moon's cold light. Aphrodite's domain is a tangled web of tension and velvet. Lines become blurred. Emotions ebb and flow like tides. And her devotees rarely emerge unscathed. Both realms are potent, and neither tolerates interference from the other. There is also the matter of masculinity, and how each goddess responded to it. Aphrodite, naturally, embraced the romantic entanglements of men. Gods and mortals alike succumbed to her allure. She captivated Ares, the god of war, despite his fiery temperament. She inspired desire with a mere glance, toppled kingdoms with a sigh, and caused even the most rational of kings to lose their composure. Artemis, conversely, had absolutely no tolerance for male attention. None. Consider Actaeon, a skilled hunter who inadvertently stumbled upon her while she was bathing. It was an honest mistake, or so he might have claimed, had he not been immediately transformed into a stag and subsequently torn apart by his own hounds. The message was clear: maintain your distance. Yet, the myths often seem to conspire to place these two goddesses in each other's proximity, perhaps because they represented such diametrically opposed forces. Virginity and lust, self-control and indulgence, the arrow and the rose. There is a curious account of the judgment of Paris, that infamous divine beauty contest. In this instance, Aphrodite competed directly against Athena and Hera, not Artemis. However, it is difficult not to imagine Artemis observing from the sidelines, arms crossed, entirely unimpressed. The notion that a mortal man should be tasked with judging a goddess based on appearance, and that Aphrodite would resort to bribing him with the prospect of the world's most beautiful woman, likely struck Artemis as a complete farce. And one suspects she wasn't entirely mistaken. What is particularly noteworthy is how their feud was largely ideological. They did not engage in direct confrontations. Artemis did not challenge Aphrodite to a jewel-encrusted duel, nor did Aphrodite cast love spells upon Artemis's followers out of spite, well, not frequently. However, their values were so fundamentally opposed that every action taken by one felt like an insult to the other. They were, in essence, queens of two irreconcilable realms, and the mortals caught between them, particularly women, often bore the brunt of their animosity. You see, ancient Greek society held a rather complex perspective on women. They could be devoted wives, or dangerous temptresses, obedient daughters, or untamed forest maidens. Aphrodite and Artemis embodied these extremes. A woman might seek Artemis's blessing during childbirth. Despite being a virgin, she was also considered the protector of women in labor. Yet, that same woman might also implore Aphrodite to rekindle her husband's affection or to restore her own desirability. To appease one goddess often meant offending the other. In this manner, the animosity between Artemis and Aphrodite became symbolic. It wasn't merely a divine Cold War, but a reflection of every woman's struggle between independence and intimacy, restraint and romance, the lucidity of solitude, and the inherent chaos of connection. Artemis offered liberation from marriage, from societal expectations, from entanglements. She and her followers roamed freely, wielding weapons answerable to no man. However, such freedom came at the cost of isolation and, in some instances, tragedy. Aphrodite offered power through allure, through gentleness, through the capacity to sway hearts and alter destinies. But her gifts were not without their price: jealousy, obsession, and loss. In their own distinct ways, both goddesses demanded unwavering devotion, and both punished disloyalty, albeit through very different methods. Artemis would hunt you down relentlessly. Aphrodite would orchestrate a romance with an utterly unsuitable partner and watch your downfall unfold. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, their opposition, both remained deeply revered. Their temples stood firm, their myths persisted, and not once amidst the tumultuous affairs of Olympus did either concede that the other might have a valid point. That, in essence, is the pettiness of it all, not the grand punishments or the tragic outcomes, but the simple refusal to yield even an inch. Aphrodite knew Artemis would never soften. Artemis knew Aphrodite would never cease her meddling. They were like fixed stars in the same celestial expanse, circling each other wearily, forever luminous but never touching. And so, the wild forest and the opulent boudoir remained separate domains, one governed by the silent huntress clad in silver, the other by the smiling goddess of roses. And heaven help the mortal who dared to please them both. If ever there was a queen who could transform a raised eyebrow into a weapon of mass destruction, it was Hera, wife of Zeus, queen of Olympus, patroness of marriage, and guardian of oaths. Hera possessed a regal bearing that induced apologies merely for standing in her vicinity. With a crown perched high upon her brow, and a scowl honed to perfection through centuries of divine disappointment, she reigned not only over Olympus, but also over the bitter art of harboring grudges, particularly concerning her husband's extramarital affairs, which were, frankly, frequent enough to be considered a meteorological phenomenon. This brings us to Leto. Leto was neither a seductress nor a schemer. She was, if the myths are to be believed, one of the more unassuming figures in the chaotic, operatic saga of Olympus. A Titaness by birth, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Leto exuded a serene dignity, a quiet presence, amidst a family characterized by boisterous ambitions. Unfortunately, she also attracted the wandering gaze of Zeus, and Hera, predictably, was not pleased. Zeus, ever the amorous tempest, was captivated by Leto's tranquility. She did not swoon, nor did she protest. She simply accepted, much like one might accept the sudden onset of a thunderstorm. The inevitable outcome was a pregnancy. But this particular pregnancy would not go unnoticed, nor would it go unpunished. Hera's wrath was swift, though not in the typical bolts of lightning sense. No, this was a slow, strategic retribution, the kind only Hera could conceive. She issued a decree. No land under the sun was permitted to offer Leto sanctuary for childbirth. It sounds almost poetic, doesn't it? Until you consider the practicalities. Pregnant with twins, swollen and utterly exhausted, Leto was compelled to traverse the known world in search of a place of rest. Every island, city, plain, and peak turned her away, not necessarily out of inherent cruelty. Consider the tale of Niobe. Niobe, queen of Thebes, had numerous children. Some accounts suggest 12, others 14. Swollen with pride, she taunted Leto for having only 2 offspring. What were two compared to her own vast brood? She boasted, parading her children through the streets. Apollo and Artemis overheard the insult. They descended swiftly and mercilessly. With their divine arrows, they slaughtered Niobe's children, both boys and girls. In most versions, all were slain. In others, a few were spared. But the message was undeniable. Leto's children did not tolerate insults. Niobe fled, weeping, and was eventually transformed into stone. To this day, a cliff on Mount Sipylus is said to weep with her tears. This was not an isolated incident. When mortals doubted Apollo's parentage, he reinforced it with prophecies so precise they cut like sharp blades. When Artemis heard whispers of Leto's disgrace, she silenced them with her arrows. The gods were many things, but above all they were fiercely loyal to their own narratives. Leto, meanwhile, never sought retribution. She remained serene, withdrawn, a quiet figure amidst the dramatic turmoil of Olympus. Her dignity became her shield. She never raised her voice, never schemed. And that, more than anything else, infuriated Hera, because Hera's feud with Leto wasn't born of passion. It was rooted in principle. Leto had broken no sacred vows. She hadn't seduced Zeus. She had simply existed with grace and serenity, carrying divine children. And that quiet success, that gentle defiance constituted the deepest insult of all. Other paramours of Zeus had been transformed into cows, trees, or stars. Io had wandered as a heifer. Callisto had become a bear. Semele had been incinerated. But Leto, she gave birth, she survived, and she was honored. She did not falter, she ascended. Delos became one of the most revered sites in the ancient Greek world. Pilgrims sailed across vast seas to honor Apollo and Artemis. Poets composed hymns. Kings dispatched offerings. Leto's name, once whispered, now echoed through marble halls. And Hera, seated at the pinnacle of Olympus, observed. Perhaps she plotted, perhaps she muttered imprecations, but she never succeeded in bringing Leto low. Because Leto had already triumphed, not through conflict, but through resilience. The conflict between Hera and Leto stands apart in Greek mythology. It is not a narrative characterized by dramatic confrontations or vociferous arguments. It is not loud, nor is it violent. It is a story of exclusion, defiance, and grace under duress. Leto's ordeals, wandering the globe while pregnant, denied shelter, abandoned by her divine peers, mirror the struggles faced by countless women throughout history, ostracized for reasons beyond their control, penalized not for their actions, but for their very existence. Yet, Leto persevered. She discovered a loophole. She gave birth, and her children adored her with unwavering intensity. In many respects, Leto became the goddess of quiet victories. Her name does not inspire dread, but it certainly commands respect. As for Hera, well, she remained as she was, regal, unyielding, perpetually aggrieved, and the feud, though it gradually receded from prominence in the myths, lingered in the periphery. Every time someone honored Delos, Hera must have felt a pang of resentment. Every time Apollo's oracle spoke or Artemis hunted under the moonlight, Hera's defeat seemed to whisper on the wind. However, Hera achieved her own triumphs. She retained her position as Queen of Olympus. She upheld the sanctity of marriage, and she preserved the divine order. And while she could never entirely erase Leto from memory, she ensured that the recollection was invariably tinged with hardship. Such is the nature of petty feuds. They are not always expressed loudly. Sometimes they reside in the hushed corners of silence, in the withheld invitation, in the subtle sneer, in the unquestioned decree. And ultimately, Hera versus Leto is not merely the story of an antagonistic mother-in-law and a rival. It is the narrative of two women navigating a world governed by Zeus, finding vastly different methods of survival. One achieved it through power, the other through sheer perseverance. Upon that tiny island in the Aegean, where two supreme deities first drew breath, the echoes of Demeter's resentment still resonate, not within the rhythmic pulse of the waves, but in the very disposition of the stones, which appear stubbornly defiant, as though the very earth retains the memory of its role in sheltering, and however silently, standing against a queen. Within the tumultuous divine hierarchy of Grecian lore, celestial disagreements are as commonplace as the olive groves of Attica. Yet few animosities carry the profound, understated gravity of Demeter versus Poseidon. This is not a vendetta ignited by ostentatious displays, nor one immortalized through epic verses. There are no grotesque metamorphoses, no grand confrontations, no momentous decrees issued from Mount Olympus. Simply one goddess wounded and stifled, and one god who navigates mythology with the unshakable confidence of one who rarely faces repercussions. This is not merely a conflict, it is an accounting. Demeter, the goddess of sustenance, the patron of the harvest and fertility, wielded a unique dominion. She did not unleash bolts of lightning. She did not conjure tempests. Yet, without her influence, life could not flourish. Her impact permeated the mortal realm to an extent few other deities could claim. She was the architect of civilization. Cities were established, legal frameworks were devised, and sacred structures were erected, all because the earth could sustain its inhabitants, and it did so at Demeter's will. Poseidon, conversely, governed the oceans. He was capricious, untamed, and possessed of an immense pride. Earthquakes, inundations, horses, and even certain river systems fell under his purview. His approach was anything but subtle. His volatile moods reshaped coastlines. And when his desire fixed upon an object or an individual, he pursued it with the relentless force of an encroaching tide. This brings us to the core of this narrative. In a less illuminated segment of the mythological canon, Poseidon developed an obsessive fixation on Demeter. The reasons behind this are never explicitly stated in the available accounts. Perhaps it was her ethereal beauty, frequently described as serene and maternal. Perhaps it was her reclusive nature. Demeter seldom mingled with the other gods. She favored her sacred groves, her fertile fields, her secluded sanctuaries. Or perhaps Poseidon, ever drawn to that which defied easy dominion, perceived something he could not possess and resolved to claim it. Demeter conveyed her rejection unequivocally. However, for Poseidon, rejection was never the conclusion of his pursuit. As his advances escalated to aggression, Demeter fled. She assumed the form of a mare and sought refuge among a herd of wild horses in Arcadia. This was not a playful metamorphosis, but an act born of sheer desperation, a goddess of immeasurable power reduced to evasion and concealment. Her very divinity offered no shield against the impending violation. Poseidon located her. He transformed into a stallion, tracked her down, and mounted her. Even in this equine guise, the barbarity of his act could not be disguised. There are no euphemistic descriptions applicable here. It was a brutal, unvarnished act of assault. And the rich tapestry of Greek mythology often preoccupied with heroic figures and monstrous adversaries, barely pauses as it moves past this event. Yet, the repercussions endure. From this violation, two offspring emerged. Arion, a remarkable steed capable of speech and tireless flight, and Despoina, a mysterious goddess whose worship was confined to clandestine rites in Arcadia. While Arion became an integral part of heroic sagas, Despoina's veneration remained enshrouded in mystery, often associated with shadows and a profound silence. She came to embody something concealed, something unspoken. And Demeter, she was devastated, yet not utterly defeated. Rather than confronting Poseidon with open defiance, she enacted a more devastating strategy. She withdrew. She departed from Olympus, relinquished her responsibilities, and abandoned her fields. And when Demeter is absent, life ceases to propagate. The fertile earth hardens, grain shrivels in the soil, livestock perish, famine begins to spread. This was not her initial withdrawal. She would later vanish again during the abduction of her daughter, Persephone. But this particular departure was deeply personal. Demeter did not erupt in protest. She did not instigate conflict. She simply allowed the world to comprehend the full impact of her absence. Eventually, the other gods took notice. Mortals cried out in distress. Offerings dwindled. Worship waned. And without the faith and sustenance of mortals, the gods themselves began to falter. It was not lightning or warfare that threatened Olympus, but starvation. And in this realm, famine was a power Demeter wielded. The ancient texts offer scant detail regarding the duration of this period, weeks, months, or perhaps longer. However, ultimately, a resolution had to be reached. And so, Demeter was persuaded to return, not by Poseidon, and not through an apology, but through the collective pleas of those who suffered. She rejoined the world. Crops flourished, fields regained their verdant hue. The natural cycle resumed, yet her grievance persisted. Unlike other goddesses who faded into obscurity following trauma, Demeter did not become a tragic footnote. She emerged with newfound strength. She would become the central figure of the Eleusinian mysteries, a profoundly sacred cult that offered promises of renewal and eternal existence. These rites, veiled in secrecy, revolved around the narrative of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, but they also drew from Demeter's more profound story, one of suffering, withdrawal, and eventual return. And Poseidon? He suffered no discernible consequences. He continued his reign over the seas, striking the earth with his trident and fathering unusual offspring. He never faced retribution. There was no tribunal, no punishment, no divine intervention. This, too, forms an uncomfortable truth within the myth. However, a consequence was indeed imposed: an ostracism from her world. Poseidon was never again welcomed into Demeter's domain. His name does not appear within her temples. Their respective symbols never converge. Unlike the vast interconnected pantheon, where deities frequently interact, reconcile, and conspire, Poseidon and Demeter remained distant. The silence between them was absolute. And for a deity to be disregarded can, at times, be more agonizing than to be cursed. This conflict, if it can even be termed as such, is unilateral. Poseidon appears unfazed. Yet, the myth provides subtle indications that he is aware of her stance. He keeps his distance. His storms circumvent her sacred groves. His waves do not caress the fields she blesses. It is as if he acknowledges or perhaps fears the boundaries she meticulously demarcated upon the land. Demeter's strength resided not in retribution, but in her presence, in her return, in her capacity to thrive. She refused to allow Poseidon to define her existence. She permitted herself sorrow, undeniably, and retreat. But she returned not as a victim, but as a matriarch, a lawgiver, a protector. Her Eleusinian rites became among the most revered in ancient Greece. Pilgrims journeyed from distant lands to seek her benediction. Kings and commoners alike paid her homage. Within the framework of her mystery cult, adherents learned that even the most profound despair could pave the way for rebirth. That descent was not synonymous with an end. That silence did not signify surrender. Within these sacred rites, Poseidon was never mentioned. He was rendered invisible, and perhaps therein lies Demeter's ultimate triumph. Not in vengeance, nor in direct confrontation, but in her enduring legacy. A common theme pervades mythology, wherein male deities transgress and goddesses endure. Yet Demeter's narrative feels distinct, it lingers, it unsettles. It reminds us that power does not always manifest through vociferous declarations. Sometimes it simply refuses to acknowledge one's presence ever again. In contemporary parlance, one might say, Demeter established a boundary and steadfastly maintained it. She did not offer forgiveness. She did not forget. And she did not permit the violation to redefine her identity. She remained entirely and fiercely herself, a state Poseidon could not penetrate. In the realm of literature, we often yearn for resolution, for punishment, for justice, for equilibrium. Yet in mythology, closure is a rare commodity. The ancient Greeks were candid about this deficiency. Their narratives frequently leave emotional wounds unhealed. And in this particular instance, the wound did not mend. It became an intrinsic part of the landscape. Arcadia, the very location of the assault, remained a hallowed ground, wild and potent. It was the site of cults dedicated to Demeter and Despoina, where their rituals were conducted in utmost secrecy, and where even men were compelled to avert their gaze from certain sacred ceremonies. The horses that galloped across its fields were regarded not merely as animals, but as potent symbols of the divine and of the formidable strength that accompanies women who reclaim their inherent dignity. Even within the animal kingdom, horses were considered sacred to both Poseidon and Demeter. However, whereas Poseidon embodied their untamed vigor and inherent chaos, Demeter was associated with their role in human labor. The yoke, the plow, their shared emblem, marks a complete divergence. One deity reigns through tempest, the other through cyclical renewal. The myth also signifies one of the earliest acknowledgments within storytelling that trauma can be overcome, but never entirely erased. That pain can shape an individual without defining them, and that dignity, once repossessed, can be elevated to the sacred. And so Demeter persevered, overseeing the crops. She guided humanity in the practices of sowing, reaping, and expressing gratitude to the earth. She ensured that civilization could withstand the harshness of winter and the abundance of spring. Her teachings encompass not only survival, but also a sense of justice. When mortals transgressed against her, she imposed consequences. When they showed her reverence, she bestowed blessings. Yet she never forgot the boundaries that had been crossed. Poseidon may have wielded a trident and stirred the seas, but Demeter, with her sickle and her profound silence, cultivated a more enduring influence, an influence that nurtures, an influence that remembers, an influence that states, quietly yet resolutely, never again. And so, when we reflect upon the petty squabbles and grand animosities of Olympus, recall this particular narrative, not for its dramatic spectacle, but for its resilience. Not every grievance necessitates a thunderbolt. Sometimes it simply requires a field that refuses to yield its bounty. Within the intricate tapestry of Grecian mythology, where deities exhibit both pettiness and immense power, and where mortals are frequently crushed like insects for daring to excel, there exists a singular tale that unfolds with slow, exquisite grace and a sharp, biting irony. It commences not with conflict, nor carnal desire, nor prophetic pronouncements, but with the gentle hum of a loom. The rivalry between Athena and Arachne is a contention so trivial it feels almost contemporary. It is not the sort of dispute that inspires epics like the Iliad or grand maritime voyages. No ships were ever launched due to a dispute over a loom. Yet, it endures as one of the most indelible myths, precisely because it resonates with such poignant humanity. It explores themes of pride, talent, truth, and the inevitable consequences that follow. Let us begin with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, strategic planning, and skilled craftsmanship. A divine paradox. She was a goddess of war, who favored diplomatic solutions, a virgin deity who presided over marriage ceremonies, and a proud patron of reason who, on occasion, lost her temper in remarkably unreasonable ways. Among her numerous provinces, weaving held a place of particular pride for Athena. In antiquity, the act of weaving transcended mere domestic labor. It was an esteemed art form, a vital economic driver, and a ritual deeply embedded in gender roles. Women crafted the textiles that clothed families, equipped soldiers, and adorned sacred sites. Proficiency at the loom was synonymous with virtue, patience, and intellectual acumen. Naturally, Athena was regarded as the divine patroness of this essential craft. It was said that she wove her own armor and conceptualized the very first loom. Indeed, her presentation of the olive tree to the city of Athens was frequently depicted in art and poetry alongside her gift of weaving. Enter Arachne, a mortal maiden from Lydia, renowned not for her noble lineage or her physical beauty, but for her utterly astonishing skill in weaving. Her father was a humble craftsman who dyed wool with the precious purple pigment. While important work, it was not considered noble. Arachne was no princess. No muse had bestowed her blessings upon this maiden, merely a common girl possessed of extraordinary hands. People journeyed great distances to admire her tapestries. Her threads gleamed with the brilliance of sunlight filtering through foliage. Her designs were so intricate that birds appeared to flutter, and gods seemed to breathe life into the fabric. It was said that even the nymphs would congregate to marvel at her creations. And soon the murmurs began. She weaves with the skill of Athena herself, they proclaimed. She weaves even better, others whispered, perhaps casting a furtive glance over their shoulders. Arachne overheard these whispers, and she made no effort to correct them. When questioned about her exceptional talent, she dismissed the notion that the gods played any role in its development. It is my own skill, she stated matter-of-factly. I acquired it. I practiced diligently. No goddess guided my hand. Now, hubris within Greek mythology is less about excessive ego and more about overstepping one's designated boundaries. Mortals were permitted to possess pride. They could even achieve greatness. But to claim parity with the gods was akin to juggling thunderbolts while seated at Zeus's dining table. Consequently, Athena became aware of Arachne's boasts, and predictably, she decided to pay her a visit. In some accounts, Athena appears disguised as an elderly woman, her cloak wrapped around her like a shroud of winter mist. She offers Arachne gentle counsel: exercise caution, demonstrate humility, offer thanks to the gods for your gift. Arachne scoffs: why should I? I earned this skill through my own efforts. Let Athena present herself if she dares. Let her test me. In that very instant, the elderly guise vanishes. In its place stands Athena, radiant, clad in armor, her eyes resembling storm clouds on the verge of unleashing a downpour. So be it, she declares. Thus commences the grand weaving competition. 2 looms are set up. 2 pairs of hands begin their work, one divine, the other mortal. An assembly of nymphs, mortals, and the invisible watchful presence of fate bears witness. Athena commences her work. Her tapestry becomes a tribute to the god's majesty. At its center, she depicts her contest with Poseidon for dominion over the city of Athens, showcasing her triumphant victory and the offering of the olive tree. Along the borders, she weaves depictions of mortals who dared to challenge the divine and consequently suffered dire consequences. Niobe, who lost all her children. Icarus, who defied Zeus and plummeted from his siege ladder. Pentheus, who was torn apart for mocking Dionysus. Athena's message, as refined as it is unmistakable, is clear. Know your rightful place. Arachne, unfazed, weaves a profoundly different narrative. Her tapestry recounts the tales, whispered in hushed tones and in shadowed corners. It exposes the darker aspects of Olympus. She portrays Zeus transforming into various animals, and even a shower of gold, to seduce or overpower mortal women. Leda and the swan, Europa and the bull, Danae and the cascade of gold. She depicts Poseidon pursuing Medusa within Athena's own sacred temple, Apollo chasing Daphne, Dionysus, wild and unsteady, corrupting innocence. She renders the gods as lustful, deceitful, and bullying figures, all with consummate artistry and perfection. Not a single thread is out of place. Each panel seems to pulsate with life. The fabric itself appears to pass judgment on its observers. Upon completion, Athena stands in profound silence. She meticulously inspects the tapestry. She can find no flaw, not in the artistry, and most agonizingly, not in the inherent truth of the depictions. And it is this truth that devastates her. She offers no praise. She refuses to concede. Instead, she resorts to destruction. With divine fury, Athena rends Arachne's tapestry to tatters. She shatters the loom, and she turns her wrath upon the girl who dared to speak truth to the divine authority of Olympus. In some versions of the myth, she strikes Arachne. In others, she simply invokes a curse upon her. The outcome, however, remains the same. Arachne, utterly humiliated, rejected and crushed by the perceived injustice of it all, takes her own life. At this juncture, the narrative could potentially conclude, marking the demise of yet another mortal who dared to aspire too greatly. However, Athena, perhaps moved by a flicker of regret, or perhaps seeking a form of poetic retribution, revives Arachne, not as a human girl, but as a spider. You shall live, Athena declares, but you shall weave eternally, and never again shall you challenge the gods. Arachne's human form contorts. Her limbs elongate, her fingers transform into legs. She dangles from a silken thread, thus giving rise to the first spider spinning its intricate web. This myth, more than many others, necessitates careful deconstruction. On a superficial level, it reads as a cautionary tale. Mortal pride encounters divine retribution, and thus the story concludes. But upon closer examination, Arachne's pride was not without merit. She was, in truth, the most exceptional weaver. Her tapestry did not serve to insult the gods. Rather, it revealed their true nature. She held a mirror to Olympus and declared, "Observe!" Her punishment was not for falsehood, but for the articulation of truth. And this fact renders this particular divine dispute uniquely unsettling. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, acts not with reasoned judgment, but with unbridled rage. She cannot tolerate criticism. She cannot commend honesty. She opts for annihilation over magnanimity. Why? Because Arachne committed the unforgivable transgression of being demonstrably correct. This narrative continues to resonate in contemporary times because it encapsulates the timeless struggle between inherent talent and established power. Arachne was an artist, a young woman of humble origins who dared to surpass the existing order. She generated beauty, certainly, but she also voiced an uncomfortable truth. And power inherently despises truth when it undermines its control. In silencing Arachne, Athena also silenced every artist who might contemplate speaking with unvarnished clarity. Yet, in transforming her, Athena ensured that Arachne's legacy would endure. Spiders became sacred symbols for weavers. In medieval Europe, they were occasionally associated with diligence and perseverance. And today, Arachne's presence persists, not only within the pages of literature, but also in the scientific classification of arachnids, named in honor of the girl who wove too exquisitely. Even her punishment was imbued with a subtle irony. Athena intended to diminish her, to render her insignificant. However, spiders, in their own way, possess considerable power. Their webs are masterpieces of engineering, exhibiting strength exceeding that of steel on a weight-for-weight basis. They are invisible snares spun from seemingly nothing. Each thread stands as a testament to their craftsmanship. In transforming Arachne, Athena inadvertently ensured that her art would survive in places where temples crumble and statues decay. There exists an additional dimension to this myth as well: the role of women and their capacity for vocal expression. Weaving in the ancient world represented one of the few socially sanctioned avenues for women to engage in storytelling. They were largely excluded from public discourse in the agora and rarely held positions of influence. However, through the medium of cloth, they recorded significant life events, such as weddings and funerals, chronicled myths, and preserved memories. A tapestry could articulate a message when a woman's voice could not. And Arachne employed this expressive medium with unwavering resolve. She depicted not romantic dalliances, but acts of violation, not divine glory, but raw cruelty. She refused to sanitize or downplay these narratives. In doing so, she transgressed not only a divine boundary, but also a societal one. And for this transgression, she was punished not by mortal judgment, but by the very goddess of logic. Some scholars interpret Athena's action as a betrayal of her own guiding principles. Others view it as a test that Arachne failed, not in terms of her talent, but in her approach to diplomacy. She did not temper her critique. She did not offer flattery. Her communication was direct and unvarnished. And such bluntness, particularly from women within mythological narratives, or in any context, rarely leads to favorable outcomes. Yet, the myth itself endures. Writers and artists have revisited it across centuries. Dante references Arachne in his Inferno, depicting her suspended within her own web. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, recounts her story with palpable sympathy. Modern poets and feminist scholars have embraced her as a symbol of unspoken genius. She is, in essence, ubiquitous. Her spirit resides every time a young girl creates a controversial drawing and is advised to be more agreeable. Every time an artist is instructed to remain within their designated sphere. Every time an individual in a position of authority reacts negatively to uncomfortable truths articulated with beauty, Arachne continues to spin her intricate threads. And Athena, despite her vast wisdom, stands as a cautionary figure in her own right. Her enduring legacy extends beyond the olive tree or the city named in her honor. It also encompasses the silence she attempted to impose, the truth she was unwilling to see manifest. Therefore, the next time you observe a spider's web, delicate, geometrically precise, and gleaming in the nascent light of dawn, remember the girl who wove the gods into the fabric of the truth, who refused to avert her gaze, and who ultimately paid a significant price. And remember this as well. Not all disputes are characterized by loud pronouncements. Some are meticulously stitched in silk. Some are destined to last for eternity. Ultimately, Arachne emerged victorious, not because she survived, but because she was remembered, because she wove that which could not be unseen. And Athena, however reluctantly, ensured that the art of weaving would never again fall silent. Amidst all the divine disputes and the theatrical displays of Olympus, there exists perhaps no conflict more enduring, nor one more deeply infused with a peculiar blend of affection, pride, and jealousy than the one orchestrated by Hera, the queen of the gods. Her battles were not waged with the conventional tools of warfare, such as swords or lightning bolts, but rather through pointed glances, retributive punishments, unsettling transformations, and potent curses, methods that were subtle, symbolic, and often profoundly cruel. And the typical targets of her ire were invariably women. Women, it must be emphasized, who unfortunately drew the wandering attention of Zeus. To fully grasp Hera's position, it is essential to first establish the context. Hera was not merely the consort of Zeus. She was a formidable deity in her own right. As a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, she held dominion as the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth. She possessed inherent dignity, commanded a significant status, and was honored with temples, priestesses, and sacred animals, most notably the peacock and the cow. She served as a protector of matrimonial bonds and moral conduct. Yet, her mythological legacy is overwhelmingly characterized by persistent bitterness. The reason for this is her marriage to Zeus, the king of the gods, who was also a notorious and unrepentant philanderer. Zeus's extensive list of romantic entanglements would likely cause even the most seasoned writers of dramatic serials to blush. Whether nymphs, mortals, titans, or even the occasional fellow goddess, none were safe from his amorous advances. And in response to each of his infidelities, Hera's reaction was not to directly confront Zeus, which one might reasonably argue would have been both just and practical, but rather to target the women involved, regardless of whether they had willingly participated or were themselves victims. This, understandably, has perplexed and frustrated generations of readers. We are compelled to ask, why did Hera not direct her retribution toward Zeus? Why would she unleash her divine wrath upon women who, more often than not, were merely pawns of deception, coercion, or alteration? The justification, if one can be found, resides in the peculiar emotional currents of mythological narratives. Hera's anger was not equitable. It lacked reason. It was deeply personal. And in an ancient era where matrimony was inextricably linked to fealty, social standing, and control, her fury possessed a certain mythical coherence. Therefore, let us embark on a subdued journey through some of the more petty, sorrowful, and indelibly memorable instances of Hera's retribution. Our narrative commences with Io, a devoted attendant of Hera. Zeus, captivated by her, as was his wont, transformed her into a bovine creature to conceal their dalliance. Hera, ever vigilant and mistrustful, demanded this very animal as a tribute. Subsequently, she appointed Argus, a sentinel distinguished by his 100 eyes, to keep a constant watch over Io. Zeus, ever the strategist, dispatched Hermes to lull Argus into slumber with a melodious tune and then to end his life. Hera was incandescent with rage. She appropriated Argus's eyes and affixed them to the tail of the peacock, one of her favored creatures. Following this, she dispatched a stinging insect to torment the unfortunate Io. Still in her transformed state, Io traversed continents in a state of deep distress until she ultimately reached Egypt, where she was restored to her human semblance. From a consecrated servant to a beast of burden, an exile, and finally a deity, a trajectory dictated by celestial infidelity and divine retribution. Our next account features Callisto, a devoted follower of Artemis, who had pledged herself to perpetual chastity. Zeus, through seduction or assault depending on the retelling, rendered her pregnant. Upon discovering this transgression, Hera refrained from directly confronting Zeus. Instead, she transmuted Callisto into a bear. In time, Callisto's own son nearly ended her life during a hunting expedition. To avert this tragic outcome, Zeus elevated both mother and son to the celestial sphere, immortalizing them as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. While this conclusion might seem touching, Hera, unwilling to be outdone, is said to have implored Oceanus and Tethys to deny these stars access to their watery embrace. This, it is claimed, is the reason these constellations perpetually circle the northern sky, never descending below the horizon. Even amongst the stars, Hera's animosity persisted. Then there was Leto, the mother of Apollo and Artemis. Enraged by Leto's pregnancy by Zeus, Hera decreed that she should find no place to give birth on any land blessed by the sun's rays. Every island and nation spurned her, fearing Hera's vengeance. Finally, Leto discovered Delos, an island adrift and unanchored to the earth, and there she gave birth. Even then, Hera delayed the delivery by withholding Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Only after 9 agonizing days did the twins make their appearance. In each of these chronicles, Hera's fury is unyielding. Yet, perhaps the most infamous of her targets was Semele, a mortal woman and the mother of Dionysus. Zeus, enamored with Semele, visited her in secrecy. Hera, upon learning of this affair, assumed the guise of an elderly confidant and instilled seeds of doubt in Semele's mind. "If Zeus truly loves you," she whispered suggestively, "ask him to reveal himself in his true divine form." Trusting in her paramour, Semele did precisely as advised. Zeus, bound by his word, appeared in his full celestial splendor, accompanied by thunder, lightning, and overwhelming radiance. Semele was instantly consumed by the celestial fire. To salvage the situation, Zeus retrieved the unborn infant and stitched him into his own thigh. Thus Dionysus was born, or rather twice born, and Hera once more was left to seethe. Her pursuit did not cease there. Hera relentlessly hounded Dionysus throughout his youth, plunging him into madness, driving him into exile, and inflicting suffering upon his followers. She drove the mortal woman Ino, who had fostered the infant god, to insanity. Her rage was a deluge affecting not merely her rivals, but also their offspring, their companions, and their cities. She once drove Heracles, the son of Zeus and Alcmene, into a paroxysm of madness so profound that he murdered his own wife and children. This was not an isolated instance of retribution, but a lifelong vendetta. Even after his demise, Hera's animosity towards Heracles persisted. However, perhaps the most chilling illustration of Hera's vindictiveness is the narrative of Echo. Echo was a mountain nymph blessed with a beautiful voice and a propensity for excessive speech. She also served as a convenient diversion. Whenever Zeus visited the nymphs, Echo would engage Hera in lengthy monologues, thereby enabling Zeus to escape unnoticed. Upon discovering this ruse, Hera cursed Echo to repeat only the final utterance of any spoken word. Echo's voice, once her most cherished gift, was reduced to mere mimicry. She would later fall desperately in love with the comely Narcissus, but being unable to articulate her affections, she gradually faded until only her voice remained. So, what are we to glean from all of this? On one hand, Hera's actions are undeniably petty. She penalizes women for Zeus's transgressions. She directs her fury not at the root of her agony, but at its manifestations. She is vengeful, unyielding, and frankly, quite terrifying. And yet Hera is also a figure of tragedy. She is the goddess of matrimony within a marriage perpetually in disarray. She is bound to Zeus not merely by affection, but by the very fabric of mythology, by the established order of the divine realm. She cannot depart, nor can she directly punish him. Consequently, she strikes where she is able. Her wrath mirrors the indignation of someone repeatedly humiliated, yet compelled to maintain the facade of a queen. She is expected to exhibit composure, dignity, and serenity, while her husband consorts with both mortals and immortals alike. Her feud, in essence, is not directed at individual women. It is a rebellion against the system that confines her. Naturally, mythology does not condone her behavior. Her victims are often blameless, and her vengeance shatters lives. However, it does lend her story a layer of complexity. Hera is not simply a villain. She symbolizes the entanglement of power, suffering, and pride. She embodies a very specific brand of indignation, one that smolders beneath a veneer of elegance and composure before erupting. The ancient Greeks perceived her not merely as cruel, but as a guardian of solemn promises, a divine being who impressed upon mortals and gods alike the sacredness of commitments. She punished not only infidelity, but also breaches of trust. And perhaps this is why her rage endures. It transcends mere jealousy. It speaks to the betrayal of loyalty, the violation of faith, and the transgression of hallowed vows. Hera's conflict with her rivals is not solely emotional. It is ideological. Unable to confront Zeus directly, she targets what he cherishes, thereby asserting her authority in the only manner available to her. Her temples remained among the most venerated in the Hellenic world. At Samos, Argos, and Olympia, she was honored with great reverence. She was not universally feared. Queens and brides alike invoked her name. Her presence was paramount in wedding ceremonies and state functions. For even in her pettiness, Hera retained her regal status. And what is a queen in mythology if not a paradox? Cherished and dreaded, dignified and furious, constrained yet unyielding. Hera's vendetta was perpetual, but so too was her influence. Ultimately, she outlived many of her adversaries. I ascended to divinity in Egypt. Callisto was placed among the stars. Semele perished, only for her son to later give birth to potent deities. But Hera, the formidable Hera, remained on Olympus, observing, judging, and unyielding. She was the tempest behind the throne, the thunder beneath the crown. And though her targets shifted, her fury never wavered. Greek mythology is not renowned for its gentle family sagas. If one seeks examples of fraternal affection, stable marriages, or fortunate inheritances, it would be more advisable to consult a different literary tradition altogether, perhaps one featuring woodland creatures. However, when it comes to familial calamity, no lineage suffers more profoundly, repeatedly, and bloodily than the house of Atreus. To enter their domain is to immerse oneself in a multi-generational tale of horror, interwoven with treachery, homicide, cannibalism, and divine retribution. Every scion of this family inherits not merely a kingdom, but a legacy steeped in ancestral guilt. Even by mythological standards, their epic reads like a malediction that spans centuries. Thus, for this evening, let us lower the oil lamp, don our most uncomfortable attire, and drift into the quiet yet implacable despair of one of mythology's most accursed families. It all commences, unsurprising as it may seem, with a dispute over dominion. At the heart of the Atreus curse lies Tantalus, a monarch favored by the deities. He was even granted the privilege of dining with them, an honor unimaginable for a mortal. Yet predictably, he abused this extraordinary concession. In one account of his legend, he pilfered ambrosia and nectar from the gods and shared them with humankind. In another, far more grim version, he murdered his own son, Pelops, dismembered him, and served him to the gods as a stew, merely to ascertain their perceptiveness. It was a culinary test that the gods did not appreciate. Fortunately, most of them were astute enough to detect the deception. They declined to partake. All save Demeter, who, distracted by her sorrow over her abducted daughter, Persephone, consumed a portion of Pelops' shoulder. When the truth was unearthed, the gods meticulously reassembled Pelops, replacing the absent segment with a shoulder fashioned from ivory. He was resurrected, radiant and whole. Tantalus, meanwhile, endured eternal punishment in the underworld. His name endures in the verb to tantalize, for he stands eternally in a pool of water he cannot drink, beneath fruit he cannot reach. However, the damage had already been initiated. The family was indelibly marked. Pelops now returned to the realm of the living, matured into a handsome and ambitious man. He sought the hand of Hippodamia, the daughter of King Oenomaus. The king, however, was disinclined to grant her in marriage. Every suitor was obliged to compete with him in a chariot race, and in every instance the suitor lost and was summarily executed. Pelops, reluctant to meet a similar fate, turned to Poseidon, who had previously shown him favor, and was bestowed with a divine chariot. Furthermore, and this is where the myth becomes indistinct, he either bribed or seduced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, requesting his assistance in sabotaging the chariot's wheels. During the race, Myrtilus's chariot crashed, and he perished. Pelops, triumphant, wedded Hippodamia. Yet, when Myrtilus anticipated his promised reward, Pelops callously murdered him, casting him into the sea. As he drowned, Myrtilus uttered a curse upon Pelops and all his descendants. That marks the second curse. Pelops and Hippodamia were blessed with numerous offspring, including Atreus and Thyestes, the subsequent bearers of their doom. These two siblings would perpetuate the esteemed family tradition of betrayal, rivalry, and bloodshed. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the brothers vied for authority. Atreus was ultimately selected to govern, but Thyestes seduced Atreus's wife and absconded with a golden ram, a symbol of divine approval, thereby claiming the throne. Atreus, upon uncovering this perfidy, did not resort to diplomatic discourse. He feigned reconciliation and extended an invitation to Thyestes for a grand banquet. Thyestes attended, dined heartily, and only later, too late, did he comprehend that the meal was prepared from the flesh of his own sons. Yes, it is yet another of those banquets. Atreus revealed the severed heads and hands of the boys after the repast. Ensuring the trauma was absolute, Thyestes fled in utter horror, and the gods, predictably, were aghast. The curse intensified. Eventually, through the counsel of an oracle, Thyestes understood that to achieve true retribution, he must father a child with his own daughter, Pelopia. That child, conceived in incest and vengeance, was Aegisthus. Concurrently, Atreus raised Aegisthus as his own, oblivious to the child's true parentage. Upon reaching adulthood and discovering the truth, Aegisthus murdered Atreus, thus completing Thyestes' vengeance. From this point, we transition to the era of Atreus' sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus, celebrated heroes of the Trojan War. Menelaus, naturally, is most renowned for being the wronged husband of Helen, whose abduction by Paris ignited the conflict. However, it is Agamemnon, the elder brother, who assumes the central role in the family's continued descent into ruin. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, Helen's sister. When the Trojan War erupted, he commanded the Greek legions. However, en route to Troy, the fleet was becalmed at Aulis. The augurs declared that the sole means of appeasing the gods was to offer Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia, as a sacrifice. Agamemnon consented. He enticed Iphigenia to Aulis under the guise of a wedding ceremony and then sacrificed her. In some versions, Artemis mercifully spares her at the final moment. In others, she succumbs. Regardless of the particular account, the betrayal incensed Clytemnestra. While Agamemnon was away engaged in warfare for a decade, Clytemnestra took Aegisthus, yes, the very Aegisthus, son of Thyestes and Pelopia, as her lover. When Agamemnon returned from Troy, triumphant and laden with spoils, including the prophetess Cassandra, daughter of Priam, he anticipated a hero's welcome. Instead, he met his end. In some narratives, Clytemnestra stabs him in the bath. In others, she ensnares him like a fish, and Aegisthus delivers the fatal blow. Cassandra, cursed to perpetually utter truths, yet never be believed, prophesied their demise, but was disregarded and also slain. This sets the stage for the ensuing generation, Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, and Clytemnestra. As a boy, Orestes was secreted away to safety. Upon reaching maturity, he returned to avenge his father and, in doing so, murdered his own mother. This act, while honorable according to the principles of retribution, placed him in an agonizing predicament. He was guilty of matricide, a transgression so egregious it was considered unnatural, even within the realm of myth. The Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, descended upon Orestes. They pursued him across Greece, driving him to the brink of madness. He sought sanctuary in Delphi, and Apollo offered him ambiguous solace. However, only a trial in Athens, presided over by Athena herself, could resolve his plight. This juncture signifies the mythical genesis of law, triumphing over blood vengeance. The jury's verdict was divided. Athena cast the deciding vote, acquitting Orestes. This marked a pivotal shift in the mythological narrative, a transition from cyclical retribution to formalized justice. Nevertheless, the blood-soaked legacy of the house of Atreus persisted. The transgressions of parents were never erased. They were inherited, much like dusty crowns and cursed weaponry. We must inquire, what fuels this cycle of suffering? The deities. Undoubtedly, divine interference plays a part, but frequently, the gods merely amplify pre-existing forces. Jealousy, ambition, desire. What truly perpetuates the curse is the refusal to grant forgiveness, the unwavering conviction that vengeance is a virtue. Each generation inherits a wound and then deepens it. Echoes of this pattern resonate across numerous cultures. Ancestral curses, generational trauma, the concept that unresolved matters do not vanish, but rather fester. The saga of Atreus speaks to the profound horror of being born into an unfolding narrative, one that demands your participation, whether you desire it or not. Yet, mythology offers faint glimmers of optimism. Orestes' trial suggests that the cycle can be broken, that justice can supplant vengeance, and that healing, however fragile, is attainable. However, the house of Atreus also serves as a reminder that endings materialize gradually, and that even a resolution does not erase pain. The Furies, appeased by Athena, transform into the Eumenides, the kindly ones. Their role shifts from retribution to guardianship. It is a poetic metamorphosis. The very forces that once wrought destruction now protect. In antiquity, such narratives were not cautionary tales in the modern sense. They served as explanations for the world's inherent cruelty. Why do innocent individuals suffer? Why does history repeat itself? The answer is that the past is never truly past. And so we sit, observing the flickering flames, listening for the measured tread of doomed footsteps. A banquet prepared, a net drawn taut, a voice warning but unheard. The house of Atreus is more than mere myth. It is a reflection, a reminder that familial legacies can become burdens, that justice demands courage, and that cycles can be broken, albeit at a significant cost. And perhaps above all, it reminds us that to surmount a curse, we must sometimes choose not to perpetuate it. Our descent into ill-fated dynasties concludes with arguably the most notorious figure of all. Oedipus, the man who deciphered a riddle, ascended to kingship, and unknowingly fulfilled a prophecy so dire that it continues to resonate through literature and psychology to this day. The myth of Oedipus is not merely a chronicle of destiny and misfortune. It is an examination of how the pursuit of truth, however noble, can lead to ruin when that truth proves more devastating than ignorance. Let us now dim the oil lamp, draw closer to the hearth, and tread cautiously into the city of Thebes, where the gods orchestrate their cruel games, and no mortal escapes their predetermined path. Oedipus was born the offspring of King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. At his nativity, an oracle foretold that he would one day slay his father and espouse his mother. This was not the sort of news one typically celebrates with a feast and a toast. Horrified, Laius commanded that the infant be carried into the wilderness and abandoned. To ensure the deed was accomplished, Oedipus's ankles were pierced and bound, a cruel detail that would forever mark him. The servant entrusted with this task, however, could not bring himself to comply, and instead gave the child to a shepherd, who, in turn, delivered him to the childless king and queen of Corinth, Polybus and Merope, who raised him as their own. Thus Oedipus grew to believe he was a Corinthian prince, destined for sovereignty. He was astute, robust, and self-assured. Yet one day at a banquet, a drunken individual implied that he was not the true son of Polybus. Deeply unsettled, Oedipus sought out the oracle at Delphi to ascertain the truth. As oracles are wont to do, it responded not to the question he posed, but to the one he most dreaded. You are fated to kill your father and marry your mother. Appalled, Oedipus resolved never to return to Corinth, believing Polybus and Merope to be his rightful parents. In his endeavor to outmaneuver fate, he walked directly into its embrace. On his journey to Thebes, at a constricted point on the road, somewhere between mere chance and malevolent design, Oedipus encountered an elderly gentleman accompanied by his retinue. A dispute ensued, tempers flared, and Oedipus, ever quick to anger, dispatched the travelers. One of them was, unbeknownst to him, his true father, King Laius. Having unwittingly committed patricide, Oedipus continued his journey to Thebes. The city was under siege, not by armies, but by a sphinx, a creature possessing the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. The sphinx posed a riddle to all who passed, and those who failed to provide the correct answer were devoured. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? She inquired. Oedipus responded, Man, who crawls on all 4s as an infant, walks upright on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. Defeated, the Sphinx hurled herself from a cliff. Thebes was liberated, and its populace expressed their gratitude. Their king had perished. Their queen, Jocasta, was widowed, and thus they offered Oedipus the crown and the hand of the queen. He accepted both. Thus the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus had killed his father and married his mother, though neither he nor Jocasta were aware of this fact. Years elapsed. Thebes prospered under Oedipus's governance. He and Jocasta had 4 children, 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. All appeared to be well until a second plague afflicted the city. Crops failed, livestock perished, and women ceased to bear children. The populace cried out to the gods for deliverance. The oracle at Delphi was consulted once more. The message was unequivocal. The plague would not abate until the murderer of King Laius was discovered and punished. Eager to save his city, Oedipus vowed to unearth the truth. He summoned Tiresias, the blind prophet of Apollo. Tiresias was hesitant to speak, but when pressed, he declared, "You are the one you seek." Oedipus, horrified and disbelieving, accused the prophet of treason, suspecting a conspiracy, perhaps orchestrated by Creon, Jocasta's brother, who desired the throne. However, Jocasta urged him to remain calm, suggesting that oracles were not always to be trusted. After all, she and Laius had once received a prophecy that their son would kill his father. But the child had died, and Laius had been slain by brigands at a crossroads. It was at this juncture that Oedipus recalled his own encounter. He too had slain a man at a crossroads. The timing, the location, the number of attendants, everything aligned. Soon thereafter, a messenger from Corinth arrived with further tidings. King Polybus had died. Oedipus rejoiced, believing he had circumvented the first half of the prophecy. But then the messenger added, almost incidentally, "You were adopted." You know, he had been given to Polybus by a shepherd from Thebes, the very same shepherd who had once served King Laius. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place. Jocasta, realizing the horrifying truth, fled to her chambers and hanged herself. Oedipus followed shortly thereafter and discovered her body. In his profound agony, he seized the golden pins from her garments and blinded himself, driving them into his eyes with the ferocity of his grief. Thus the prophecy was fully realized, not through malice or wickedness, but through fate's deliberate and unhurried machinations. Blind and broken, Oedipus implored to be banished. Creon, assuming the throne, granted this wish. Oedipus departed, guided by his daughter Antigone, to endure his final years as a wandering exile. Yet his narrative did not conclude with his banishment. Eventually he reached Colonus, near Athens, where he found refuge. There, according to ancient lore, Oedipus received a peaceful demise and was laid to rest in a sacred site, known only to the divine. His burial place became a bastion of protection for the region, a peculiar recompense for a life fraught with immense hardship. However, Oedipus's curse did not cease with his death. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, engaged in a bitter dispute over the succession. When Polynices was exiled and subsequently returned with an invading force, the two brothers perished in combat, each claiming the other's life. Antigone, unwavering in her loyalty, defied royal decree and performed the rites for her fallen brother. For this act of defiance, she was condemned to death, immured within a tomb. Her betrothed, Creon's son, took his own life in his despair. His mother, Creon's consort, followed suit. Within the lineage of Oedipus, tragedy was not a fleeting tempest, but a pervasive deluge that engulfed multiple generations. Thus, what profound meaning can we glean from this chronicle? Oedipus is not a malevolent figure. He acts not with malice or ill intent. He is characterized by his intellect, his fortitude, and his earnestness. He saves strangers. He pursues justice. Despite this, he is fated not by his deeds, but by his ancestry. His saga propounds unsettling inquiries. Can one circumvent destiny? Is ignorance preferable to knowledge? What is the ultimate price of truth? Audiences of ancient Greece were intimately familiar with this narrative. They did not attend to be surprised. Rather, they convened to witness the inexorable unfolding of events, to absorb the weight of predestination, and to ponder, what course would I have charted? In subsequent philosophical discourse, particularly among the Stoics, this account was interpreted as a lesson in the acceptance of one's ordained path. Oedipus endures suffering not due to any inherent wickedness, but because he resists that which has already been decreed. For contemporary minds, the narrative transformed into something entirely distinct. Sigmund Freud perceived in Oedipus the concealed desires of the subconscious. The Oedipus complex, the concept positing that children harbor suppressed affections for their parents, transmuted this myth into a psychological framework. Naturally, this was controversial and remains a subject of ongoing debate. yet it underscores the enduring potency of the myth. What element of Oedipus continues to resonate with us? Perhaps it is the irony, the individual who seeks truth only to find his own undoing through it, or the notion that our most commendable virtues, sagacity, valor, integrity, can also precipitate our ruin. Or perhaps it is the quiet horror of realizing that the life one has constructed, the family one cherishes, the identity one believes oneself to possess, is founded upon a secret so profound that it can never be rectified. Nevertheless, there is an inherent nobility in Oedipus's downfall. He does not evade his culpability, he does not deny it. He embraces it. He imposes punishment upon himself. He earnestly requests to be cast out. In a sense, he restores order, not through force, but through accountability. His tale concludes not with retribution, but with expiation. As we transition from the illuminated realm of myth back into the quietude of our modern abodes, Oedipus remains with us. He is a figure of profound sorrow, certainly, but also of remarkable humanity. He imparts the understanding that ignorance does not invariably equate to felicity. He teaches that the past, regardless of how deeply it is concealed, will inevitably resurface. He confirms that truth, once perceived, cannot be unperceived, and that sometimes, to attain tranquility, one must confront the most shadowed aspects of one's own being. Close your eyes. Envision a time preceding the naming of deities before the erection of temple columns, and before the clergy determined the proper sacrificial animals and their designated days. All that existed was an unbounded void, not disorder in the mundane sense of misplaced articles or cacophonous traffic, but rather a vast, dark, and amorphous abyss. The ancient Greeks initiated their mythological cosmology from this very point of primal emptiness. From this void gradually emerged the inaugural entities of existence: Gaia, the very essence of Earth; Tartarus, the shadowy underworld; Eros, the spark of longing that catalyzed all motion; and Nyx, the embodiment of night itself, enshrouded in starlit darkness. Gaia, the nurturing Earth Mother, found her solitude unbearable. She extended her fertile expanse, giving rise to Uranus, the celestial sky, so that he might envelop her. Thus the union of earth below and sky above commenced, yielding the initial generation of divine offspring. These were the Titans, beings of immense stature and eternal essence, embodying the fundamental forces of nature rather than the refined deities later encountered on Mount Olympus. And so began the epoch preceding Zeus, the era of the Titans, an age that elucidates the perpetual underlying suspicion the Greeks harbored towards their rulers. They understood that power is never an immutable possession. As chronicled in Hesiod's Theogony, 12 Titans presided initially, 6 male and 6 female. Their appellations were as evocative as they were portentous: Oceanus, the immeasurable river encircling the world; Hyperion, the celestial luminescence; Theia, the embodiment of divine sight; Mnemosyne, memory personified; and crucially, Cronus, who would later occupy a pivotal role in our narrative. They were not deities in the later Olympian sense, but rather personifications of cosmic principles, as if the universe itself had manifested corporeal form and sentient awareness. When picturing them, forego the image of decorous robed figures partaking of wine. Instead, visualize towering primordial beings, akin to mountains endowed with distinct personalities. They did not inhabit palatial structures, but seemed intrinsically interwoven into the very fabric of existence. Oceanus, for instance, was not merely situated by the sea, he was the sea. To refer to them as a family almost feels inadequate, yet this is precisely how the Greeks conceptualized their relationships. Gaia, the matriarch, Uranus, the patriarch, and the Titans, their numerous progeny. Predictably, no myth worth recounting depicts an idyllic domestic sphere. Uranus, the Sky Father, proved to be a rather disagreeable figure. He harbored a profound apprehension of his offspring, the Titans, along with their monstrous brethren, the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, those formidable beings with 100 hands. Fearful of their latent strength, Uranus forcibly reinserted them into Gaia's womb, a situation that, needless to say, engendered considerable discomfort for all involved. The unfortunate Gaia groaned under the oppressive weight, both tangible and symbolic. Until she could endure it no longer, she sought retribution. It was at this juncture that Cronus emerged. He was the youngest of the Titans, yet possessed sufficient cunning to accomplish what his elder siblings had foregone. With Gaia's incitement, he ambushed his father. Armed with an adamantine sickle, a blade of unyielding sharpness, Cronus struck Uranus, severing him from the earth. This was, to put it mildly, a brutal undertaking. From the blood that splattered upon the earth, the Furies, spirits of vengeance, were engendered, and from the sea foam, according to a later tradition, emerged Aphrodite, the goddess of love. It is quite revealing that from an act of violence sprang forth both justice and desire, two fundamental forces that would perpetually shape Greek mythology. Cronus's action liberated his siblings, but also initiated a cycle destined to plague the gods, the dread of offspring rebelling against their progenitors. The Greeks, ever pragmatic, recognize that intergenerational conflict is as intrinsic to existence as the changing of the seasons. Monarchs are deposed, sons revolt, and no father can rest entirely easy when his heirs harbor ambition. With Uranus vanquished, Cronus ascended to power. He governed the cosmos alongside his Titan brethren and sisters. For a period, the world entered what the Greeks subsequently termed the Golden Age. Humankind, it was recounted, lived in an era of peace and abundance. They toiled not in fields, nor suffered from illness. There was no necessity for laws or penalties, as all conducted themselves with natural rectitude. In essence, it was a veritable paradise. However, paradise is ephemeral. Cronus, despite his formidable power, bore the burden of prophecy. Just as he had deposed his father, so too was one of his own children destined to usurp him. The Greeks held a particular fondness for prescient pronouncements, not for the element of choice they might suggest, but for the inevitability they implied. Regardless of the actions undertaken by God or mortal, fate invariably found a way to manifest itself. Consequently, Cronus, already consumed by paranoia, endeavored to avert this foretold outcome. When his consort Rhea gave birth, Cronus did not hover protectively over the cradle, nor fashion tiny divine garments. Instead, he consumed each newborn infant whole. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, Poseidon, all vanished into his capacious maw. To the Greeks, this was not merely a gruesome image, but a potent symbol of time itself. For Cronus was frequently conflated with Kronos, the personification of time. Just as time inexorably consumes each successive generation, so too did Cronus engulf his own offspring. Rhea, understandably distraught, sought a means to preserve her youngest. She journeyed to the island of Crete, where she gave birth to an infant son. Instead of surrendering him to Cronus, she swaddled a stone and presented it as her newborn. Cronus, suspecting nothing, he did not appear to be the most astute ruler, ingested the stone, believing he had secured his safety. Meanwhile, the true infant was secreted away, nurtured by the goat Amalthea, whose milk flowed with the richness of ambrosia. Surrounding him, the curate, young warriors danced, clashing their spears and shields to drown out his cries. Thus was Zeus born in secrecy, his destiny preserved. Why did the Greeks recount such peculiar narratives of cannibalistic fathers and goats, yielding divine sustenance? The answer lies in the intermingling of myth and historical experience. Myth was not devised for solace, but to explicate the cycles of the natural world and the dynamics of political power. The apprehension of succession mirrored authentic anxieties prevalent in the ancient world. Kings feared their sons, cities feared their rivals, and even the gods, it seemed, could not escape the perpetual cycle of conflict. Archaeological investigations of Minoan Crete draw attention to caverns such as Dictaean Cave and Idaean Cave, sites later venerated for their association with Zeus's nativity. Offerings consisting of bronze and terracotta figurines have been unearthed there, suggesting a profound conviction among the populace that these subterranean locations held celestial significance. The myth also resonated with ritualistic practices. The percussive striking of shields by the curettes echoed the boisterous processions observed during actual Greek festivals, where dancers and drummers sought to invoke divine favor. The Titans, in the interim, came to represent a bygone era. Subsequent generations of Greeks perceived them as ancient, almost archaic deities supplanted by the Olympians, much as outdated customs yield to new ones. In literary traditions, particularly within Hesiod's works, they embody raw, immense primordial power, albeit lacking refinement. The Olympians, conversely, symbolized order and civilization. Yet, the memory of the Titans persisted. They were not annihilated, but rather incarcerated within Tartarus, situated deep beneath the earth, under the vigilant watch of the Hecatoncheires. In the Greek imagination, they remained a latent presence, their subterranean rumblings serving as a constant reminder that chaos never truly vanishes. Certain scholarly perspectives posit that the Titanomachi, the cataclysmic conflict between the Titans and the Olympians, reflected cultural recollections of older deities being supplanted by emergent cults. As Indo-European migrants introduced their sky deities into Greece, they may have reshaped myths to elucidate the ascendance of Zeus and his siblings to dominion over previously revered chthonic and marine powers. In this manner, myth preserved a faint recollection of religious transformation. The narrative concerning Uranus, Cronus, and Zeus bears striking resemblances to accounts found in other cultural traditions. In Mesopotamia, the deity Marduk vanquished the primordial chaos serpent Tiamat, thereby establishing cosmic order. Within Hittite mythology from Anatolia, Kumabi bit off the genitals of his father Anu, only to be subsequently challenged by his own offspring, the storm god Teshub. The underlying pattern is unequivocal, a cycle of succession, wherein each generation overthrows the preceding one, typically through violent means. The Greeks were not solitary in conceptualizing their universe in this fashion. It was as if ancient peoples universally comprehended that power is never transferred peacefully, not even within the divine pantheon. Thus, as this inaugural chapter concludes, we witness the world poised on the precipice of profound alteration. Cronus presides upon his throne, self-satisfiedly caressing his child-filled abdomen, oblivious to the fact that one infant remains at liberty. The Titans exert their rule, their might seemingly boundless, their dominion appearing eternal. Humanity luxuriates in its golden age, unburdened by toil or sorrow. Yet, a transformative shift is subtly underway within a Cretan grotto, where a divine infant matures, sustained by celestial milk and shielded by harmonious melodies. He will soon ascend, and nothing shall remain unaltered. The Greeks often looked back upon this era of the Titans with a complex admixture of longing and apprehension. Longing, because it was recalled as a time of bounteous prosperity and unblemished innocence. Apprehension, because it was also an era characterized by untamed and cruel power, where even the gods lived in dread of their own offspring. To them, this epoch elucidated not merely the genesis of Zeus, but the fundamental essence of existence itself, that every established order inherently contains the seeds of its own eventual dissolution. Therefore, as you drift toward slumber, envision the celestial bodies above as Uranus, stretched across the firmament, and the ground beneath you as Gaia, perpetually fertile and restlessly dynamic. Between them once stood the Titans, proud and formidable, awaiting the appointed hour of their reign's cessation. And from the hushed cries of a child concealed in Crete, a new dominion was already in the process of its creation. If the genesis of Zeus's story is to be found anywhere, it resides in secrecy. There is no resplendent throne, no hallowed temple walls, no solemn processions of priests. Instead, picture a dark cavern on the island of Crete. A nascent infant is concealed within, his cries muted by the resounding clash of spears against shields. His mother has just artfully deceived the most formidable entity in the cosmos, with naught but a rock encased in swaddling clothes. This appears to be a humble commencement for the future sovereign of the gods. However, it is worth noting that the Greeks consistently favored irony. Rhea, the consort of Cronus, had grown weary of witnessing her children vanish into her husband's gullet. Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, Hades, all swallowed in the name of his consuming paranoia. Cronus harbored a deep-seated fear of the prophecy foretelling his overthrow by one of his progeny, and thus he attempted to circumvent destiny by assuming the role of history's most terrifying babysitter. Rhea, nonetheless, was disinclined to relinquish her final child. Consequently, she sought refuge on Crete, gave birth in concealment, and duped her husband with a stone, which he readily consumed without the slightest suspicion. Perhaps this detail humorously suggests that even omnipotent titans ought to exercise caution when eating. The child she safeguarded was Zeus, and his upbringing would subsequently become one of the most peculiar sagas within Greek mythology. The caverns of Crete, particularly those of Dictaeon and Idaeon, were later revered as the site of his nativity. Archaeologists have unearthed numerous votive offerings, small figurines, bronze artifacts, ceremonial vessels, indicating that for centuries, people genuinely believed these caves served as the sanctuary for the infant deity. To the Greeks, mythology was not merely a collection of tales, but a living entity. As they traversed these subterranean passages, they felt as though they were stepping directly into the very cradle of divinity. Naturally, Zeus could not be reared as an ordinary child. His attendant was the goat Amalthea, whose milk was reputed to possess a richness that rivaled ambrosia itself. Some accounts suggest that she was no ordinary goat, but a divine creature radiating vibrant vitality. Her horns, according to myth, eventually transformed into the cornucopia, the horn of abundance, a symbol of unending nourishment. This serves as a poignant symbolic gesture, for this humble goat, often overlooked in retellings, was in reality the very creature that sustained the future ruler of the cosmos. In a profound sense, the very abundance of the gods originated with her. Surrounding the infant, the Curetes, a cadre of armored youths, performed their duty, which was both solemn and boisterous. Whenever Zeus began to cry, they would strike their spears and shields together, creating a clamor intended to prevent Cronus from detecting his presence. This constituted a rather peculiar form of childcare, an onslaught of deafening lullabies composed of bronze and steel, yet it proved remarkably effective. Certain traditions propose that the curette possessed a semi-divine nature themselves, serving as guardians to the infant god, and their martial dance became the foundational model for later Cretan rituals. To the Greeks, the cacophony generated by ritual was more than mere sound. It was a bulwark against chaos, a method of repelling malevolent forces. This clandestine upbringing imbued Zeus with the very qualities that would define his character: discretion, resilience, and an intrinsic conviction that destiny favored him above all others. Unlike his siblings, who were swallowed and imprisoned, Zeus flourished in freedom. Unlike his father, who harbored a deep-seated fear of his offspring, Zeus would eventually embrace his own paternal role, albeit perhaps with excessive enthusiasm, considering the sheer number of his progeny. Even in his infancy, he represented the nascent order poised for emergence. The Greeks frequently emphasized the stark contrast between Zeus's humble beginnings and his ultimate apotheosis. While dwelling in Crete, he was merely another child, dependent on sustenance, warmth, and protection. Nevertheless, his survival was marked by unmistakable signs of divinity. Some narratives claim that bees nourished him with honey, that sacred substance considered the quintessential food of immortals. Others recount how nymphs cradled him, their melodies weaving him into the very harmony of the natural world. Through these intricate details, we observe the Greeks' profound connection between their deities and the terrestrial realm. Milk, honey, caves, mountains, bees, all these elements became integral components of Zeus's divine identity. Meanwhile, Cronus remained ensconced upon his throne, utterly oblivious. He had readily consumed the stone presented by Rhea and congratulated himself on having circumvented prophecy. This self-assuredness serves as a reminder of how myths often gently mock those in positions of power. Cronus possessed immense power, but his imagination was notably limited. He mistook a rock for a child, never questioned his wife's apparent relief, and presumed that fate could be outwitted through simple ingestion. The Greeks seemed to derive pleasure from the notion that even gods could exhibit foolishness, and that arrogance invariably heralded one's eventual downfall. As Zeus matured, he began to formulate his plans. His childhood in Crete was not characterized by idle amusement, but by diligent preparation. He was instructed in the disciplines of leadership and warfare. While the specific identities of his tutors vary across different accounts, some suggest the goddess Metis, the embodiment of sagacious thought, guided his development. Others posit that the nymphs of Crete were instrumental in shaping his early wisdom. In every rendition, however, Zeus is portrayed as destined to act. He is not a passive infant awaiting the inheritance of the cosmos. Rather, he is a burgeoning force already committed to the principles of justice and retribution. This concept of the youngest offspring rising to overthrow the established order mirrored the Greeks' perception of time and political dynamics. Every existing order carried within it the potential for its successor. Every father lived with the apprehension of his son's ascendancy. Within a society where city-states frequently engaged in conflict and rulers rose and fell with regularity, the myth offered a cosmic reflection of the human experience. Zeus was not merely a hidden infant in a cave, he was the very symbol of transformation. This narrative also sheds light on aspects of Greek religious practice. Unlike certain cultures where deities are perceived as eternal and immutable, the Greek gods experienced birth, endured suffering, engaged in plotting, and underwent development. Zeus's infancy held considerable significance. His struggles as a child rendered him relatable, almost human, even as he prepared to attain the status of the most powerful being. Worshippers who conveyed offerings to his sanctuaries and sacred sites acknowledged not only his might, but also his vulnerability, his origins rooted in hardship and concealment. In subsequent eras, poets further embellished his early life with additional details. They recounted how the goat Amalthea accidentally fractured one of her horns, and how Zeus, in his gratitude, imbued it with an unending supply of fruits and grains, thus creating the cornucopia, which remains a symbol of plenty to this day. They narrated how the clanging cadence of the Curetes dance became integrated into festivals, echoing the protective sanctuary once provided to the concealed child. Even natural objects, such as the aegis, a magical shield fashioned from goat hide and associated with Zeus, were linked back to these formative years. His infancy thus became the fertile ground from which sprouted the symbolic representations that would come to define his reign. Nevertheless, the most crucial element of Zeus's childhood was not his survival, but the grand design that was set in motion. Upon reaching maturity, Zeus would not simply exist in safety while his siblings languished within their father's digestive tract. He would liberate them, reestablish cosmic equilibrium, and commence the monumental struggle known as the Titanomachy, the celestial war that irrevocably reshaped the universe. The infant concealed in Crete was not merely fortunate. He was divinely ordained to act as a liberator. The Greeks held this trait in high esteem. To them, true sovereignty necessitated more than mere inheritance. It demanded courage, strategic acumen, and, above all, an unwavering readiness to confront tyranny. It is also imperative to pause and consider the manner in which this narrative intertwined with the realities of ancient civilization. The island served as the heartland of the Minoan civilization, which flourished long before the advent of classical Greece. The Cretans venerated deities associated with fertility, animals, and subterranean sanctuaries. Consequently, numerous scholars propose that the myth of Zeus's childhood was profoundly influenced by these antecedent traditions. By situating his nativity on Crete, the Greeks forged a connection between their most paramount deity and one of their most ancient cultural centers. Myth, archaeology, and political considerations converged harmoniously in this context. The formative years of Zeus also underscore a fundamental tenet of Greek religion: the intimate proximity between gods and mortals. The same milk that nourished ordinary children also sustained Zeus. The sustenance that humans cherished, honey, was also his fare. His dwelling wasn't a grand palace, but an accessible sanctuary. This resonated with the Greeks, offering them solace. Their deities, while magnificent, were intrinsically linked to the natural world that sustained their lives. Presenting honey or milk at a sacred site was a symbolic communion with the divine sustenance. Thus, we depart from Zeus, not yet the sovereign of Olympus, but a burgeoning child gathering strength beneath the rugged terrain of Crete. His sire, Cronus, remained oblivious, convinced of his perpetual security. His siblings languished, entombed in perpetual gloom, while the Titans reigned with an unshakable conviction of their enduring dominion. Yet, in the hushed confines of concealment, a nascent power was taking root. Each infant cry obscured by the clang of weaponry, every nourishing draught, every murmured benediction from nymphs and guardians, drew him inexorably toward his fated ascendancy. When the Greeks recounted this narrative, they weren't merely reciting a fable, they were imbuing themselves with the understanding that profound transformation often commences with subtle beginnings. The most formidable of rulers can be vanquished by an infant secreted away in a cavern. Oppression can never ultimately stifle destiny. Even the very fabric of the cosmos awaits its legitimate inheritor. Therefore, if you are listening with eyes half-lidded, envision that humble cave. Picture the goat Amalthea, lowering her head to nourish the infant, her breath a gentle warmth, her horns emitting a faint luminescence in the dimness. Hear the distant echo of bronze as the Curetes engage in their ritualistic dance, their weapons resonating against each other in rhythm with the child's infant cries. Beyond the cave, the winds swept across Crete's rugged slopes, carrying with them the hushed secret of a deity destined to one day command the heavens. And beneath it all lay the quiet assurance that even in the deepest darkness, even in a state of profound concealment, greatness can develop undetected until the opportune moment of its radiant emergence. Every saga reaches a juncture where forbearance erodes. For Zeus, merely existing in obscurity within a cave, subsisting on honey and goat's milk, while his brothers and sisters remained captive within Cronus's very being, became insufficient. His childhood, however endearing, served merely as an overture. The time for action had arrived, and in true mythic fashion, this action would manifest as warfare, not a minor skirmish or a fleeting uprising, but a conflict of cosmic proportions that would convulse the very structure of existence. The Greeks christened this struggle the Titanomachy, the war between the gods and the Titans, a conflict that endured for a span of 10 arduous years. Upon reaching maturity, Zeus resolved to liberate his siblings. After all, one cannot govern Olympus in solitary confinement. Various accounts delineate the precise manner in which this liberation occurred. In one prevailing version, the goddess Metis, whose appellation signifies cunning, concocted a potent emetic. This brew, administered to Cronus, induced a violent expulsion. Whether surreptitiously introduced into his drink or forcefully administered, the outcome was nothing short of spectacular. Cronus convulsed and retched, and from his depths emerged the 5 children he had previously consumed: Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Poseidon, and Hades. They reappeared fully grown, perhaps disoriented but undeniably alive. Imagine Cronus's astonishment at regurgitating not merely a meal, but an entire pantheon of divine beings. Thus reunited, these siblings formed the foundational core of what would ultimately evolve into the Olympian order. However, the undertaking that lay before them was immense. Cronus and the Titans were not enfeebled elders. They were primordial entities of immeasurable power, intrinsically woven into the very tapestry of existence. To challenge them was to confront the fundamental underpinnings of the universe itself. This was not a decision undertaken lightly, but the Olympians possessed a formidable secret weapon: allies. The Cyclopes, once imprisoned by Uranus, and subsequently by Cronus, were liberated by Zeus. In their profound gratitude, they bestowed upon him invaluable gifts. To Zeus, they presented thunder and lightning, elemental forces that would become his enduring symbols. To Poseidon, they granted the trident, a fearsome weapon capable of agitating the very seas. To Hades, they bestowed a helmet that rendered him imperceptible. These instruments transcended mere ornamentation. They represented cosmic powers that decisively shifted the scales of conflict. Now envision the 2 opposing forces assembling for battle. On one side stood the Olympians, youthful and vigorous, armed with cutting-edge divine weaponry, propelled by the invigorating energy of destiny. On the other, the Titans, colossal and ancient embodiments of sky, ocean, and memory. The theater of this conflict was the cosmos itself. The earth trembled, the oceans churned with boiling fury, and the mountains shuddered as the struggle commenced. The Greeks envisioned thunder reverberating through the celestial expanse, fire erupting from Olympus, and the very atmosphere crackling with the collision of immortal beings. It was anything but a placid confrontation. The war protracted year after year, with neither faction able to secure a decisive advantage. The Titans commanded brute force and sheer endurance, while the Olympians possessed strategic acumen and novel weaponry. A protracted stalemate ensued, and the world bore the indelible scars of this titanic clash. Tempestuous storms raged unabated. Earthquakes rent deep fissures across the land. The seas, in their volatile fury, threatened to engulf entire coastlines. For the Greeks, these cataclysmic natural events were not random occurrences. They were perceived as the residual reverberations of this primordial conflict, continuing to rumble beneath the surface of their world. Ultimately, Zeus comprehended that raw strength alone would prove insufficient to secure victory. He descended into Tartarus, the abyssal chasm situated beneath the earth, where the Hecatoncheires languished. These were monstrous entities, each possessing 50 heads and 100 arms, beings who had been cast down by Uranus and were deeply feared by Cronus. As terrifying as they were, their hatred for their shackles surpassed any other emotion. Zeus liberated them, offering them freedom in exchange for their unwavering allegiance. They readily agreed, and with their formidable 100 arms, they commenced hurling colossal rocks, each the size of a mountain, unleashing an incessant barrage upon the Titans. It was akin to discovering an entire legion of catapults ingeniously concealed within the Earth's foundations. With the Hecatoncheires now fighting alongside them, the Olympians finally gained a decisive upper hand. Bolts of lightning cleaved the sky asunder. The trident churned the oceans into a tempestuous maelstrom. Invisibility sowed a pervasive sense of terror among the Titan ranks. For 10 years, the cataclysmic battle raged until, at long last, the Titans faltered. Cronus, who had once dared to strike down his father Uranus, now found himself vanquished by his own progeny. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and a new era of dominion had dawned. What became of the Titans? They were not utterly annihilated, for the Greeks seldom envisioned their gods simply ceasing to exist. Instead, they were confined to Tartarus, that vast subterranean abyss, situated as far beneath the earth as the heavens stretched above it. There, they were bound by unbreakable chains, vigilantly guarded by the Hecatoncheires, beings they had once held in contempt. In the Greek imagination, the Titans remained sentient but defeated, their subterranean stirrings perceived as earthquakes, their latent power still palpable but effectively contained. Power, it is understood, never entirely dissipates. It merely changes custodians. This monumental conflict transcended the realm of mere dramatic storytelling. It served as a profound explication. The Olympians represented the deities of order, law, and civilization. The Titans, conversely, embodied a more ancient, untamed world, primal forces raw and unrestrained. The Titanomachy symbolized the triumph of structured order over primal chaos, of a younger, more organized cosmos over one that was raw and menacing. It also mirrored the Greeks' understanding of generational succession. Just as Cronus had supplanted Uranus, Zeus ultimately overthrew Cronus. Every sovereign, irrespective of their might, faced a similar destiny. One day, a younger generation would ascend to assume their mantle. This principle held true not only for celestial rulers, but also for familial lineages and political entities. The narrative also contained echoes of actual historical events. Scholars frequently posit that myths of divine succession reflect ancient recollections of cultural transformations. As Indo-European peoples migrated, they imbued their deities with characteristics that reshaped older mythologies, portraying their gods as the triumphant Olympians who supplanted earlier Earth-centric figures. Consequently, the Titanomachy stands not merely as a tale of divine conflict, but as a mythologized chronicle of religious evolution. Ancient powers are never truly eradicated. They are reinterpreted, presented as vanquished, yet enduring. Furthermore, the psychological resonance of this narrative cannot be overlooked. Imagine a Greek farmer attending a festival, listening to this myth unfold. Thunder rumbles in the distance, majestic mountains loom overhead, the relentless sea pounds against the shore. All these overwhelming forces of nature are imbued with a narrative, a historical context. They cease to be random terrors and instead become echoes of a grand cosmic conflict waged long ago. By recounting the Titanomachy, the Greeks provided themselves with an explanation for their world, thereby rendering it less formidable. The knowledge that Zeus governed with his thunderbolts was, paradoxically, a source of comfort. It suggested that at least someone was in command of the tempest. The Titanomachy also offered insight into the kind of ruler Zeus would ultimately become. Unlike Cronus, who harbored a pervasive fear of his offspring, Zeus cultivated alliances. Unlike Uranus, who kept his children imprisoned, Zeus liberated his siblings and assigned them distinct roles. Poseidon was granted dominion over the seas, Hades over the underworld, and Hera, the queenly crown. It was a kingdom founded on cooperation, albeit one not entirely devoid of internal discord. However, the underlying principle was fundamentally different. Where Cronus devoured, Zeus judiciously distributed. Where Cronus hoarded power, Zeus willingly shared it. Of course, he retained dominion over the sky for himself, a judicious choice, as storms present a more dramatic stage than either the seas or subterranean caverns. In subsequent periods of Greek artistic and literary expression, the Titanomachy became a cherished subject. Sculptors meticulously carved depictions of writhing Titan forms, crushed beneath the overwhelming might of the Olympians. Poets eloquently narrated the cataclysmic clash of fire and stone, the anguished cries of ancient deities, and the thunderous roars that rent mountains asunder. The tale evoked a dual response, both terror and reassurance. Terror stemmed from its cosmic scale, while reassurance arose from its ultimate outcome. The Olympians invariably emerged victorious. Order, at least temporarily, always prevailed. Thus, as the war concluded, the world entered a new epoch. The Titans were securely bound in Tartarus. Cronus was deposed from his throne, and Zeus stood as the undisputed victor. He was no longer the concealed infant of Crete, nor the clandestine entity nurtured in the shadows. He was now the king of the gods, the wielder of thunder, the supreme ruler of Olympus. From this point forward, the sagas of the cosmos would be woven around him. Yet, if the Greeks possessed any profound understanding, it was that victory invariably carries its own attendant burdens. Power must not only be attained, but also vigilantly maintained. Even as Zeus reveled in his triumph, new adversaries loomed on the horizon. Formidable giants, fearsome monsters, and prophecies yet to be unfurled. For the present moment, however, the cosmos settled into a profound quietude. The dust of conflict gradually subsided, the thunderous clamor abated, and the Olympians surveyed a world that had, at last, become their dominion. Therefore, as you drift towards slumber, envision the resonating rumble of thunder, not as a harbinger of threat, but as a lingering memory. It is the distant echo of a conflict waged eons ago. Picture the serene luminescence of the stars above, a celestial reminder that order emerged from chaos, that tempestuous storms ultimately yielded to clarity, and that even deities had to contend for their rightful place in existence, just as every generation must. Zeus had irrevocably claimed his celestial throne, and the age of the Titans had definitively concluded. The residue of the conflict had scarcely settled when Zeus cast his gaze across a cosmos dramatically reshaped by the titanic struggle. The Titanomachy had concluded. The Olympians had emerged victorious, and the future now belonged unequivocally to Zeus. However, victory merely marks the nascent stage of governance. Any individual can prevail in a conflict by securing the appropriate allies and wielding a few well-aimed thunderbolts. Yet, to govern a world, to maintain its cohesion, and to prevent its disintegration demands something considerably more profound. Zeus, the once hidden child of Crete, now confronted the formidable task of transforming his hard-won triumph into enduring order. Within the Greek imagination, this was no trivial undertaking. The initial imperative was to delineate spheres of authority. The universe, after all, is far too expansive for a single deity to manage independently. even one endowed with the formidable power of thunder at his fingertips. According to established tradition, the three brothers resorted to drawing lots. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades each extended their hand into the urn of destiny to claim their respective portions of the cosmos. Zeus received the sky, an immense and boundless domain where tempestuous clouds gathered and celestial bodies traced their courses. Poseidon was allocated the sea, a restless and profound expanse, teeming with enigmatic creatures and hidden treasures. Hades, perhaps drawing the less fortunate lot, was assigned the underworld, a somber realm inhabited by shadows. To assuage any potential disappointment, Zeus assured him of the critical importance of his responsibilities, perhaps adding with a knowing smile, characteristic of an elder sibling, that someone had to oversee the deceased. It is tempting to envision them engaged in sibling-like negotiations over a division of inheritance. Poseidon, known for his impetuous nature, might have argued for a larger share of the coastline. Hades, likely sighing at the perceived inequity of the arrangement, might have voiced his discontent. Zeus, naturally, would have declared the division final, citing, of course, his possession of the thunderbolts. Yet, beneath the veneer of humor lies a deeper significance. The partitioning of these realms mirrored the Greeks' perception of cosmic equilibrium. Sky, sea, and underworld represented the three fundamental pillars of existence, each indispensable and each governed by one of the brothers. While this arrangement was not democratic, and the Greeks harbored no illusions about its nature, it undeniably represented order. Zeus now occupied his throne upon Olympus, the majestic mountain that pierced the very clouds. From this lofty vantage point, he presided over both gods and mortals. However, Olympus was more than a mere mountain. It was a potent symbol of divine governance, a celestial assembly, and a structured hierarchy. Archaeological evidence suggests that in Greek religious practices, the pantheon often mirrored the societal structures of human civilization. Just as city-states featured councils and ruling figures, so too did the divine realm. Olympus served as their grand palace, their parliamentary forum, and their celebratory banquet hall. And at its very core sat Zeus, majestically enthroned. Nevertheless, to solidify his authority, Zeus had to undertake more than merely assigning titles. He needed to demonstrate himself as a ruler who maintained order not solely through intimidation, but also through the application of justice. Among his inaugural decrees was the establishment of clearly defined boundaries. The Titans who had actively opposed him were relegated to Tartarus, bound by chains, and kept under the vigilant custody of the Hecaton Keres. However, other primordial beings, such as Oceanus and his daughters, the Oceanids, were left unpunished. This selective application of retribution reveals a crucial insight into Zeus's political acumen. A monarch who indiscriminately punishes all invariably cultivates widespread enmity. Conversely, a ruler who dispenses punishment to some while showing clemency to others fosters both gratitude and unwavering loyalty. By permitting certain titans to retain their positions, he transformed potential adversaries into valuable allies. The Greeks frequently depicted Zeus as embodying both formidable power and calculated restraint. His thunderbolts were undeniably terrifying, yet they were not unleashed indiscriminately. He was not a capricious tyrant like Uranus, nor was he plagued by the pervasive paranoia that characterized Cronus. He established a reign that, while far from utopian, possessed a discernible stability. His adherence to justice became legendary. Oaths sworn in his name were considered sacrosanct, and any violation of these vows incurred his formidable wrath. The sacred duty of hospitality, known as xenia, also fell under his protective purview. Should a guest be subjected to mistreatment, Zeus was known to exact retribution upon the offender. While this may seem like a minor detail, in an era where travel was fraught with peril and strangers were dependent upon the benevolence of their hosts, it held profound significance. Zeus was recognized not only as the sovereign of the heavens, but also as the guardian of trust. Nevertheless, his reign was not without its formidable challenges. The Greeks, never content with a simplistic narrative, envisioned that following the Titanomachy, further threats would inevitably arise. Paramount among these was Typhon, a monstrous giant with a serpentine lower body, a being born from Gaia herself, who harbored an unyielding resentment toward Zeus for overthrowing her offspring. Typhon launched a violent rebellion against the newly established king, unleashing torrents of fire and widespread destruction. The ensuing battle between them convulsed both heaven and earth. Initially, it is said that Zeus himself faltered, even momentarily fleeing when his sinews were torn from his body. However, ultimately, with his thunderbolts blazing with celestial fury, he vanquished Typhon, consigning him to a subterranean prison beneath Mount Etna in Sicily. To this day, when the volcano erupts, the Greeks would assert that it is Typhon, stirring in his confinement, his rage perpetually contained by the enduring victory of Zeus. Another significant trial presented itself in the form of the giants, beings who had originated from the very blood of Uranus and were incited to rebellion by Gaia. They launched a full-scale assault upon Olympus in what became known as the Gigantomachy. Zeus and his assembled allies engaged them in fierce combat, but an ancient prophecy foretold that they could only be defeated with the aid of a mortal. That pivotal mortal was Heracles, Zeus's own son. Through the combined might of his arrows and the god's strength, the giants were ultimately slain. These compelling narratives served to reinforce Zeus's image as a ruler who consistently faced opposition, but invariably emerged triumphant. His dominion was not passively bestowed, it was actively defended and repeatedly earned. To solidify his reign, Zeus also instituted the divine order of law. Themis, the goddess of justice, became his trusted counselor. Together, they ensured that the cosmos operated according to established principles rather than arbitrary whims. It is significant that the Greeks envisioned even their gods as bound by order. Zeus, while perhaps the most powerful, was not entirely unfettered. Looming above him was Moira, or Fate, whose decrees even the formidable thunderbolts could not overturn. This subtle constraint provided the Greeks with a sense of solace. Their king of the gods was immensely powerful, yet he was not capricious. He too adhered to the overarching laws of the cosmos. Of course, ruling Olympus also entailed managing a court filled with contentious deities. Hera, his sister and later his wife, never hesitated to voice her strong opinions, particularly when Zeus's extramarital affections became overtly apparent. Poseidon occasionally tested his brother's authority, disputing dominion over various cities, such as Athens. Even lesser deities, were capable of instigating trouble, clamoring for recognition and influence. Yet, Zeus maintained his position on the throne through a judicious combination of inherent authority, persuasive diplomacy, and, when deemed necessary, precisely aimed bolts of lightning. This was, in essence, a divine manifestation of political maneuvering, and in its inherent squabbling, one can discern a striking parallel with the debates within Greek city councils. Olympus was not a realm of perfect harmony. Rather, it was a domain of continuous negotiation, overseen by a steadfast and resolute king. The enduring legacy of Zeus's establishment of order can still be traced throughout Greek culture. At Olympia, the most prestigious athletic contests were conducted in his honor. Every 4 years, athletes not only competed for victory, but also to celebrate the order that Zeus represented. Victorious athletes were adorned with wreaths of olive leaves, potent symbols of peace and unity under his benevolent watch. Oracles, such as the one situated at Dodona, conveyed pronouncements in his name, interpreting the rustling of oak leaves as the divine voice of the god. His presence permeated the very fabric of Greek existence, influencing everything from political structures to meteorological phenomena, and even the most intimate of oaths exchanged between friends. It is also crucial to acknowledge that Zeus's ascent marked the inauguration of a new cosmic family. The gods were no longer vague personifications of natural forces. Under Zeus's leadership, they evolved into distinct figures possessing individual personalities, engaging in conflicts, and embodying narratives that closely mirrored human experiences. The Olympians were not distant, abstract concepts. They were a relatable, albeit flawed, family, with Zeus serving as their paternal figure. His reign established the fundamental narrative framework for all subsequent myths, featuring a central king surrounded by a divine household, each member fulfilling specific roles. As this chapter draws to a close, we observe Zeus, firmly ensconced on his throne, his power secure, but not absolute. His thunderbolts serve as a potent symbol, not merely of destructive force, but also of carefully maintained balance. He has meticulously divided the world among his brothers, placed justice at the very heart of his governance, vanquished formidable adversaries, ranging from giants to serpentine monsters, and even subjected himself to the higher immutable laws of fate. In his ultimate triumph, the Greeks perceived not just a divine being, but a profound vision of kingship. Powerful yet cautious, stern yet protective, flawed yet enduring. Therefore, as you drift towards repose, envision Olympus majestically rising above the clouds, its halls gleaming with divine radiance, its celebratory banquets echoing with both laughter and spirited disputes, its throne occupied by the venerable god of thunder. Beyond its peaks, the seas churn under Poseidon's dominion, the underworld slumbers peacefully under Hades' watchful eye, and the vast sky stretches endlessly under Zeus's vigilant gaze. Order has been firmly established. The primeval chaos of the Titans has receded into history. For the present moment, the world exists in a state of delicate balance, and the King of Gods watches over it, lightning poised in his hand, and justice firmly entrenched in his heart. Now that Zeus had ascended to his throne, apportioned the various realms among his brethren, and consigned the Titans to their eternal confinement, he could fully embody the role for which he is most widely recognized, the god of the sky. It is exceedingly difficult to conceive of a more fitting dominion. The sky is boundless, eternal, and utterly beyond mortal reach. It offers solace and protection, yet it also harbors the potential for immense threat. It bestows life through the life-giving sunlight and nourishing rain, while simultaneously inspiring terror with its lightning and tempestuous storms. For the Greeks, to declare that Zeus governed the sky was tantamount to proclaiming that he ruled over all matters of paramount importance. Farmers bowed their heads in humble supplication to him. Sailors anxiously scanned his clouds for omens, and kings solemnly swore oaths invoking his name. To exist beneath the open expanse of the heavens was to live under the watchful providence of Zeus. His most potent weapon was the thunderbolt. Meticulously forged by the Cyclopes, these incandescent bolts of fire and light were not merely random atmospheric discharges, as mortals perceive them during storms. Rather, they were precise instruments of divine justice. When Zeus unleashed a thunderbolt, it was said to strike with unerring accuracy precisely where he intended, with no possibility of deviation. This specific detail is crucial because it transformed his thunder into a symbol not of chance, but of unwavering law. A flung spear might miss its mark, a wielded sword might shatter, but a thunderbolt invariably struck true. Depicted on the pediments of temples and adorning painted pottery, Zeus is almost invariably shown grasping this formidable weapon, a constant reminder that his justice was often accompanied by fiery consequence. The thunderbolt was not merely his signature weapon, it was the undeniable emblem of his kingly authority. However, Zeus was not solely the orchestrator of tempests. He was also the benevolent bestower of rain. The ancient Greeks relied heavily upon his life-sustaining showers for their agricultural prosperity. The landscape of Greece, often characterized by its rocky and arid terrain in many regions, necessitated a precise amount of rainfall to ensure the successful cultivation of barley and wheat. Insufficient rainfall could precipitate widespread famine, while excessive downpours could lead to devastating floods that inundated their fields. As the god of the sky, Zeus maintained this delicate ecological rhythm. He could bestow blessings, releasing gentle rains that revitalized the earth, or he could withhold them, constricting the heavens until harvests perished. His function as the bringer of precipitation was so fundamental that numerous local congregations venerated him specifically as Zeus Umbrios, the Zeus of the heavens, or Zeus Haetios, the Zeus of downpours. Cultivators would offer ovine or caprine sacrifices in the hope of a favorable growing period. It is easily overlooked that for a populace without artificial watering systems or contemporary storage facilities, atmospheric conditions were not merely a backdrop. They represented destiny itself. Adoration of Zeus frequently transpired in open-air settings, rather than within enclosed structures. At Dodona, one of his most ancient consecrated sites, individuals did not prostrate themselves before sculpted effigies, but instead attuned themselves to the murmur of the wind. There stood an ancient oak, consecrated to Zeus, and the rustling of its foliage was interpreted as his discourse. Designated officiants would decipher these sounds, translating the sighing of branches into responses for those posing inquiries. Archaeological discoveries have unearthed inscriptions bearing simple questions etched onto leaden tablets. Should I pledge myself to this woman? Will my maritime expedition prove successful? Will the yield of the crops be abundant? The pronouncements of Zeus, carried by leaves and zephyrs, guided the trajectories of lives. Even the most trivial of choices could be placed under his dominion. In Olympia, Zeus was honored through the Olympic Games, an observance that originated as a tribute and evolved into the most celebrated convocation in the Hellenic world. Every 4 years, athletic contenders converged from across a multitude of city-states that otherwise engaged in perpetual conflict. For a brief duration, armistices were declared, and martial hostilities yielded to athletic contests. The victors were adorned not with oros or argent circlets, but with wreaths of olive, humble tokens imbued with immense honor. To contend in Olympia was to subject one's physical prowess and resilience to the scrutiny of Zeus. His colossal effigy, meticulously fashioned by the artisan Phidias and ranked among the 7 marvels of antiquity, loomed over the sacred precinct, resplendent with ivory and gold. As mortals exerted their sinews in the stadium, they did so as if he observed their every exertion. Zeus's sovereignty over the celestial expanse also designated him the custodian of pledges and ethical conduct. The same firmament that nurtured the fields also bore witness to human actions. Nothing eluded his perception. To utter an oath beneath the open sky was to solicit Zeus as an attester, and to violate it was to court his wrath. Hospitality, or xenia, was likewise sacrosanct to him. A stranger who crossed your threshold carried the protection of Zeus. To treat a guest discourteously was not merely an act of incivility, but an offense against the sovereign of the gods himself. This underscores significantly the societal norms of the Greeks. In a region characterized by dispersed settlements and treacherous journeys, unfamiliar individuals were commonplace, and suspicion was easily fostered. By placing the virtue of hospitality under the purview of Zeus, the Greeks established a form of celestial safeguard. The celestial deity was thus also the patron of trustworthiness. Other civilizations possessed their own sky deities, and the Greeks likely perceived parallels with Zeus among them. The Mesopotamian tempest deity Marduk, the Canaanite Baal, the Vedic deity Indra, all commanded thunder and lightning, all subdued disorder, all reigned as monarchs. Zeus occupied a prominent position within this enduring lineage of tempest deities, embodying the conviction that dominion over the atmosphere equates to dominion over existence. Nevertheless, Zeus possessed a distinctly Hellenic character. He was not remote like Marduk, nor perpetually belligerent like Indra. He was simultaneously majestic and accessible, revered yet familiar. His celestial domain was not an abstract concept. It was the tangible sky overhead, experienced through the warmth of the sun and the chill of the rain. The eagle was his chosen avian, soaring higher than all others, its keen vision penetrating the depths below. In narrative accounts, the eagle frequently appeared as his emissary, conveying portents or emblems of his might. Roman emperors, upon adopting Zeus under the appellation Jupiter, placed the eagle upon their standards, thereby perpetuating the notion that ultimate authority belongs to the entity possessing the most acute perception and the widest reach. Even in the present era, the eagle persists as a symbol of nations and armed forces, a faint echo of Zeus's wings sweeping across the heavens. Artisans and bards delighted in depicting him as the master of the firmament. On coinage, he was portrayed enthroned, with an eagle at his side and a thunderbolt in his grasp. On temple pediments, he was the most imposing figure, towering above lesser deities. His very designation, in the Greek tongue, Zeus, derived from the root dieu, signifying luminous sky, intrinsically carried the essence of daylight. For his devotees, to utter his name was to invoke the living firmament. Yet, Zeus was not exclusively benevolent. The Greeks were acutely aware of the perils inherent in the celestial expanse. A tempest at sea could annihilate a fleet. A lightning strike could incinerate a field. Farmers would offer anxious supplications for equilibrium. Sufficient precipitation, yet not excessive. Ample sunshine, yet not insufficient. Mariners would pour libations of wine into the waves, imploring Zeus for tranquil passage. Soldiers embarking on campaigns would beseech him for auspicious omens. He was not entirely predictable, for the sky itself defies predictability. He was to be simultaneously trusted, respected, feared, and lauded. Nevertheless, there existed a sense of solace within his cyclical nature. The storm would invariably abate, the clouds would dissipate, the rainbow would reappear. Zeus's dispositions would fluctuate, yet the sky endured. For the Greeks, this ebb and flow mirrored existence itself. Adversity followed by solace, drought succeeded by abundance. They perceived within Zeus not only the menace of thunder, but also the promise of regeneration. He was as constant as the sky and as mutable as its ever-changing weather, signifying that he was life in its totality. Thus, as you drift towards slumber, envision the heavens as the Greeks perceived them, alive, vigilant, divine. The vault above you is not vacant, but replete with presence. The clouds meander according to his will. The rains descend by his decree. The lightning cleaves the sky at his command. An eagle circles overhead, its gaze sharp and its flight steady. An ancient oak rustles in the breeze, its leaves bearing responses to unspoken questions. The colossal statue in Olympia gleams in the torchlight as athletes bow their heads before it. This is Zeus, the celestial sovereign, the source of tempests and precipitation, the guardian of promises, the ruler of the heavens. To exist beneath the sky was to exist under his purview. And for the Greeks, this encompassed every moment of every day. To govern the celestial realm was one aspect of his authority. The ability to hurl thunderbolts and to bestow rain upon the fields granted Zeus dominion over the very fabric of nature. However, kingship is not solely a matter of meteorological phenomena. It also encompasses the establishment of laws, the delineation of right and wrong, and the maintenance of cosmic equilibrium, ensuring that both mortals and immortals comprehend their designated positions. If Zeus was the sky god, he was equally the god of justice, the enforcer of order, and the protector of oaths. Within the Hellenic imagination, this facet of Zeus held a significance equal to that of his thunderbolt. The Greeks possessed a term for justice dike. This term signified not merely punitive action or judicial proceedings, but rather the intrinsic order of existence, the principle that the world must remain in a state of balance. Crops must flourish in their allotted season. Rulers must uphold their commitments. Strangers must be treated with kindness, and kin must honor their familial bonds. When this equilibrium was disrupted, chaos would ensue. And who from the celestial heights presided over Dike? Zeus himself. He was not merely a deity of the elements, dispensing rain and lightning. He was the upholder of moral rectitude. This role is most conspicuously demonstrated through his safeguarding of oaths. To swear an oath in ancient Greece was to invoke Zeus as a witness. Whether it concerned a treaty between city-states, a betrothal, or an agreement pertaining to land, individuals would solemnize it in his name. Should anyone dare to contravene such a pledge, they risked divine retribution. The Greeks conceptualized Zeus as an attentive listener, not out of inquisitiveness, but because oaths served to bind society together. A world where promises held no currency would inevitably descend into anarchy. And Zeus, the king of the gods, could not permit such a scenario. While his thunderbolts might strike down armies, his authority also extended over every hushed vow. Closely allied with this was his stewardship of Xenia, the sacred principle of hospitality. To mistreat a guest was not merely a social transgression, but a sacrilege against Zeus Xenios, the Zeus who protects strangers. Imagine inhabiting a world devoid of inns or law enforcement agencies, where a traveler depended entirely on the generosity of others. Upon arriving at a dwelling, weary from the road, hungry and parched, your host was obligated to provide sustenance, ablution, and rest before even inquiring about your identity. Such was the dictate of hospitality, and Zeus was its enforcer. To inflict harm upon a guest was to incur his wrath. The Greeks recounted numerous narratives of mortals who faced retribution for violating this sacred trust. Hospitality was not simply a matter of politeness. It was a divine ordinance, overseen by the sovereign of the gods. The Trojan War itself originates from a breach of Xenia. Paris of Troy, received as a guest in Sparta, betrayed that hospitality by absconding with Helen, the wife of his host. The entirety of the conflict, in a fundamental sense, represented the manifestation of Zeus's justice, punishing those who fractured sacred covenants. Such was the gravity with which the Greeks regarded his role. Justice was not solely a personal concern, but a cosmic imperative, extending even to the origins of wars. Yet Zeus was not an arbitrary adjudicator wielding a gavel. His conception of justice was frequently portrayed as measured and deliberate. He punished hubris, or excessive pride, because it threatened the delicate balance between the divine and the mortal realms. Monarchs who succumbed to arrogance, deeming themselves the equals of the divine, often met their demise. Sisyphus, for instance, outwitted the gods on multiple occasions and, as recompense for his duplicity, was condemned to perpetually roll a boulder uphill. Tantalus, who betrayed the trust placed in him at Zeus's table, suffered eternal deprivation of sustenance and hydration. These myths serve as a reminder that Zeus's justice was not an abstract concept, but was vividly personal, manifesting in punishments that mirrored the transgression. Nevertheless, justice under Zeus was not solely retributive. He also bestowed favor upon the righteous. Hesiod, in his Works and Days, delineates how Zeus observes the actions of mortals, bestowing blessings upon those who uphold justice and inflicting punishment upon those who disregard it. For agriculturalists, this translated into a bountiful harvest. For city-states, it signified periods of peace and prosperity. The underlying principle was straightforward. If society adhered to Dike, Zeus ensured equilibrium in the world. Conversely, if society abandoned it, tempests, famine, and strife would ensue. Justice was not divorced from the natural order, but intrinsically interwoven within it. In mythological accounts, Zeus himself was guided by Themis, the goddess of divine law, and their daughter Dike, who personified justice. The Greeks frequently depicted these figures at his side, offering counsel. Even Zeus, with all his might, did not act in complete isolation. He acknowledged higher principles that bound even the gods. Paramount among these were the Fates, the Moirai, who spun, measured, and severed the threads of life. While Zeus might administer justice, fate itself remained beyond his ultimate control. This subtle limitation offered reassurance to the Greeks. The celestial deity was powerful but not capricious. He was not at liberty to arbitrarily alter the cosmos as he pleased. He too submitted to the established order of things. A compelling illustration of Zeus as the guardian of justice emerges from the narrative of Lycaon, the king of Arcadia. According to the legend, Lycaon sought to test Zeus's omniscience. When Zeus visited him in disguise, Lycaon served him a repast of human flesh, thereby mocking divine authority. Enraged, Zeus struck down his household with lightning and transformed Lycaon into a wolf. This story served as a cautionary admonition. Zeus was not only the god of the sky, but also the deity who punished transgressions against morality. Even cannibalistic monarchs could not evade his judgment. The Greeks also linked Zeus's concept of justice to their daily political affairs. City-states frequently invoked his name in their legal codes, perceiving him as the protector of civic order. Court proceedings might commence with oaths sworn in his name. Assemblies and councils sought to align their resolutions with his principles of balance. In essence, he served as the divine overseer of the polis. For the Greeks, the efficacy of democracy, monarchy, or aristocracy hinged upon trust, and trust, in turn, depended on Zeus. His justice constituted the invisible framework of society. Intriguingly, his role as a judge was not confined to mortals. Even among the deities, Zeus served as the arbiter. When disputes arose, and they were frequent on Olympus, it was Zeus who resolved them. This might involve stern reprimands, clever compromises, or occasionally, the hurling of a thunderbolt to quell an argument. His judgments were not always met with universal approval, but they commanded respect. In this manner, Olympus once again mirrored human society. A boisterous council with a single figure at its head, preventing chaos from overwhelming the proceedings. Festivals honoring Zeus frequently underscored his function as the guardian of justice. At Olympia, his games facilitated temporary periods of peace, a truce among warring factions. At Dodona, his oracle provided answers to questions concerning rectitude and error, guiding decisions in both personal and public spheres. Sacrifices offered to Zeus were not solely for the procurement of reign or victory, but also for the sake of fairness, for the assurance that society would maintain its equilibrium under his watchful gaze. In comparing Zeus with the deities of other cultures, one observes the unique nature of his justice. Mesopotamian rulers might assert their enforcement of divine law, but their gods were distant, their pronouncements enigmatic. Zeus, conversely, was accessible. He heeded oaths, punished arrogance, rewarded righteousness, and intervened directly in narratives that mortals could comprehend. His justice was not an abstract philosophical construct, but a lived experience. Every thunderclap served as a reminder of his vigilance. Thus we perceive Zeus not merely as the god of storms, but as the god of moral weather, the entity who engendered harmony or discord based on human conduct. For the Greeks, Justice was intrinsically linked to the natural world. The same deity who nourished their fields also judged their actions. The same clouds that brought forth rain also bore the potential for punishment. In Zeus, law and the heavens converged. Therefore, as you close your eyes, envision not the thunderous roar, but the unwavering gaze of the firmament above. Picture promises whispered beneath its expanse, strangers welcomed within sheltering roofs, monarchs forging alliances with Zeus as their witness. Visualize justice not as a courtroom proceeding, but as a balance extending across earth and sky, guarded by the God who perceives all. His thunderbolt rests beside him, ready for use if necessary, but his vigilance is perpetual. Zeus, the king of justice, presides on Olympus, and under his watch, the world, for the present, remains in order. Every sovereign, regardless of their might, is remembered not only for their triumphs on the battlefield or their judicious rulings in court, but also for matters of the heart. For Zeus, the king of the gods, the term heart might be considered too delicate. The Greeks knew him as the thunderer, the lawgiver, the protector of strangers. However, they were also aware of him as a deity who could never quite suppress his desires. If the sky was vast, so too were his affections, encompassing goddesses, nymphs, and mortals alike. To recount the saga of Zeus without his romantic entanglements would be to omit the most vibrant, albeit at times scandalous, chapters of his reign. The Greeks did not shy away from this aspect of Zeus. His liaisons populated their myths, and through these tales, entire dynasties traced their origins back to him. Some poets depicted him as noble, while others portrayed him as rather opportunistic, but all concurred that he was prolific. The narratives are not intended to be interpreted in a modern romantic sense, replete with candlelight and serenades. Instead, they illustrate how the Greeks imagined divine longing as a force that shaped the mortal realm. Each union of Zeus and a mortal woman was less about courtship and more about profound mythological consequences. Heroes were born, cities were founded, and destinies were irrevocably altered. Consider Europa, the Phoenician princess whose name continues to grace a continent. Zeus beheld her gathering blossoms by the seashore and was instantly smitten. However, rather than approaching her directly, perhaps mindful that a thunderbolt is a rather uninviting conversational opening, he transformed himself into a docile white bull. The imagery is almost comical. The king of the gods reduced to a placid beast mingling with maidens. Europa, captivated by the bull's tranquil demeanor, climbed onto its back. At that instant, Zeus plunged into the sea, carrying her across the waves to Crete. There, he revealed his true form, and from their union emerged Minos, who would become the future ruler of Crete. In this account, a continent acquires its designation, and Crete its illustrious royal lineage, all due to Zeus's infatuation with a young woman on the shore. Or consider Leda, the Spartan queen. In this instance, Zeus assumed the form of a swan. The rationale for choosing a swan might be attributed to the bird's graceful aquatic movements, or perhaps simply to the mythological narrative's penchant for unusual transformations. In artistic representations, the swan extends its wings protectively around Leda, presenting a curious blend of beauty and implied menace. From this union sprang Helen of Troy, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, whose abduction would eventually launch 1,000 ships. Thus, from Zeus's feathered guise emerged not only offspring, but also one of history's most renowned conflicts. Another narrative recounts the tale of Danae, the daughter of King Acrisius. She was confined within a bronze chamber by her father, who had been forewarned that her offspring would one day cause his demise. Danae appeared to be beyond Zeus's reach, yet the celestial deity possessed numerous guises. He entered her chamber not in human or animal form, but as a cascade of golden rain. This detail is particularly striking. Zeus appearing as rain evokes his role as a bringer of fertility, but in this instance the rain is golden, radiant, and irresistible. From this union was born Perseus, the hero who vanquished Medusa and rescued Andromeda. Once again, Zeus's affections reshaped destiny, generating a hero who became a foundational figure in Hellenic lore. Then there is Ganymede, the Trojan prince. Unlike many of Zeus's romantic pursuits, this one involved not a woman, but a youth of extraordinary beauty. Zeus, captivated by his allure, transported him to Olympus, at times assuming the form of an eagle. There, Ganymede assumed the role of the god's cupbearer, dispensing nectar at divine banquets. Although this story elicited raised eyebrows even in ancient times, it also symbolized profound honor. To be summoned to Olympus was not a punishment, but a privilege. The Greeks interpreted this tale as the ultimate compliment, a beauty so captivating that it attracted the king of the heavens himself. Zeus's romantic endeavors were not restricted to mortals. He was also the progenitor of numerous deities. With Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, he fathered the 9 muses, the patrons of poetry, music, and the arts. With Leto, he fathered Apollo and Artemis, the radiant twin deities of the sun and moon, respectively. With his sister Demeter, he fathered Persephone, the queen of the underworld. His relationships with goddesses were as impactful as those with mortals, weaving divine genealogies as intricate as any mortal lineage. Olympus itself was shaped by his affections. For the Greeks, these tales transcended mere gossip concerning their principal deity. They provided explanations for the existence of heroes, for certain families' claims of divine ancestry, and for the unequal distribution of beauty and power among humankind. To declare Heracles as the son of Zeus was not simply to confer prestige upon him, but to designate him as exceptional, destined for heroic deeds. Kings trace their lineages back to Zeus as a means of asserting their legitimacy. The god's wandering affections served, in a sense, a political purpose. His offspring often ascended to positions of rulership, military leadership, artistic creation, and cultural founding. Naturally, not all inhabitants of Olympus approved of these unions. Hera, Zeus's consort, was seldom pleased. Her jealousy is legendary, and myths frequently depict her directing her vengeance towards the mortal women, and at times their offspring, rather than towards Zeus himself. This dynamic injected a considerable degree of drama into Greek storytelling. Zeus would pursue his interests, while Hera would obstruct them, leaving mortals caught in the crossfire. This pattern recurs repeatedly, interweaving divine conflict with human affairs. Heracles, for instance, endured Hera's relentless animosity throughout his life, not as a consequence of his own actions, but because he was Zeus's illegitimate son. While the Greeks may not have condoned Zeus's behavior, they accepted it as an inherent aspect of their mythology, a narrative engine that propelled countless stories. It is tempting to interpret these myths as moralistic lessons concerning infidelity. However, the Greeks did not approach them from such a perspective. To them, Zeus's romantic involvements were integral to his nature. Just as the sky is in a perpetual state of flux, exhibiting moments of storminess, periods of sunshine, and the appearance of rainbows, so too did Zeus's affections shift incessantly. Desire was not perceived as a weakness, but as a generative force. Through his myriad unions, new lives, heroes, and narratives came into being. The Greeks saw in Zeus's restlessness a reflection of life's inherent abundance, a quality that was often messy and unpredictable, yet undeniably fertile. One cannot, however, overlook the inherent humor within these narratives. The king of the gods transforming himself into a bull, a swan, or a shower of gold carries a distinctly comical undertone. The Greeks were aware of this, recounting the stories with a mixture of reverence and amusement. It was as if they wished to remind themselves that even the most powerful of deities could appear absurd in their pursuit of love. Zeus was presented as a figure of both grandeur and human frailty, a deity powerful enough to command the skies with tempests, yet prone to humble disguises, such as that of a common farm animal. His romantic entanglements were intricately woven into his dominion over the heavens. Just as the rain, a gift from the sky god, nurtured the earth, Zeus's liaisons were seen to invigorate the human realm. The dramatic strike of lightning was mirrored in the lineage of heroes born from his unions, embodying both the destructive force of storms and their capacity for renewal. This potent parallel was readily apparent to the ancient Greeks, who perceived love, much like thunder, as an element both unpredictable and profoundly transformative. Consequently, narratives of Zeus the lover were not merely chronicles of his many affairs, but served as a profound exploration of the Greek understanding of desire itself, a force they deemed simultaneously divine, perilous, comical, and generative. Within Zeus, love was an overwhelming power, not a gentle whisper, and its impact was world-altering rather than a private matter. From these unions emerged the very tapestry of myth, influencing tales from the legendary Helen and the Trojan War to the adventures of Perseus, the inspiration of the Muses and the monumental labors of Heracles. As twilight descends, picture the heavens painted with drifting clouds, their edges kissed by gold, as if the firmament itself were courting the earth. In the distance, an eagle surveys its domain with keen focus. Elsewhere, a swan glides serenely across a tranquil lake. A bull stands patient and robust, its head lowered. Each is a guise of the same restless deity, eternally driven by desire. From his celestial perch, Zeus, the king of gods and a perpetual pursuer of affection, observes. Below, mortals dream, new lives are born, and stories perpetually unfold, carried on the breath of myth. By this juncture in his narrative, Zeus had firmly established his dominion over the skies, vanquished titans and monstrous beings with his thunderbolts, and secured his regal seat upon Mount Olympus. Yet, when the Greeks recounted tales of him, their focus frequently shifted from epic battles or pronouncements of judgment to his progeny. Above all, Zeus was remembered as a father, not solely of other gods, but of heroes, and the founding lineages of dynasties that spanned the realms of both myth and history. A journey through Greek mythology reveals a common thread: Zeus's presence somewhere within nearly every extraordinary figure's ancestry, the sheer magnitude of his offspring being truly astonishing. Each child carried with them a unique narrative, a designated role, and frequently, a destiny that profoundly shaped the Greek collective imagination. Some were born of goddesses, others of mortal women, and still others from unions of a more peculiar nature. Each birth was less an event of simple romance and more a pivotal moment for the unfolding of myth. Through his children, Zeus populated Olympus, enriched the epics, and provided mortals with figures to either admire or fear. Consider Athena, perhaps his most renowned divine daughter, whose genesis was utterly singular. Fearing a prophecy that his consort Metis would bear a child mightier than himself, Zeus swallowed her whole. This act, it turned out, was not a wise dietary choice. In time, Zeus was afflicted with an excruciating headache. Hephaestus, the god of the forge, cleaved his skull with an axe, from which Athena emerged, fully formed and clad in gleaming armor, spear in hand. From Zeus's own head sprang wisdom. This account offered the Greeks more than just a goddess. It provided them with a potent symbol of strategic thinking, profound intelligence, and the ironic manner in which attempts to circumvent prophecy often lead to its fulfillment. Then came Apollo and Artemis, radiant twins embodying brilliance and balance. Their mother Leto endured a period of exile, shunned by the jealous Hera, until she found sanctuary on the island of Delos. It was there that she gave birth, and suddenly, the cosmos gained new custodians of light. Apollo became the deity of music, foresight, and healing, while Artemis presided over the hunt, the untamed wilderness, and the moon. Together, they represented order and rhythm, the sun by day and the moon by night. Every twang of a bowstring, every resonant note from a lyre, every sunrise and moonrise could be traced back to Zeus's offspring, Hermes. Another of his spirited children was born to Maia, daughter of Atlas. From his very first breath, Hermes was a being of action. Still in his swaddling clothes, he pilfered Apollo's cattle, subsequently inventing the lyre to mend the ensuing dispute. Zeus must have recognized a reflection of himself in this impish child, clever, audacious, and unstoppable. Hermes ascended to become the divine messenger, the patron of travelers and merchants, and the guide of souls to the underworld. In Hermes, the Greeks discerned the very essence of wit and speed personified, a god who effortlessly defied barriers and slipped through any boundary. Dionysus stood as perhaps the most unconventional of Zeus's children. His mother Semele was mortal. Tricked by Hera into demanding that Zeus reveal himself in his full divine splendor, she was consumed by his radiant glory. Yet Zeus managed to rescue the unborn child, sewing him into his thigh until he was ready for birth. Born twice, Dionysus embodied contradiction, joy and madness, ecstasy and ruin. Through him, Zeus became the father of revelry and profound transformation. The Greeks credited Dionysus with the invention of wine, the art of theater, and the liberation of human passions. Even in moments of revelry, Zeus's fatherhood left an indelible mark on their culture. However, Zeus's progeny were not confined to Olympus. Many were mortal heroes destined for lives of extraordinary significance. Danae, confined to a bronze chamber by her fearful father, was visited by Zeus in the form of a shower of golden rain. From this divine union, Perseus was born, who would later slay the Gorgon Medusa and rescue Andromeda from a monstrous sea creature. Perseus was more than just a legendary hero. He was claimed as an ancestral figure by noble families, his divine parentage bestowing upon them considerable prestige. Heracles, or Hercules as the Romans would later name him, was another son of Zeus, Born to the mortal woman Alcmena, he personified strength itself. Hera's relentless jealousy pursued him without cease, yet his arduous labors, slaying the Nemean lion, capturing Cerberus, and cleaning the Augean stables, became enduring symbols of human perseverance. Through Heracles, Zeus's fatherhood provided the Greeks with a quintessential model of heroism, strength tested by adversity, and glory achieved through arduous trials. Temples were erected in honor of Heracles, celebrating him as both mortal and divine, his legend resonating through the ages. Helen of Troy, whose unparalleled beauty allegedly launched 1,000 ships, was also counted among Zeus's offspring. In one account, he approached her mother Leda in the guise of a swan, a form of gentle appearance but irresistible power. From their union emerged Helen, the woman whose abduction by Paris ignited the Trojan War. Helen's divine lineage served to explain her extraordinary allure and her pivotal role in both history and legend. Through her, Zeus became the progenitor, not merely of heroes but also of wars. Minos, the king of Crete, was another son, born of Europa during Zeus's transformation into a bull. Minos achieved renown as a wise lawgiver and judge of the dead, his authority ultimately traceable to Zeus. Amphion and Zethus, twin brothers born of Antiope, erected the walls of Thebes through the combined power of music and might. Even Sarpedon, a valiant hero at Troy, was purportedly a son of Zeus. Everywhere one looked within the vast landscape of myth, Zeus's children appeared, reigning, battling, constructing, and enduring. What did this prolific abundance of offspring signify to the Greeks? On one fundamental level, it explained the exceptional nature of heroes, setting them apart from ordinary mortals. To declare someone a child of Zeus was to account for their extraordinary qualities. Why could Heracles wrestle lions? Because his father was the thunderer. Why was Helen of incomparable beauty? Because her father was the god of the sky. This divine lineage provided a rational framework for understanding remarkable attributes. On another significant level, Zeus's fatherhood served to legitimize rulers and entire dynasties. Kings would claim direct descent from him to bolster their authority. A city might proudly declare its founder to be a son of Zeus, thereby imbuing its origins with divine sanction. Genealogy transmuted into theology, and politics became intertwined with myth. A king's power was not solely derived from his armies or his wealth, but from the very fact that the sky itself coursed through his veins. However, being a child of Zeus was not invariably a blessing. Many of his offspring endured lives fraught with tragedy, often burdened by divine rivalries. Hera's pervasive jealousy meant that illegitimate children frequently faced hardship. Heracles was driven to bouts of madness, Perseus was forced into exile, and Helen inadvertently caused widespread destruction. Sarpedon, despite his father's profound grief, met his demise on the plains of Troy. To carry Zeus's blood was to live a life that transcended the ordinary, yet it also entailed a burden heavier than typical fate. The Greeks seemed to grasp this inherent paradox. Divine heritage bestowed greatness, but it also brought inherent struggle. Philosophically, Zeus's sprawling family tree represented the inherent fertility of the cosmos. Just as rainfall invigorates the earth, Zeus infused the human world with stories, heroes, and predetermined destinies. His ceaseless proliferation of children mirrored the boundless abundance of life itself. Yet his offspring were not a uniform collective. They were as varied as the shifting moods of the sky. Some shone brightly like the dawn, others raged wildly like storms, and some met tragic ends, like lightning striking too soon. In this diversity, the Greeks perceived a reflection of life itself, unpredictable, fruitful, and often tinged with a bittersweet quality. Artists and poets eagerly populated their creations with Zeus's children. Majestic temples dedicated to Athena graced the Acropolis. Hymns to Apollo echoed through the sacred site of Delphi, and festivals honoring Dionysus gave rise to the theatrical arts. Statues of Heracles adorned gymnasiums, serving as constant inspiration to athletes through their depiction of his legendary labors. Even in the fabric of daily life, Zeus's fatherhood was a palpable presence, influencing acts of singing, the planting of crops, athletic competition, the enjoyment of wine, and the telling of stories. All these endeavors bore the subtle imprint of his diverse offspring. Therefore, when the Greeks recounted tales of Zeus, they did not envision a remote deity passively occupying his celestial throne. Instead, they saw the father whose children walked among mortals, whose descendants governed their cities, and whose offspring fought in their legendary sagas. He served as the crucial link between the heavens and the earth, with his children acting as the conduit through which myth seamlessly entered the mortal realm. As you close your eyes, envision Mount Olympus as a colossal tree, its branches extending into every valley, every sea, and every city. At its very foundation rests Zeus, the thunderbolt grasped in his hand, the vast sky forming his canopy. From him, branches spread forth, each bearing its unique fruit: Athena's wisdom, Apollo's melodies, Artemis's bow, Hermes' cunning, Dionysus's revelry, Perseus's valor, Heracles' strength, and Helen's unparalleled beauty. Some fruits sweet, others bitter, but all vitally important. To the Greeks, this familial tree of Zeus's children constituted the very essence of their cultural identity, its roots deeply embedded in the heavens, its branches casting a nurturing shade over the world of humankind. Despite all his thunderbolts, his numerous progeny, and his sovereign throne upon Olympus, there remained one power that Zeus himself could never fully command: Moira, or fate. This force predated the gods, possessed a depth surpassing the earth, and an expanse greater than the heavens. Even Zeus, the sovereign of the sky, was inextricably bound to its dictates. He could extend his hand, unleash fire across the firmament, or weigh the destinies of mortals upon his immense scales. But ultimately, fate was unalterable. To truly comprehend Zeus, one must first understand how even he was subservient to destiny. The Greeks personified fate as three formidable women: the Moirai, who spun, measured, and severed the thread of life. Clotho spun the initial thread, Lachesis measured its length, and Atropos, with her shears, cut it decisively. No thunderbolt could instill fear in them, nor could any plea sway their resolute course. They were not characterized by cruelty, but by their absolute inevitability. Their singular purpose was to ensure that all events unfolded according to their predetermined sequence. Even the gods themselves possessed a thread of fate, and Zeus's was no exception. This concept profoundly captivated the Greeks, who were acutely aware of the inherent fragility of existence. A farmer, despite diligent toil, could still lose his harvest to drought. A sailor, having prayed to every deity, might still be shipwrecked by a violent storm. A warrior, having trained for years, could fall victim to a single well-aimed arrow. To articulate this vulnerability, they looked to fate. Zeus might preside over the heavens, but fate governed existence itself. He wielded immense power, but he was not absolute. And to the Greeks, this realization offered a peculiar sense of comfort. No power, not even that of Zeus, was without its limits. Yet Zeus was not depicted as a helpless figure standing before fate. He was frequently portrayed as its interpreter and enforcer, the one who ensured that destiny unfolded as it must. In Homer's Iliad, he is described weighing the fates of warriors upon his golden scales. When Hector and Achilles confronted each other, Zeus raised the scales of doom, and Hector's side descended lower. Even Zeus sighed, acknowledging the inevitable fate of his beloved Trojan hero. He could not alter the outcome, but he bore witness to it, bestowing divine recognition upon fate's decree. At times, Zeus did attempt to sway destiny. Myths recount his efforts to postpone, soften, or redirect the inevitable. When Sarpedon, his own son, fought at Troy, Zeus contemplated intervening to save him from death. However, Hera reminded him that even he was bound not to defy fate. With profound sorrow, Zeus permitted Sarpedon to fall, his body respectfully carried home by sleep and death. Here, the Greeks artfully wove tragedy into their theological framework. Zeus was not an unrestrained tyrant, free to favor his children arbitrarily. He too was subject to a higher law. The narrative shifts from one of divine indifference to one of divine restraint, with the sky god accepting his inherent limitations. This thematic element also provided an explanation for the unfailing accuracy of prophecies. When the oracle at Delphi delivered its pronouncements, it was not inventing the future, but articulating what was already irrevocably woven into the fabric of destiny. Croesus of Lydia famously misinterpreted the oracle's words, believing he would conquer a mighty empire if he warred against Persia, only to discover that he had in fact destroyed his own. Zeus's justice and the pronouncements of the oracle moved in tandem, serving as a constant reminder to mortals that destiny, though rarely unfolding as anticipated, invariably reached its appointed conclusion. Zeus's complex relationship with fate also profoundly shaped the Greek perception of power itself. Kings might boast of their formidable armies, and cities might flaunt their considerable wealth, but all were ultimately subordinate to the overarching dominion of destiny. This deeply ingrained belief acted as a crucial check on human arrogance. Even the most powerful ruler understood that his allotted thread could be severed without warning. Zeus embodied sovereign authority, while fate represented absolute necessity. The former ruled with the might of thunder, the latter with the silence of inevitability. Together, they sculpted a cosmos that was both intricately ordered and profoundly mysterious. It is important to remember that the Greeks did not conceive of fate as a malevolent force. Rather, it was impartial. A life of brief duration could be glorious, just as a long life could be marked by tragedy. The ultimate significance lay not in the length of one's thread, but in the richness and quality of its weaving. Achilles, for example, was presented with a critical choice: a long, uneventful life or a short, illustrious one. He consciously chose the latter, thereby fulfilling his fate as the preeminent warrior. Zeus did not intercede to alter his decision. He simply ensured that the chosen destiny was honored. In this manner, fate bestowed meaning, while Zeus imparted weight and consequence to it. The poets often underscored Zeus's dual role, subject to fate, yet also its eloquent spokesman. Hesiod referred to him as the dispenser of destinies, implying that while he did not originate fate, he meticulously oversaw its fulfillment. In Homer's epics, Zeus might dispatch dreams, omens, or atmospheric disturbances to guide mortals toward their predestined paths. Fate provided the script, while Zeus acted as the director, ensuring the dramatic performance adhered to its intended course. For mortals, this divine oversight was sufficient. They did not anticipate evading their allotted thread, but trusted Zeus to manage its unfolding with a form of stern impartiality. Philosophically, this inherent tension became a significant point of contemplation for later thinkers. Philosophers like the Stoics regarded Zeus as synonymous with divine reason, the Logos, a rational order pervading the entire universe. In their worldview, fate was merely the expression of Zeus's will, manifested as cosmic law. To live a virtuous life meant aligning oneself with this inherent order, accepting fate without complaint. Even amidst the clamor of thunder shaking the heavens, one could find solace in the knowledge that all events transpired according to the divine plan of the sky god. In this profound sense, Zeus transcended his role as the father of gods to become the very principle of destiny itself. Yet, the myths consistently reminded their audience of his deep-seated frustration with fate. Time and again, Zeus was depicted sighing over the demise of heroes, lamenting his inability to rescue them. These poignant moments lent him a remarkably human quality. For all his majestic power, he experienced sorrow. He could not shield his beloved charges from mortality. He possessed immense power, but he was not omnipotent. In this profound way, the Greeks drew their god closer to their own human experience. He was not an unfeeling mechanism enforcing destiny, but a father watching his children suffer, tragically unable to prevent it. This delicate equilibrium between Zeus and fate also offered a compelling explanation for the pervasive presence of tragedy. The great dramatic works of Athens, penned by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, frequently portrayed characters grappling with destiny. Oedipus, in his desperate attempt to evade the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, inadvertently fulfilled it. Behind these compelling narratives stood the silent, observant presence of Zeus, who permitted the threads of fate to be fully played out. His justice, combined with the inexorable necessity of fate, collectively formed the backdrop against which human suffering unfolded. To the Greeks, tragedy was not a mere manifestation of meaningless pain, but a fundamental aspect of cosmic order, observed and permitted by the king of the gods. Nevertheless, there always existed the possibility of reconciliation. To embrace fate was, in a profound sense, to embrace Zeus. To live justly, to honor the divine beings, and to fulfill one's appointed role was to align oneself harmoniously with the overarching cosmic order. Thus, Zeus and fate were not antagonists, but rather partners in a grand design. One decreed what must come to pass, while the other ensured its inevitable realization. The Greeks did not question the fairness of life. Their primary inquiry was whether it was fitting and proper. And under Zeus's watchful gaze, it inherently was. As this narrative segment concludes, picture Zeus not with his thunderbolt poised for action, but seated in quiet contemplation, observing the threads of life passing through the hands of the fates. He cannot sever them, nor can he extend their length, but he rigorously ensures that they are respected. The sky above you is not a product of caprice, it is law. The celestial bodies traverse their courses. Storms manifest and recede. Lives commence and conclude. All orchestrated according to a pattern that predates even the king of the gods, who, seated in majestic splendor upon his throne, acknowledges his own subservience to it. If your eyelids are growing heavy, find solace in this imagery. A vast sky that is not empty, but imbued with order. A God who rules with might, yet also with humility, before forces that dwarf his own. Though thunder may rumble, an underlying quiet truth persists. Everything unfolds as it must. Zeus may hold the title of king, but fate reigns as queen. And together, they intricately weave the very fabric of existence. When the Greeks spoke of Zeus, their discourse extended far beyond the mere image of a god brandishing a thunderbolt. They were, in essence, discussing something far grander: authority, justice, kingship, and the very essence of the sky itself. He was the unifying figure of their mythology. His presence felt not only in sacred temples and poetic verses, but also in the everyday lives of farmers, sailors, rulers, and children. His legacy was monumental, extending beyond the confines of myth into the realms of art, politics, philosophy, and culture. Furthermore, his influence did not cease with the Greeks. Rome adopted him, the Renaissance artfully revived his imagery, and even today, echoes of his thunder resonate in ways we may not always consciously recognize. To grasp the enduring legacy of Zeus is to comprehend how, for millennia, humanity has contemplated the profound implications of power observing from above. The legacy of Zeus commenced with acts of worship. He was not an aloof figure, relegated solely to grand mythological narratives, but was invoked in a multitude of small, personal acts of devotion. Farmers would pray to him as Zeus Umbrios, the bringer of essential rain, especially when their fields succumbed to drought. Travelers invoked him as Zeus Zenios, the protector of guests, when seeking hospitality at a stranger's door. Judges swore by him as Zeus Horkios, the guardian of oaths, during the solemn settlement of disputes. He was also revered as Zeus Ktesios, the protector of households, and Zeus Panhellenios, the god honored by all Greeks in unison. His numerous appellations underscore the vast breadth of his influence, each epithet serving as a distinct facet of the same magnificent jewel. He was not simply one deity among many. Rather, he encompassed a multitude of roles within a singular divine entity. His sanctuaries mirrored this inherent diversity. At Dodona, his oracle communicated not through a sculpted effigy, but through the living voice of a sacred tree. The rustling of the oak leaves and the cooing of doves were interpreted by priests as divine pronouncements. Individuals would bring lead tablets inscribed with their pressing questions. Should I undertake this journey? Will my child be born healthy? Is this the opportune moment to plant wheat? Zeus's responses arrived not with the fanfare of thunder, but through the gentle whispers carried on the wind. For centuries, mortals placed their trust in the foliage of an oak tree to convey the divine messages of their celestial king. At Olympia, his worship attained even grander proportions. Every 4 years, the sacred Olympic Games were conducted in his honor. Athletes competed not for material gain, but for the supreme glory of an olive wreath, a symbol sacred to him. For the duration of these games, even warring city-states observed a solemn truce. Rivals stood united, not as adversaries, but as competitors gathered under Zeus's impartial gaze. This was far more than mere athletic competition. It was a profound act of ritual devotion. To run, to wrestle, to hurl, these were all acts of reverence. At the very heart of the sanctuary stood the colossal statue of Phidias, gleaming with the richness of ivory and gold. Zeus was depicted seated upon a majestic throne, exuding an aura of serene grandeur. Ancient visitors reported being so overwhelmed by its awe-inspiring presence that they felt they had truly encountered the god himself. The monument has vanished, yet the custom of the athletic contests endures, and along with it, a subtle recollection of Zeus. His influence was also imprinted upon written works. Homer depicted him as the overseer of conflict, assessing the destinies of individuals on scales of gold. A single inclination of his head could finalize the outcome for an entire city. Hesiod identified him as the giver of equitable outcomes, bestowing rewards upon the virtuous and imposing penalties on the deceitful. Playwrights such as Aeschylus and Sophocles invoked him as the supreme authority, the entity whose decree lay at the root of every human hardship. Even when he is not physically present in the dramatic pieces, he is perpetually there, akin to the heavens themselves, unseen but inescapable. To discourse on fairness, dominion, or destiny in the Hellenic world was to invariably touch upon Zeus, whether explicitly or implicitly. Philosophy propelled him into novel territories. Heraclitus described Zeus as the embodiment of the powerful order that sustained the universe. The Stoic thinkers advanced this concept further, equating Zeus with the Logos, the rational principle that permeated all existence. In their perspective, Zeus was not merely a deified entity, but the fundamental law of nature. To conduct oneself virtuously was to exist in accord with Zeus, and consequently, in harmony with the entire cosmos. Even Plato, despite his reservations regarding mythology, utilized Zeus as a paradigm for monarchical rule. In his work, Laws, he envisioned human sovereigns who, much like Zeus, were obliged to integrate strength with wisdom. Within philosophical discourse, Zeus transitioned from a celestial deity to a universal principle, demonstrating the adaptability of his lasting impact. Rome embraced him readily, rebranding him as Jupiter. Under this new designation, he assumed the role of the empire's protector. Roman commanders sought his favor before engagements, and the Senate venerated him as Jupiter Optimus Maximus, signifying Jupiter, the best and greatest. His edifice atop the Capitoline Hill served as the epicenter of Rome's religious practices. His emblem, the eagle, accompanied the legions, emblazoned on banners that proclaimed Rome's might. His thunderbolt appeared on coinage, reminding citizens that the empire governed under the sanction of the heavens. Through Rome, Zeus's influence extended far beyond Greece, becoming intricately interwoven with the legal frameworks, emblems, and authority of the ancient world. Even following the cessation of pagan worship, Zeus persisted. During the medieval period, he manifested in allegorical narratives and illuminated manuscripts as Jupiter, at times interpreted as a celestial force, and at other times as a representation of sovereignty. In the Renaissance, he experienced a resurgence in artistic representation. Painters portrayed him with flowing robes, a stern countenance, and skies rent by lightning. Sculptors fashioned him with an eagle and thunderbolts, revitalizing the age-old imagery with a contemporary polish. Poets drew upon him as a symbol of divine authority. Even after Christianity had long become established, he endured not as an object of devotion, but as a concept, an image too potent to fade. And even in contemporary times, his figure continues to resonate. He is reimagined in novels, rendered in paintings, dramatized in films, and animated in cartoons. He appears as a character in video games, a presence in comic books, and a name cited in psychology as a representation of patriarchal authority. Children still encounter his myths in educational settings, perhaps amused by his transformations into a swan or a bull, or perhaps captivated by the power of his thunderbolt. He has evolved from a deity to be worshipped into a cultural touchstone, a concise symbol for authority, justice, and the very sky. Few ancient deities have maintained such enduring relevance. Zeus remains recognizable even to those with minimal knowledge of Greece. Yet perhaps his most profound legacy lies in something more subtle, the act of gazing upward. For the ancient Greeks, the heavens were imbued with life. Every thunderclap, every lightning flash, every drifting cloud held significance. They perceived Zeus in the weather patterns, in the organized celestial bodies, and in the simple, immense expanse of the sky above. His legacy encompasses more than just sacred sites, effigies, or literary works. It is the inherent inclination to associate the vastness of the sky with concepts of power, order, and justice. We still direct our gaze skyward, perhaps no longer in apprehension of his thunderbolts, but still experiencing a sense of wonder at the limitless blue of the day and the scattered stars of the night. That wonder is Zeus's most authentic inheritance. His legacy, therefore, is multifaceted. It is religious, evident in temples and offerings. It is cultural, seen in athletic contests and poetry.